What is going on? It's getting to be that time. This is going to be show 2 on our new computer. I'm very excited about that. Very, very excited about it. And I've got a new setup today. Many of you guys, for most of your life, have been using multiple monitors, but Jay has just learned the ways of multiple monitors. I'll share that picture with you guys in a minute. Welcome to another Brain Drain. It's going to be Auburn versus Vanderbilt today in a game where it will not be coached. The Auburn Tigers, anyway, will not be coached by Coach Hugh Freeze, and it still will be coached by Sir DJ Durkin. We have nominated him for knighthood. We'll see if he actually gets that, but we do believe he should be Sir DJ Durkin. And I know we got a lot of folks from the bunker who are, twerking for Durkin today. Twerking for Durkin. And, yeah, it should be a good time. Auburn, normally, it had Hugh been the coach and been the primary play caller, I would think they'd have 5% chance to win this game. But I've got this sneaky suspicion that with DJ in charge, they're going to play better on offense. I don't think it takes a ton of retooling, and I just want to see what D-Nix can do with a game plan that he formulated and then a game plan he is calling from, which has not happened at Auburn in a while. And so that's weird. Anyway, got a super chat coming through from one of our legends, Hayden. It says, different attitude today. I completely agree with that. He shares with us a super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, much different attitude today. There are folks who are twerking for Durkin who believe this could be the kind of performance, the kind of game where if Auburn comes out and looks just totally different, but on offense, defense, our expectations are always high, and they'll probably live up to that. But offensively, you want to see something better, and maybe it foreshadows improvement that would carry them through, obviously, the Mercer game and then into the Iron Bowl. And if he goes 3-0, guys, I don't think there's going to be much of a search here. I think he's got some momentum. I like his personality. I like his attitude. You guys know that I feel like they need another person, or they need a coach like Coach Dye, someone who's tough, someone who yields tough teams, that can ball out in pressure situations, which is not this team. At least it hasn't been. And I think DJ Durkin could be that guy because his defense can handle that. Mr. Salas jumps in with a super chat. He says, hashtag bring Jay Jacobs back. Come on, let's give him a laugh for that one. Of course we wouldn't want to do that. Nobody deserves that punishment. I'm just kidding, Jay. I like you all right. You're pretty cool. Yes, E-Taxman noted Indiana. I thought they were absolutely cooked because they're down 4 with under 2 to go. And they find a way to extricate themselves. And the touchdown catch that consummated that game-winning drive was unbelievable. As good a catch as you're going to see. He went up high for it, and he got the tip of his toe inbounds in the back of the end zone. It was unbelievable. It was like some Cam Coleman BS. You know what I mean? This kind of stuff he does, and you're like, man, why can't I be like that? Why can't I play a game like that? Yeah, it's like that. Cleveland Brown, my man, says, stay hydrated, drainers. Diego walks the plank today. War damn Eagle. We love it when he does that. I think everybody here would like to see Diego Pavia get knocked down. Not injured, just knocked down and humbled a little bit by the Auburn Tigers. We've seen some good stuff happen in Vanderbilt through the years for the Auburn Tigers. Of course, we've also seen some stuff that wasn't so good. Peyton Thorne, as I recall, threw a terrible interception. I think it was Peyton Thorne the first year he was playing here. I usually make a snarky comment about Vanderbilt girls right now, but I'm not going to do that. Guy Forks jumps in with a super chat. Look at that. He knows what's coming. Super chat. My man. Appreciate you, Guy Forks. Being with us here, super chatting, and, of course, being a great part of our community here on The Drain. I think it's I said on the tweet today, I think it's the best chat you can find. It's smart, funny, and very little fussiness. Like, you don't see a lot of fighting in the chat. I don't have to get involved unless Auburn loses, and then fans from the other team, most of whom are cool, but there's usually a couple that are dickheads. Dion coming through from the greater Birmingham area says, War Eagle JG, enjoying the content as always. Appreciate you. Glad to have you here as one of our ride or dies, usually a wire-to-wire viewer. Appreciate you, my guy. So what are we thinking here? Let's see. Reynolds W, last name redacted. He thinks Summerall is the man here. I like John Summerall a whole lot, and he had a nice, emphatic win last night against Ryan Silverfield and his Memphis Tigers. So the Silverfield stands, and I don't think there's a ton of those. I got humbled a little bit last night, but that's cool. My dark horse candidate, this has nothing to do with what John Cohen is doing or thinking. My dark horse candidate is Charles Huff, the coach at Southern Miss. Now, I didn't follow this game to its conclusion, but they were driving. They got a field goal late. I think it was at that point it was 23-14 with about, I don't know, some minutes to go. I'm assuming that Southern Miss pulled that off. And again, they were 1-10 last year, I think, or 1-11, and now they are 8-2, having won 5 in a row. And one of their losses was at Mississippi State, so I mean, I can't really fault him too much for that. His first game as the head coach of the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. A $5.19 super chat coming through from Chris M, last name redacted. He says, I cannot imagine how this offense could be worse this week. Let's see if it's enough. Ward M Eagle JG, we appreciate you, bro. Chris M, who's one of those people who does know the ways and wizardry of multiple monitors. It's all very exciting, and it's kind of new to me. I got my stats over here, so I got full-time stats on this screen. I don't have to keep switching back and forth, and that was really the problem for me when I used to do that. Runner 20. Yeah, the runner. We know him better as runner 24. Anyway, different day, same question. Is today the day we finally see a functional Auburn offense? Is it? Will it be? I don't know. It could be. Anyway, it could be. That would be awesome. I think I will tell you this. They have a full script today, and they're not going to deviate from it, and they're not going to have the head coach deviate from it randomly. I think that's going to be a plus. So we'll see what we can do. Alamo Tiger Grad jumps in with a super chat. Love the drain, JG. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for all you do. Being part of our community here on the drain and also at the Auburn Sports. I think you're a bunk, though. We love bunks. I also like our corner brethren. They're good folks. Glad to have them there. Rich A says in the chat, I'm good with 5 different guys, including Jeff Brom, who's a damn good coach. Durkin, who's a damn good coach. Alex Golesh, who looks like he's really an up-and-comer at this point. And Summerall and Brent Key. So, yeah, I would take any of those myself, and I think that would give you the toughness that I want to see from an Auburn team. I know you guys want toughness as well. There may be other things you guys would like to see, as in wins. Maybe. War Eagle 0008 jumps in, says, Ward M Eagle fam, let's get this dub. Thanks for the show, JG. Here's to the first game of the Durkin era. He's out 0008. Well, he's just saying, hey, that was from him. Officially from War Eagle himself. Good to have you here, bro. Once again, let's see. Anthony says, can he recruit JG? You haven't heard of this Huff guy. I love Charles Huff, coach at Southern Miss. He was at Marshall before that and doing a great job, but he just got into a spat, you could say, with the Marshall administration where they didn't want to pay him and his staff and NIL the way that he felt was commensurate with the work that he'd been doing. I respect it. So he took a sideways move to Southern Miss where they did pay him and they do give him the support that he likes, and they're turning this team around in a hurry. 4R Tiger says, nice tie, JG. That's what my wife said. Thank you. Been going with the purple. I got the purple on my wristwatch, too, just kind of changing it up. Having fun. I do like the color purple more. I was a yellow guy when I was younger, but I like purple now. Neil J coming across the water says, it's a new dawn. It's a new day. Durkin Day. There he is. Neil Jones, our favorite Welshman in Scotland. And just an all-around stud. Appreciate you, bro, and appreciate your friendship, man, from across the water. Guy Fork says Huff is a fantastic recruiter. He sure was. At Alabama, he did some work on the recruiting trail. And, you know, it's kind of hard when they're at Marshall and Southern Miss to assess how good of a recruiter they are. But when he was on the big time, he did a lot of work. He's a bad boy. Don't know. I would think he and DJ would be about the same. DJ's a really good recruiter, too. And I think that would be a benefit for Auburn if they were to keep Durkin or promote Durkin, or however you want to look at that. It's a cute little stadium there in Nashville. It's cute. It's quaint. I have not been there when this left side deck was there, and I'm old enough to remember when that far end zone down there by the hotel was just a berm with tents. Shoot, it was like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know. Mountain of Coke says he is jerking for Durkin. I was giving you guys a chance, man. I was giving you guys a chance. James jumps in with a super chat to say it should be one of Durkin, Dillingham, or Summerall. Don't complicate it. Interesting. I would be curious to know who else is available. My guess is that Cohen's going to probably try to swing for the fences at some point. He'll probably make an inquiry on Lane Kiffin, which I think if he goes, I think Florida is going to be the high bidder. Oh, we got Taylor Zarzer today. I like Taylor Zarzour. I knew him when he was a nobody, and now he's big time. I like him a lot. Solo Tigre says, get my man a new hat, FFS. I didn't see which hat he was wearing. He's been wearing a very basic Nike swoosh, no Auburn or anything like that. I was thinking maybe we could get a little more ornate now that he's the head man, but I guess not. I didn't have a chance to see it. Chipper says, why is this episode not titled Jerkin for Durkin? Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about twerking for Durkin, but then I thought people might expect me to start twerking, and I didn't want to do that. So we're going to go with, hey, Mr. DJ. I thought it was a song from like the 90s. It was pretty good, I thought. Let's see. Neil says, booked my flights for the United States for next October. Early today, did it. Raising a glass of bourbon to celebrate. Let's do it. I got some right now. Actually, we're going to break open the Wild Turkey 8-year. I have not had this before. This was recommended to me by people I know, love, and trust. Is that Brett Edens? Does he do like sideline reporting now? That shows you how out of it I am. I like Tori's hair. I didn't know that Brett did sideline reporting. That's kick ass. I love Brett Edens. He might be the, well, I was going to say he might be the nicest player I've ever known at Auburn, but there's been some other really good ones too. Ashton Richardson was an amazing guy. D Ford was an amazing guy. Oh, God. Oh, man. So many. Ben Leard was incredibly nice considering all the bullshit he had to put up with. And he was still really nice all the time. And he still is really nice. Vegas Dad jumps in with a super chat. Says, coaches and players come and go, but our love for Auburn never fades. That goes for JG and the Drain family, too. Appreciate you saying that, my guy. We're dying to get out to Vegas. I will never get into a Raiders game. I'm a Raiders fan, but I know that it's impossible to go to Raiders games. It's too expensive. But at least you get to live in Vegas and enjoy Vegas for what it is. A lot of opportunities there for fun and money, fame and happiness. And I hope that you're enjoying all of that. Stu Pup jumps in with a super chat to keep the streak alive. Of course, this guy has super chatted us every show we've ever done. That's got to be 400 or 500 shows now, I would think. He was here way before COVID and all that kind of stuff. Diego says, sup, Jay? How do you feel about Angels Envy? That is the one, I would call it major bourbon, because that's everywhere, and it's a big deal. I don't like it. I don't love wine finishes as a rule. It's just not something I'm into because I just don't like wine very much, and it's always got a wine finish to it. That's kind of like their thing, So for me, I don't like it, but for folks who are into that, I think that would be a popular one. I hear people talk about it a lot. Like when we're out, like we were out last night at La Jolla here in town, and people are drinking the Angels Envy like it's going out of style. That's all good. Ephesians notes, interestingly, that it's the Battle of the Bald Guys today. Of course, DJ, not bald on his own. Well, he is bald on his own account. He didn't go bald, but he shaves it bald, which is cool with me. Whatever. I mean, I got a lot of hair, but I've also got a lot of gut, and he doesn't have hardly any. So, that's the way it goes. I would give myself a laugh, but I wouldn't even do that. FJ Tab says, Durkin looking like Dr. Evil. We are most definitely winning now, LOL. And also Daniel D says, America runs on Durkin. I like that. Jeremiah Wright's folks sit in front row. That's what I like to see. Love Jeremiah Wright. That's another guy who would be in my Nice Guy Hall of Fame. Ooh, some other nice guys of all time. Walter McFadden. Incredible guy. It's like a beautiful day for football. It is down here where I'm at. I'm in Montgomery, Alabama. Justin and Brian Matthews are up there for us at Vanderbilt today. And one of the things I enjoyed when I used to shoot the camera eye used to be something where I didn't use video because Disney got all mad at me and sent me a cease and desist. Well, they sent my bosses a cease and desist, which got me in trouble. I actually would sit on top of the press box and shoot plays with a still camera. It's just so archaic. But Vanderbilt was cool because the best way to shoot was to get on top of it, and that it's really high. So you're like shooting almost straight down. That's pretty cool. All right, Guy Fawkes is with me on this. Run the ball, run the ball. I don't think they're going to pass the ball out their ass today. I really don't. I think they're going to stick with this. I think Durkin probably said something about that. Like, if we're going to lose these games, we're going to lose them playing tough-ass football, and let's get it done. Let's see. Runner 24 says, Walter McFadden, didn't that guy play 150 snaps in the overtime bowl game? He may have. I always joke about that game that it was Joshua Bynes and Craig Stevens that played so many snaps. Spicy P hates this camera angle. I love it. It can actually see better, I feel like. But the things that I'm looking at might be different. There's like a power run right there that I wouldn't have been able to see as well if it was side. Bryce Diaz starts. That's an interesting twist. I thought he played really well last week. Didn't think he was playing well enough to start. Who's he playing for? Let's see, Vegas Dad says he thought he saw some jawing during the coin flip. I like that. I don't mind that. Okay, so is Bryce playing? I can't see if that's because Woodyard is out there for sure. And so is Debo. Oh, God. Broke free on the left side on a quick screen, and no outside contain on that play. It looked like it was Jay Crawford's responsibility over there. It was Jay got locked up and didn't do a very good job of fighting off the block. And as per usual, Jaquez Robinson took a terrible angle. He's the master of like over pursuit. Sweet. Got news now that Jay Head, a.k.a. Alan Head, is going to be available for a post-game call. Hopefully we have some fun stuff to talk with him about. Talked to Coach Hunter earlier. Unfortunately, his team lost in the playoffs last night, which sucked. I think the refs were probably cheating. But I think he's TBA. He's at a cheer competition, and I think the dads of us know how that goes. Although my daughter never was a cheerleader. She wasn't really made for that. All right, so we got a 2nd and 9 right now. Let's see. Stoop Up likes the orange face masks with the white. I do too. Stormtroopers with orange masks are kind of my go-to now. Just a classic, clean look. I think Auburn's got the market cornered on that. Well, doesn't Dallas Walker look offside to y'all? I didn't call it. Nice fill right there by Bryce Dees. Nice. What a nice fill, dude. He learned that from Debo, man, how to play that. All right, Durkin. Looks like he's still got what it takes on the defensive side. He always looks like he's kind of smiling, doesn't he? Like he's just really enjoying himself. Like he just made for this, you know? Let's see. Spicy Pieces 5 is lazy. Talking about Jaquez Robinson. I don't know about lazy, but his pursuit angles are atrocious. But with Champ out now, I mean, there's not a whole lot of depth at that safety spot that you trust. And they'll play Fagans. And they might play Sly back there if they got to. Auburn dropping out. Oh, they're going to try a trick play, but great pursuit by Jay Crawford to come down quickly on him and didn't even really didn't give him time to diagnose what's going on. So that's going to be a bust. Not a defensive bust, but an offensive bust. And a 4th and 10. Stoop Up, a fan of Bryce Dees, bringing the lumber. I'm so glad to have my stats right there full time. I'll just keep flipping back and forth between these pages. It would always freak me out to do that. All right, so we go Vanderbilt. Oh, they're going to go for it on 4th and yeah, they're in no man's land. I can understand that. They're going to try to get ADO here, huh? Be attentive to being drawn off sides, guys. All right, so they're not going to go for it. Rastlet says, do you think Freeze is watching? What a great question. What a great question. I'm not sure. My initial thought is hell yeah, because a coach, who put together a team and spent every minute of his life, outside of the golf course, putting this team together. You think that he would watch it, but then I start thinking about it, and I don't know. The chatter, he's going to have surgery, I believe, on Monday for an ailment. So I doubt he's going to be playing golf after that for a little while. To my man, Neil, looking forward to seeing you in the States next year, bro. Slava Boyko says, how many rounds of golf has Freeze played since Sunday? Come on, man. I got a funny sound for that, don't I? Somewhere, maybe? No, not that one. Oh, there we go. All right, so that was basically a 6 and out on that drive. 5 plays, 22 yards. And Pavia really not much of a factor on that drive, so let's see what happens. Ashton Daniels, of course, going to get the start for the Auburn Tigers. That's a move that I support a whole lot. I like Ashton Daniels, and I feel like he gives you something that Jackson doesn't, which is his willingness to take some chances down the field. And I fucking promise you in this game, he's going to take some chances downfield. I feel like the paradigm today is going to be run the ball and then take shots. Going to start off with that little kind of speed sweep to Eric Singleton, modest gain. I'm cool with that. Work the perimeters. I like it. CFB Addict says Hughes on the course, but watching golf bag like Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, with the antennae, I should say. Oh, that was a nice tackle there by Vanderbilt. I thought that Jeremiah was going to get a little something there, and then number 11 said, no, sir, not here. All right, so 3rd and 8 is what we're looking at. This would be a situation where you think, A, Vanderbilt's going to want to bring the pressure, and B, Auburn's going to try to get a quick throw and get some yards, get somebody in open space. He doesn't have anybody right away. All right, so first down to Perry Thompson. I thought he was a little late on that recognition, but Perry stayed open, sitting in between a zone, and got the first down. Again, throw was late, but it was on time. It was late, but it was on target, And Auburn gets the first down. I love it. Things you love to see. Another throw into that fucking soft, little stop route or a seam route. And Auburn moving the ball. A little bit of tempo here. I don't love seeing RPOs at this point. I feel like we all got PTSD over RPOs, but we'll just figure it out as we go. Boy, a lot of pressure from the backside on that run. I guess Xavier missed somebody. Let's see. Our Big Cat thinks Jeremiah Wright's having a tough go of it here. Here's D. Nix with Darren Hiller sitting right next to him, the assistant offensive line coach. 2nd and 10 is what I've got on my TV. Boy, Auburn's not having much success running the ball just yet. It's going to be another 3rd and long, maybe 3rd and 8. Jeremiah's just running into a brick wall at the moment. He's got 3 carries for 2 yards. Let's see, Robert Smith think that was a bad read by Ashton right there. I'd have to say I was looking up front and I wasn't looking at the decision. Ashton's on the run. He's going to be probably a yard short. They're going to mark him 1 yard short. I would go for this. Got a flag to adjudicate first, though. Penalty on holding. Damn, on Dylan Wade is what that's going to be. 3rd and 19. God dang it. Ashton starts 2 of 2 for 19. Yeah, that wasn't on D. Wade. That's what it says on the stats, but I think that's on Too Tall. Yeah, Chris M says Too Tall. I didn't see anything happening to D. Wade there. All right, so 3rd and 19. Wizard D did note correctly that Murphy's playing center. That was one of the adjustments they made this week, was that Mason Murphy. Ooh, I like this. I fucking like this a lot. That's what I'm fucking talking about right there, man. Splash. That's what I'm talking about. It's a little tunnel screen here to Malcolm Simmons, and he just does Malcolm Simmons things. He finds a little hole, and he just takes off, man, like a rocket. I'm surprised Mr. Goldenhair was able to run him down. So, yes, 1st down and 10. Ashton gets a nice first big explosive play. He better throw that ball, homie. Oh, my goodness. Malcolm drops a surefire 1st down right there. Loving this playing right now. Again, I try to my expectations on the first drive, we always keep them really high because Auburn's always great on its first offensive drive. It seems like it's after that when things get weird. But love what Ashton's doing right now. He's just playing this game, man. 3 for 4 for 58 already, just on one drive. Let's see. Rich says, bro, I forgot Malcolm Simmons was even on the team. He gets underutilized. I think that's fair to say. Not today, but sometimes he does. I think him and Eric are similar, and they just trust Eric a little bit more for whatever reason. Wizard D says, Ashton is feeling the pocket well right now. I love the way he's moving around. He looks comfortable to me. All right, we got a third again. This is a, 7, 6? Auburn's been pretty good on third down. 2 for 2 on this drive. Nice. I love this. First down throw. I like it. Why couldn't you do this before? We're going to be talking about this all freaking night, aren't we? Why weren't they doing this before? 4 of 5 for 67, Ashton so far. Auburn just running those stop routes. Got one to Perry earlier to get a first down. There's one to Eric Singleton to get a first down, so you like what you're seeing. A little bit of a tempo to it also. I wouldn't say they're in NASCAR exactly, but they're moving with purpose. As I say that, now they're taking their time, but you know what I mean. Why are we stopping right now? I didn't see anybody take a timeout. Okay, maybe somebody's hurt. I don't know. He got hurt. Ashton has 1 carry for 4 on this drive. So this is a nice little drive going on right now. 10 plays, 65 yards so far. Officials timeout. Okay. Spicy Pieces, isn't it crazy? Hear me out, guys. That we have the best receiving core in the SEC. Who knew? Runner 24 says it's early, but the wide receiver spacing and how open they are on semi-similar short passes is a lot, a world of difference there is what he's trying to say. Scotty Peace is definitely NASCAR compared to where we've been. Absolutely, yeah. They're definitely moving with more purpose. They're just playing freer. I mean, I don't think there's any scenario where this Auburn offense is like really good this year. I don't think it can be done because I think mentally they're just beat down. You know what I mean? And I think they're not as good at quarterback as they should be. But I don't see any reason why they have to suck totally. Like, I think that somebody, and it can be Nix or it can be Durkin getting in there and talking to them, can pull them up to like, okay. And I think playoff defense, okay offense, I think they can win 3 games. I do. I mean, they're not playing at Ohio State here, you know. I know Vanderbilt's a good football team, and I respect the hell out of them, but you're not playing at Ohio State. You're not playing at Indiana here. Stu Pup says, officials timeout. In other words, ESPN needed some commercials. That's absolutely right. Josh L., he's been watching Auburn football a while. He says, yeah, it's the first drive. Let's just keep it under control. Daniel D. said the same exact thing. The first drive tricks us many, many times, doesn't it? We know better. Auburn is 3 of 3 on third downs on this drive, though. That's really nice. And they're taking advantage of just some stop routes. Just smart football, taking, as Hugh used to say, but not do, taking what the defense gives them, you know. I'm taking what they're given because I'm working for a living. It's little Huey Lewis in the news for you. Early stuff there. Scotty P says they can definitely be competent. I think that's all anyone in this chat would want. Just be competent. They've been pretty good about not having turnovers, so that's good. And to me, that's a big part of competence too. But the bigger part for Auburn was just the sequencing, and it was just obvious that like there was a disconnect between the play calling and what what they were actually doing. It was odd. Jester in the house says LFGJG, glad to be with the Drain crew. Durkin is going to audition well. He has so far. I was saying something on the bunker earlier that Yeah, I don't get excited too much. I've just been covering football for so long. I'm 53 years old now. I've been doing this my whole adult life. Games don't get me excited too often, but this one really did get me excited. I love the potential in this game. Ashton with the quarterback power. And or it might have just been a read. I'm not sure. Got about 3. I love the potential of a redemption story here for Durkin. I love it. And I think Durkin probably he's being underrated, I think, in the chatter around the Auburn sphere about who should be the next coach at Auburn. I have intentionally put him in my top spot on our hot board. Ashton doing a nice job here. Ooh, fights for a first down. My guy. That was 2nd and 8, though. Able to get, let's see, they spot that right on the line. So we'll see. It might be a 3rd and an inch or something. Oh, they've gone ahead and signaled for a first down. That's great. Ashton now 3 carries for 14. This is a great drive here. I'm not going to get too carried away with any kind of salutations on this because we've seen a lot of good first drives this year. But it's still worth discussing that it's a good drive. 13 plays, 89. Oh, there's a play coming right here. Oh!
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yes. Big time, man. Big time. Guys, I know some of you guys are wetting your pants right now. They're like, wait, they scored on a slant? Auburn threw a slant? Auburn's thrown like 4 slants this year. Really nice one. I want to see the route again. I think that was Malcolm. I wasn't paying a ton of attention. I got surprised by that. Eric Singleton, excuse me. So I'm guessing he was at the wide receiver. No, he was at wide receiver 1 and got the inside leverage, but not by much. Just a great throw from Ashton and a nice snatch by Singleton. A contested throw, no doubt. Great concentration. And that's a big-time play right there. And McPherson gets the PAT to bump it up to 7. So that was really nice. Heckhouse says, beautiful passing on that drive. Absolutely. We were kind of joking. I was joking, I should say, before the game started that let's not have it be a big pass-happy situation. I don't necessarily know that it was pass-happy. Play selection was probably about 50-50. Yardage, as you can see, 81 of the 89 yards were through the air. Is that even possible? That can't be right. Oh, it's because of the penalties, yeah. Pushed him back. But, yeah, that was mostly passing yards, but rushing and passing were basically split. 50-50 on that. So this is good, guys. I like that. Hayden says we are so back, my guy. But Hayden is just ready. He's ready. Everybody in this chat is for Auburn to just be finally, like playing competent, good, solid football in big games, Wizard D's his first TD in how many quarters? Great question. I'm not sure. Runner 24 is a slant for a touchdown. Hope they do not go to review to determine slants are now illegal. Only for the Auburn Tigers. We have seen opponents do that a ton of times this year. It's just Auburn doing that kind of stuff. So nice drive there, man. 89 yards. 13:89, 5:30 on the clock. I mean, geez Louise. I wonder if that's got to be close to one of their longest touchdown drives of the year. They had like an 18er that ended up in a field goal earlier this year, I think it was. Or maybe it was just a fuck up on 4th down or something. I remember it being kind of a soft penis moment. Happens. Sia Beatics says, and who is the guy I listened to? First offensive touchdown in 8 quarters. Kenny's burner account says a slant and a screen, specifically a tunnel on that screen, which you don't see much of. Auburn does the quick ones, but to see the tunnel screen is pretty sweet. Haven't seen as many of those this year. We used to see him quite a bit with Gus when he had Ryan Davis and Marcus Davis, who were good on the bubbles. I think it takes a different. I had a conversation with Gus a few years ago about the difference between a tunnel and a bubble. and that they're, it's two different skill sets, and it's players that do two different things. It's like the difference between a kickoff returner and a punt returner. Somebody who's comfortable navigating traffic, and then somebody who just likes to get out in the open field and zoom. Schaefer Kia says Hugh was the problem. I don't even think we need to have any data to back that up. But I caution you guys that it's the first drive. Auburn's got a long record this season of having great first drives and then following it up with a bunch of dog shit. We'll see if they can keep it going. But hell, just scoring a touchdown at this point is that's progress, as a CFB addict was noting earlier. Josh W., what an understatement. He says, Ryan Davis was so damn good. And of course, Auburn's all-time leader in reception, so we can't say he's too underrated. But when you think of like the great Auburn receivers that I have covered in my era, not to say that matters to you, but I got here in 98. I mean, I saw Karsten was here when I first started. We've seen a lot of great ones, and you don't necessarily think of Ryan Davis as one of them, but he was really good. And I liked him in recruiting, too. He played quarterback. He was out of St. Petersburg. And he was just squirrely, man. Not enough pressure on Pavia there. He's able to kind of consider his options, gets it over to his tight end. Take it back to his slot receiver. He's big slot, I should say. Chip, great question. He says, he refused to throw to Cam Coleman in the end zone. Why? I don't know. Every time we go to practice, they're doing these drills where they throw the ball to Cam Coleman, and he makes these acrobatic, like, insane catches over and over and over again. Then he get in the game, and he's really only had the opportunity to make a couple of those. He made a great one at Arkansas. But I think he deserves more opportunities. Shit, the last game, he couldn't even get in the red zone, so it's not really something it's kind of situational. Pavia trying a little power run there. It's like Amaris and Bobby Jameson Travis said, no, sir, you're not going too far here. Okay, let's see. Jay says we have definitely not seen a lot of great receivers at Auburn. Let's talk about this. So Ronnie Daniels was insane. He was a great player. He was just kind of older because he'd been playing minor league baseball. Karsten Bailey, I thought, was a consummate professional, like just really good receiver. I know he didn't play, when I say professional, he wasn't an NFL star, but he's like a Mustafa Heron for football, just a hard worker, tone setter, gifted player, smooth. See, Florence Tiger says, I got there in 98. He got there in 69. You're a little ahead of me. Some other, like Drake Smith was a really good receiver. Probably the greatest walk-on I've covered. Not the greatest walk-on in Auburn history, obviously, because that would be Mr. Green. But Drake was a Rod Smith, whatever you want to call him. He was a really good player. I think he was our leading receiver for at least 2 years, maybe 3. Seth Williams, insanely talented. Kind of like Cam Coleman light. Had the acrobatic stuff, kind of didn't have some of the other stuff. Frank G, what a great question. Slayton is our most successful NFL receiver since who is such a great story because remember how bad Liger used to be to call him Embarius Slayton and just killed that guy. And then Darius has gotten his second contract in the NFL. He's got generational wealth now. It's a 3rd and 4 where they got a quick throw out to the wide, and it looks like Kenzie was a little slow getting over there. Not his fault, though. He had a long way to go. Darius, generational wealth for that guy, and I'm happy for him. He's a good dude too. And one of the things that I find very encouraging about Darius is that he's a very smart guy with his money, and so I think he's not going to be one of these sad stories where people spend too much money and end up being poor. He will not do that. He's very bright and opportunistic with his cash, puts it in the right place, knows what to do with it. Oh, Pleasant. Almost got run over there. See what the run concept was on this. All right, that's kind of a cool idea. It was like a one gap power run is what it was. And I think they had an extra down. I think they were tackle over. No, they just had a tight end. Ricardo Lewis is another fine wide receiver. Had obviously the great catch against Georgia. Sammy Coates who was great at the acrobatic catches and bad at the 8-yard slant catches, right? Kind of a weird situation there. Darvin, someone mentioned, like Darvin a lot. Ooh. Nice stop there by New Boy. You don't love it when your safeties are having to make stops in space, but he was able to make it happen there. I'd like to see the linebackers get that. Runner 24 says Slayton got way too much crap on the bunker. I think it was really just kind of a loud. Oh, who we got here? Oh, that's Malik. He might have a stinger. That's what that looks like. He's kind of grabbing at his shoulder/neck. Boy, that would be tough. They do have other guys, but they don't have anybody like him playing that 3 technique. You'd be looking at somebody like Jay Hardy. Diego says Courtney Taylor. Boy, you talk about one of the nice guys. That would definitely count. Came from a 1A school. And need a little bit of time to get ready for the physicality of the SEC, but boy, he did get there. And he's a baller. I like him. I like him a lot. Let's see. Lee Bands says big Autry time. That would be good. Malik Autry would also be a candidate to play in there. 90. I think he was 96. We haven't seen him as much lately. We're still going through some great receivers at Auburn. Frank Sanders was real good. Nash Tiger says Liger is one of the dumbest MFers ever to think he was brilliant. Anthony R. loved Ryan Davis. Ben Obamanu and Devin Aromashadu, who played, I don't know how long it was, that 15 years ago or so. Ben, such a smooth athlete and so smart. Possibly the brightest Auburn player I've ever covered outside of Ashton Richardson, who was a Oxford scholar. But Ben Obamanu, a great story, coming out of Selma, Alabama. I really thought he was going to play at Stanford, and I ended up choosing Auburn. Runner 24 says Courtney Taylor, the best of a good group they had. Ben, Devin, Courtney, and they also had Anthony Mix at that time, who I thought was a really good player. Mitch says, Duke, fight me. First of all, that would be on brand if Duke were to fight you. However, Duke Williams is a freak, 100% athletic freak. Just doesn't have quite the quick twitch that you need to be a great receiver in the NFL or even one that stays a long time. But he did play. Shane Hooks, Colby says. Shane Hooks. That was wasn't that like their first big portal get or whatever? JD says we haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since Ronnie D. Wow, it's been a long time. What's that, 99? Wow, that's crazy. I like Darvin Adams, too. Right there with Cam. He played with Cam and just a creative, reliable player. Brought it every day. Nate Craig Myers, who I would not say was a great receiver. AU Taxman brings up a very, very subtle one. He says Troy Bergeron, who was a great AFL receiver. I just don't think he was made to go to school. You know what I mean? Like he was there to play football. And Tuberville loved him. And Eddie Grand loved him too. But they just couldn't get him in school. And he ended up playing in the AFL and was really good. All right, let's see what we got here. Looks like Jay Hardy's going to be playing in place of Malik here with Bobby Jamison, Travis Keldrick, and Key. 1st and 10. And they're starting to get close to the danger zone. Well, not that danger zone. The scoring situation is what I mean. Dan says Cody. Or Danner. I'm sorry, Danner. Cody Burns. Hey, man, he had some catches. I was going to say, this plays, they're trying to go to Stowers there. And DeMarcus Riddick was like, no, we're not doing that. That was great coverage, dude. He did exactly what I wish they would always do. He jammed him, and then he kind of stuck with him. You can see him. He was colliding him or collisioning them there, and he gets a paw on the ball. It was great defense right there. Really, really good. There's TJ rushing right there talking. There's Chad Lunsford as he comes off the field. Wild Bill Hastings. I saw him last week. He was in the complex. I'm not sure what he was doing, but it was good to see him. This looks like a quarterback counter. And he got about 8 yards on 2nd and 10. That's a pretty good play. So we got a 3rd and 2 here. Elijah Melendez is in the game. Like to see that. He had a great play last week. Got double teamed and got knocked out of his hole. Hard to fault him for that. Might have liked to see him try to find a way to stalemate that maybe and create a little bit more, at least of an obstacle for Pavia. Yabo says, remember Duke Williams. I thought he was going to be a 1,000-yarder after 2014, but then he got dismissed. Yeah, it's just kind of, oh, man. Nice. That's a cool play right there. It's kind of a sweep, but he tossed it inside. Like a little shuffle pass. They do get creative at Vanderbilt. I give them that. They have a lot of creativity on the attacking end. Boy, it looks like Woodyard got knocked out real bad on that one. Got displaced. See, Wizard D says we are not trying to get to Pavia. Lots of 2 and 3 tight end formations for Vanderbilt so far. Oh. Missed tackle on the outside there from DeMarcus. Looks like Zeke Walker was over there to help with that stop. Good to see him in the game a little bit. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter with Vanderbilt threatening here. He's pissed at Riddick because he had outside contain on that and missed the tackle and was tackling inside out on that. I don't think DJ likes to see that. 2 of 3 for Vanderbilt on 3rd down so far in this game. Let's see. Trip K says losing outside contain, shore that up, and we've got a chance. I agree. They're going to have to do that. I think it's twice now that Auburn's gotten outflanked. And I know DJ, that really pisses him off. Spicy P says this cannot be the game. The defense lets us down. I mean, they are. If they did, I wouldn't fault them too much. They've been playing their nuts off all year long. This current drive is 10 plays, 69 yards, 545. 3 or 4 passing and 6 rushes. 5 first downs on this drive. So they're having a drive similar to the one that Auburn just had. Total yards through the first quarter, 99 for Auburn, which I think we'd all be satisfied with, and a 96 for Vanderbilt. Otherwise, numbers are pretty similar over there. Auburn has 1 tackle for loss, and Vanderbilt does not have any. Ambitious Engineer says, have you guys watched this all year? First quarter, not usually the problem, is it, Ambitious? It's usually second half. It's usually second half, and if you need an Auburn response on offense, it doesn't usually happen. But William is right. He says still a good first quarter. You're absolutely right. It's the kind of first quarter you can feel good about. Now, I need a second quarter I can feel good about right here. I don't have a down and distance for this upcoming play. I think it's going to be 2nd and 6, something like that. Let's see. Ambitious says, Vandy ain't even scored yet, and y'all think they put up 24. I like that. Guy, Ambitious, man. Come on. These folks have been, and you too, had their dreams ruined all damn year. Wild Turkey 8 for me today, bro. Something that was recommended to me, and Courtney said, why don't you drink this today? I said, hell yeah, let's do it. I'll do that. Real Deal jumps in from the northern part of our state. Still trying to figure out. I mean, I know that the Halloween costume was the bee and the beekeeper, but some of the, yeah, that was an interesting one. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. 2 coaches previewing for Auburn job. I like that. I want to believe we win. Thawing the Freeze. He likes Clark Lee. And if you are into well-drilled teams that are mentally competent at all times, then you are going to like Clark Lee, and that's going to be probably your guy. I have not heard his name. in relation to this Auburn search yet, so I haven't put him on the hot board. I did add a James Franklin, whose name I have heard now, and updated some stuff on Braum. I think Rhett Lashley's probably out on this job, although I think he would like to have it. And I don't think that his buyout, I mean, we don't have any details on the extension that he just signed because SMU is a private school and they don't have to give you any of that. And so then they're not going to do it. Second and goal, I said it was 2nd and 6. Sorry, I didn't realize they were that close. 2nd and goal from the 6. That was a bad read by Pavia. Still able to kind of, instead of taking a big loss, he loses 1. 3rd and goal from probably the 5.5, something like that. Key Crawford, a lot of good pursuit on that. I guess Keldrick forced the keep read for the quarterback and did a nice job just kind of doing his job, you know. Robert says Indiana like to have gotten beat. They came very close, bro. Had an amazing, amazing catch to go ahead late in that game. And they are loading up here. You got 2 tight ends to the left side. Another nice play by Auburn. So they mirrored or pattern matched, I guess, however you want to look at it, that swing guy. And Pavia couldn't do anything there, and then Auburn had him contained. Done a nice job. Pavia has not, been a game changer so far. I know we're still early in the game, but they've done a nice job containing him. 4th and goal from the, 6 or 7. Looks like this guy's taken after the Oklahoma kicker with, the pants don't even go anywhere near the knee. Just basically wearing shorts out there. God forbid that guy ever have to make a tackle. Terrible snap. The kick is good. We don't make noises for opponent field goals. Usually can't win games with field goals. 3rd downs, 2 of 4 for Vanderbilt. I'll get that updated. And that was a 70 yards and 13 play drive, 7 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. Chris M. said earlier in the chat this is going to be a short game. What he meant by that was there's going to be a lot of football running and clock running, and it's going to tighten the game significantly. And a lot of that's because the Auburn Tigers don't seem to be hell-bent on incomplete passes, It looks like they're taking provable throws. And that keeps keeps the clock running, excuse me. Josh L says field goal defense, terrible. Got to have better field goal defense, absolutely. And Julia says, wait, we got out of that with a field goal? Absolutely, that was good stuff. Really tightened up there at we started off coming back from the quarter break there at second and goal from the 6, and they ended up 4th and goal from the 7. So that was a nice job there. And I think the real emphasis on those 2 key plays was just making sure that they had Pavia contained on the reads. So good stuff. Parker would love to see Auburn with another touchdown drive here. Having an early cushion would be edge. Absolutely edge. Chip thinks that's an L for stylish football pants. Not a fan. I think you should have knee pads on, but that's just my opinion. And Vegas Dad calls them booty shorts. I think the guy at Oklahoma got that thing started, and now some of these other dudes are looking at it going, oh, let's do that too. Total yards 99 to 97 now. That's pretty good, pretty close. Both teams are 1 of 1 touchdowns in the red zone. No, I take it back. Red zone score is 1 of 1. Auburn got their touchdown, and Vanderbilt had to settle for a field goal, so that's good. Time of possession is 5:30 for the Auburn Tigers, 11 minutes for them, but it's really the drives have been long and quick, so meaning the clock's just running. So it's really just been 2 drives for Vandy and 1 for Auburn. So you'd really like to see Auburn just come out here and keep doing that. Let's keep grinding. Love the way Ashton threw that football on the first drive. Did a tremendous job. Jordan says, when's the last time Nick's the play caller? He didn't at Ole Miss. Nice first drive, balanced attack. Jordan, we liked it too. We were talking about that yesterday in the group chat. It's been a while. Obviously he wasn't able to didn't have any real liberty to do that under Hugh. And then when he was at Ole Miss, he was doing it for Lane Kiffin, which means he wasn't calling plays. So it's probably been a long while, brother. I like Nix, though. I like talking to him. All right, so we got a touchback coming. It's Ashton talking to Jesse Stone, the assistant quarterback coach who works with Ken Austin all day, every day. I believe you'll be hearing about Jesse 5 or 6 years from now as an offensive coordinator at a big school. DJ giving his first on-field interview. He's a quick talker. Tiger Talk was a challenge for me this past week. He talks pretty fast. Well, that's good. Hugh was a slower talker. All right, looks like we got Ashton and Jeremiah. Oh, got 4 receivers here, including Eric Singleton. Perry's out there. And nice play by number 11 for Vanderbilt. Just kind of locked on and got him done. I wonder if he's spying. 2nd and 10. Florence Tiger says, do you get a pay bump when you move up to interim? Usually you would get a pay bump, yeah. I don't know if it'd be a huge one. What a great play by Ashton to get that ball off to Eric Singleton. That is a tough throw, man. He was getting hit, and he just kind of went over the tackle and kind of was able to get enough on the throw to get it to Eric. That's a first down. Nice play. 6 of 7 for 98. He's about to go over 100 yards, guys. At this point, that's like 300 yards for a regular team. Another first down for Ashton. Got about 14 yards on that one, 13 or 14. That's nice. 5 carries for 27 now for him. He's been good. There's D. Nix right there talking into the walkie-talkie, and he's got Darren Hiller right next to him. Assistant offensive line coach. Preston Howard in the game. We'll take it. Jeremiah Cobb on first down gets about 4. Right up the middle. Let's see. Heckhouse says, DJ's game plan seems to have been, hey, man, can we please use Eric? I think he actually probably said that. I think what he did was he sat down with the offensive staff and he said, yes, sir, there's Cam Coleman with his first snatch of the game on a little inbreaker. That's some nice throwing right now. He's really comfortable. 7 of 8 for 113 now. I think the big deal this week has been that the defensive guys were talking very openly with the offensive guys about things they see in practice and things they see on the Vanderbilt tape that give them ideas about how to attack and what gives Auburn's defense problems in practice. I don't think that's really ever been communicated. That sounds crazy. But I don't know that Auburn ever really did much of that. Oh, Jesus. Nice play. It could have been a horse collar, too. Wow, that's another 13 or 14-yard gainer right there. Nice job. But I like the touch thrown. The touch on that throw, instead of zipping it in there, he just kind of floated it to Jeremiah. It was behind him a little bit, but still gave him a chance to compete for the catch, and he was able to consummate it. Auburn now on the cusp of a red zone, inside the 10, I should say. They're at the 11. Can get a first down. They don't need it, though, because Ashton Daniels is in for a ton.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Woo. Hot. There it is, guys. Another nice drive. Never really got into a third down situation. They just kept getting shit done on first and second down and had a bunch of chunk plays, or at least to me, I don't know if all of them fit the definition of a chunk play, but for me, pretty much anything over 10 yards is a significant play, and I had probably 4 of them on that drive. I can't get to those stats right away. Scott C. says, is this allowed? Birmingham going to be getting on the phone here real freaking quickly. By the way, that jump into the end zone that Ashton used to consummate that drive, I would be out for 2 weeks if it happened to me with my hip getting spun around at that angle. I don't know how these kids get up and do this. I can't believe there was a time in my life I could have done all that. Frank G says, what did Hugh see in Jackson Arnold? I think it was a situation where you pay so much money for a player. Do you know what I mean? And you just have a hard time equating, like, you know what I mean? They say, okay, well, I'm going to give him $1.5 million, and then he plays and he's not worth that. And it's like, well, we got to stick with him because, hey, blah, blah, blah. I think that's a big part of it. Hayden says, this is making me more angry. Laugh, laugh, laugh. That's right. And Chris B just says, damn, Hugh, LOL. My hip would be gone, James S. said. Absolutely, dude. I couldn't get up from that. I'd be in bed 2 weeks. And he just gets right up and starts dancing. I mean, that's just the difference between being an old man and being a elite athlete in his, he's probably 20, 21, something like that. Sunk cost fallacy. Thank you, AU Taxman. That's exactly what it is. Sunk cost fallacy. You just keep chasing a sunk cost, believing that you're going to redeem it. Gunner says, JG, these are completely different plays than we have seen all year. I feel like on the excuse me. I felt like the first drive was a lot of similar stuff. It was just sequenced better. But on that drive, it wasn't. I'm with you on that. That second drive is good. Alamo Tiger Grad says, we ain't old, JG. Not yet. The threshold for being old is fortunately moving forward. So hopefully I won't feel old until I'm like really old, like 75 or something. I don't know. Ellis says it was the beaver the whole time. That's funny. Let's see. Spicy says, JG, odds we keep this exact staff minus O-line if we beat Vandy and Bam. Keep this exact staff. Yeah. You think Josh Thornton is toast? No, I think there'd be changes. I think somebody like Ben Agamoa is probably going to go just because he was like, I don't know. Boy, I like that run right there. That's a different technique, though. I want to say that. So Jeremiah Wright is pulling across the line on that touchdown, right? And this is a power run. It's not complicated, but look how he does the skip pull instead of the regular pull. So that's a change of technique right there. And the reason I like a skip pull is that it allows the lineman to keep his eyes exactly where he wants to go so he can trigger immediately when he sees the need, when he feels the urge to get that, to kind of step forward and hit the block, engage the block. I like it that way. That's something that Auburn hasn't done much of this year. Nice play by Kensley Faustin right there. There's, again, Jesse Stone going through the iPad with Ashton. And Jackson right there. All right, so we've got 2 drives each. Auburn's got 174. They've got 97. Let's see. Florence says, JG, are you saying I'm going to be old next year? I think it's 75. We might have to give it up. But, you can be a young 75. There's a dude at my there's a guy at the country club. I'm actually a member of a country club, which is funny because I haven't played golf since 1985. But our friends are there, and so we go and hang out with them, like play trivia and shit. Anyway, he's like 82 years old, and you would think he was like 60. He would definitely whip my ass if he wanted to. So I guess it's all just kind of how serious you are about keeping your body up, and your attitude. Because my mom is a good example. I mean, she's one human being, but she just kind of let her body go. And, man, she dropped off fast from about 75 to 80. I mean, at 75, she was, pretty normal. And then all of a sudden at 80, she was, like, real heavy and really sad. And, man, her health just went to hell. Anyway, we're back to the football game. 2nd and 3. Another nice play. Was that Debo? It is Debo. So it's going to be 3rd and short, 3rd and 2. These reads that I think Pavia really thrives with, they're not going anywhere right now. Stu Pup says, can you get me a guest pass Thanksgiving weekend, Jay? I can get you one to my house. I don't know if I can get you one on the field, my man. Oh, thank you, Cleveland. I missed the PAT. I was too busy celebrating that huge touchdown drive. Thank you for that, sir. Let's see. Runner 24 says, can't hide money. I'm a member of a country club, but have not played golf since 85. That's 100% true on both ends. I mean, we're social members of a, I don't want to disparage the country club because I'm a member, but, it's probably not the most expensive one in town. It's probably not the second most expensive. It's probably not the third most expensive. And I live in a small town, so you kind of draw your own conclusions on that. But they're good folks, and I enjoy hanging out. Made some good friends over there. Love playing trivia. Eric Winters with a nice supplemental tackle on that. Ephesians says, JG, Auburn has 14. It's been so hard to score points all year. Please don't short us. I didn't mean to, man. I'll work on that. I'm usually so worried about getting stats put up. Oh, we got a free runner on that. It was, bad angle by Diaz. And now Pavia makes you pay with another 12, 13, 14-yard run there. Frank G says, what's the nicest CC in Montgomery? I'd say Montgomery Country Club is probably the gold standard in my town. That's one of those where you got to pay like an amount of money to get in. Like, I don't know how much it is because it's way more than I've got. I think they call it, what do they call that phrase, the money you give? I don't remember. Oh, equity. You got to make an equity payment. I think that's what it is. I'm not doing that. I don't even have a golf cart, man. Oh, nice play right there. Jaquez Robinson, give him some credit. I give him a lot of hell, but I'll give him credit on that. He played that great. He saw the situation developing in front of his face, and he just kind of attacked it. I like that. 2nd and 10. Nice play there. Initiation fee will also take that, J-Dub. Chris M., same thing. I thought it was an equity payment, but whatever. Small Victory says, yeah, exactly. Jordan W. loved how that screen was played by Jaquez. I completely agree. Let's see, Dallas Walker, and that may be Malik Autry playing nose. Ah, man. Kayan got displaced a little bit there. Dallas Walker busting his ass to get 15 yards downfield to make a play right there. Great extra effort. Number 41's like, I almost got away from a 330-pound defensive tackle. I almost did, so let's celebrate that. Nash Tiger says CC in Montgomery equals concealed carry. That's probably about right. If you hear CC in our town, it probably means something different. Yeah. Wow, look at all these. We got tight end. What's it? 3 tight ends? Look at all those gaps, man. Jeez Louise. He runs backside A gap, and Auburn's all over. The ball's out. He's indicating that the ball was down. Ooh, Keldrick said, off me, little boy. Off me. Are they going to, what are we calling here? They think that's a turnover. I guess they're ruling that he was down. Shoot, I'm stoked about that. That's good stuff right there. Yeah, we're thinking that's a fumble, guys. Oh, yeah, ball's 100% out. Nice play. That was a lick by, was that Eric Winters or was it Dallas Walker? Yeah, it was 35. Kind of both of them, really, but I think Dallas was the one that was stripping it. Keldrick jumps on the ball, and that's going to be the Auburn Tigers. How about that, man? All right, so they take over on the 35, minus 35. Ooh, nice throw by Ashton again in a small window right there to Eric Singleton. It's 11 yards. He is really confident out there right now. I love it. Things you love, absolutely love to see. Super chat coming through from the legend himself. Feel like a stranger. Another nice run. That's probably the first actually nice run by the tailback today. Says, word up, much love, trainers, Swigans, and Tates. Had a work presentation this morning and just woke up from a post-work nap. Looks like the offense is working for Durkin, plus the defense playing pretty good. Forced a field goal attempt on a possession that got inside the 5. Well, I guess it got to the 6. I take it back. And then 2 really long touchdown drives plus this turnover, and they're moving the ball. Oh my God, Jeremiah's out. He's still going. I'm talking about inside the 20. Inside the 20. We're getting some stuff going right now, man. We are getting some stuff going. I wish I had a sound for that. I don't have one right now. We'll just give him a hibachi.
How about you, fella?
How about you?
How about you?
About this drive, man. 3 plays, 45 yards in 35 seconds. Got Preston Howard as the number 2 receiver up top. That's kind of an unusual place to see him. They were trying something. They were trying to hit somebody on the right end there. They were trying to go to Singleton there, and they were using Jeremiah as a decoy, but it just didn't materialize, I guess. Chris B says our offense looks totally different. That play right there was something that was definitely different. I have to try to see on the all 22 what exactly they were trying to do deep right there. Something. I do have a Vandy tackle for loss. Thank you for updating me, Chris M. Well, Eric Singleton ended like 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but it was actually a 5-yard gain. So I guess he got a 10-yard displacement after the catch. 3rd and 6. Rustin says, where's this offense been? They're so close, Rustin. So close. So very, very close. John B says, I'm impressed by Nix. This has been impressive. Auburn got a 3rd and 16 here, though. I don't think that's right, though. Is it? That's like actually 3rd and 6, isn't it? Ashton's moving around so well right now. Oh, my God. Another nice run. Oh, he could have gotten in. Well, it doesn't matter. Auburn's got 1st and goal at the 2 right now. Even though I think he misread that block, but I mean, shit. Some of this stuff, you'll just let it go. He's got 8 carries for 51 now. He's got 10 of 11 for 146. And that's also a 3rd down conversion. So they're 4 for 4 now on 3rd down. That's pretty good. There was a game not too long ago. Auburn did not have a 3rd down conversion in the whole freaking game. Here's that little double H. Oh, and we got an offside on fucking Xavier Chaplin. God dang it, man. That's the exact formation that I highlighted on the camera eye on Wednesday. We call it a double H. A counter or power. Depends on whatever the play actually looks like. We don't know which one it was here. Cale Ellis is playing right guard in that formation. Now, since they've been moved back, it's going to be 1st and goal at the 7? Yeah, 6. Well, short 6. Short 7, excuse me. Vanderbilt playing inside leverage. Ashton just trying to get that ball thrown away. Like how Vanderbilt was playing inside leverage on all 3 receivers to the far side. They were not going to allow that slant action, which means you definitely probably want to try to hit that flag route or the corner route, but a little too much pressure on him there. CFB Addicts is 65 blows. Yeah, we were talking earlier about sunken cost fallacy and how it affected Jackson Arnold playing so much. I know they don't have another option at left tackle, but my God, he's not been what we thought he would be, right? He does have another year of eligibility. Quarterback power or counter and goes nowhere. Man, that offsides call really set him back. It's tough in the red zone when you're at the 2 and then you get back up to the 7 and you got to completely change what you're doing. Stoop up. Where's my mouse? There it is. Says Hugh had to be taking money from Bama and Georgia to suck. Let's get into the second half, okay, and see what's going on. Yeah, smoking rails says that stupid ass false start's going to cost us. It really just changed everything. Wizard D says I haven't seen Cam all game. He had a catch on an in-breaker during the second route. I'm sorry, the second possession. That was good for a first down. And we haven't seen him too much of him after that. Julius says 65 is a liability. I have to agree. We thought that he was going to be like their best lineman, and he's probably their second worst. I feel like Connor was their best, although he's out for the season. And then D-Wade's been good. Jeremiah's been hit or miss. Xavier's been pretty bad. And Mason Murphy's been kind of bad. And Kale was actually not grading well. And I think that's why they made the change. Let's see. Julia says, did you see Durkin walk right up to number 65? I wonder what he said. Like, you have screwed our drive here, bro. Come on now. Let's see if there's any stats that I'm missing here. Auburn, third down, 4 for 4. They're 3 of 5. So let me get that updated for Vanderbilt's numbers. Oh, Jay, what are you doing, bro? Why do you do that? Get your shit together, buddy. Ashton, 10 of 12 now for 146. Ashton has 9 carries for 49 because of that little run right there. Cobb he's way up from there. 6 for 39 now. And Cam has 1 catch for 15. All right, there we go. Everything's updated. And why is the chat going? I guess I got to tighten that up just a teeny little bit there. There we go. That's what we want to see. Yabo says nothing wrong with a field goal right now. I would personally think that there's something wrong with that. It's been such a good drive. 8 plays, 57 yards right now, 346 on this drive. Auburn, by the way, 236 yards on 28 plays, averaging 8.4 yards per play. I bet we haven't seen that in a while. Guy Fork's great point that I hadn't even thought about Cam Coleman has that bum ankle that he got injured in the Arkansas game, I think. And although it was not a high ankle sprain, it was still a sprain, and he's just not himself. It looks like Chad, the special teams coach, talking to DJ there, Chad Lunsford. Chris B says, brain drain fam, newsflash, we have scored 2 touchdowns today. Yeah, it's pretty shocking. All right, 3rd and goal from the 8. Let's see what they try to do here. That's a really heads-up play by Cam Coleman right there to salvage what could have been a turnover right there. Yowzers. I'm trying to figure out what happened with that. Like, was the ball batted? They're trying to get the ball to Eric. Yeah, batted by a mesh charger. And I felt like Eric was being kind of lackadaisical about going after that ball, not realizing that it was live. So, smart play there. Really, really smart play there. Getting the Alex McPherson thing fired up, getting it ready to go here. Good to see Alex feeling good, doing better. Had a really tough day. Was it maybe 3 games ago? Then had a great day at Arkansas. I think it was a weird camera angle. I think that was right down the middle. It just made it look like it was a little wide, but it's good. It's good. I'll leave it at that. All right, there we go. Mountain of Coke thinks that was a crap play call. Okay. And Beatic said left tackle, who was at right tackle at the moment, but you're still right. Cost us 4 points. It's a very poorly timed offside situation there. Guy Fork says it was open if it wasn't batted. It looked good to me. Just kind of watching it in real time. I'm not sure on that one. But it looked good from me. By the way, 26-yarder for Alex there. Consummates a 10-play, 57-yard drive, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Swallowed up on that drive. And we're looking at it right now. So it's 4:12 in the Central Time Zone, which means this game's just about an hour old now. I have a hard time kind of accessing. I'm still new to this dual monitor setup, guys. Let's see if there's a way I can figure out when this game started, when it kicked off. It says start time 3:05, but I think it was late. Well, we'll go 3:05. That's fine. So we're an hour and 7 minutes in, and we've got 1:52 to go in the second quarter. That's pretty amazing. Joshua makes a good point. One Xavier has been a huge addition, i.e. Debo, and one Xavier has been a detractor, i.e. Chaplin. Yeah. It's tough. Let's see. Julia says, I have half a bottle of wine left for the rest of this game. Why are you drinking so much right now? I feel like you'd be happy with the way things are going. I know you're happy with that way things are going on. P-Pass says kicked off at 3:07. Thank you for the updated number there, sir. So, yeah, not very long. I guess Chris M was right on the money. He said this is going to be a fast game. This feels like a Greg Maddux, 1 hour and 50-minute game. Chris B says Hugh does not deserve to play golf this week. No golf clubs for you. Guys, he's retired, at least for the moment. All right, so we got some good news here. Let's see. Hunter, we're still not sure. I'm going to check in with him. And then AK says he's good to go. And J-Head is good to go as well for a post game. So that's a really good situation there. All right, see, Georgia, Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State scored first in that game. It looked like it was going to be more of a game. Ole Miss beat the poo out of the Citadel. Texas A&M up early at Missouri. I thought that might have been an upset possibility. Still might be. That was a great kickoff right there. Chris M says he can play golf, but Derek Nix gets to call in club selection for each shot. Boy, you're really kicking him in the gut right there, buddy. Do you have to be so mean to him? William H says 3 drives and points on all 3. I know you guys are fired up about that. You love seeing that. And also 0 punts. Hudson Cock has been lonely on the sideline today, which is very unusual for him. Let's see, you got Bobby Jamison, Travis, and Jay Hardy in there at tackle. So we still haven't seen Malik since he went out with that. Looked like a shoulder injury or a stinger to his left shoulder. Debo and Melendez are playing linebacker. Plus you've got Sly playing nickel. I would have liked to have seen somebody collision that seam route. Pavia gets the first down. New Boy was on that. I would have liked to have seen a collision on that seam route right there. I think in the future that's got to be collisioned. Still got Hardy playing inside there. Ooh, Key Crawford almost had something. I think he tripped, though. Oh, wow. Nice throw from Pavia to number 6. Got a little bit past the defense on that. Caleb Harris was down there in coverage. I'd like to see this from a different angle. Not this angle. This angle sucks. It's like, boy, it's really bad when you got 2 safeties chasing a guy from behind. What in the world? That's too easy. That's just too easy, man. God dang it, dude. Is that New Boy Fagans in coverage? That's just not really his forte, is it?
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
All right, so that's a 6-pointer for them with another point probably to come there. Trip Case says he thought he saw a huge hold on that was missed. These Vandy fans. Where were you guys 3 or 4 years ago, man? They're like the ultimate dick riders. Here comes their kicker with the hot pants. I'm not sure about this, guys. Incredibly fast drive there. Considering how far it went, the PAT is good. And that's going to get them up to 10. I know DJ's going to be pissed. They played so well for most of the half, and then back-to-back just busts. Well, I guess technically the touchdown throw wasn't a bust. It was just not defended as well as you'd like to see. I said it was New Boy. It was not. It was Jay Crawford. And he kind of conceded inside leverage on that and just took him to the post on that. Let's see. Slava Boyko says Vandy fans were in high school 3 or 4 years ago. No, you know what I mean. Come on now. I've been to these games, man. The stadium's like a third full, and most of that are the opposing teams. I've been to Commodore Walk before, where it's like literally 30 people. A Stoop Up says, where were the safeties? I have to go back and look at that play to tell you the exact answer for that. There's some different things that can happen, like when you're doing bandit or whatever, and you're hell-bent on getting some pressure on Pavia, but they haven't really been doing that today, so I doubt that was the call. Was checking in with Hunter to make sure he's good to go at halftime. I felt like we had a 50-50 shot with that one. Josh says that Xavier Chaplin false starts just seemed like a big play. It really, really did. Really did. Was it first and goal with the 2, and you get the false start there, and now you got first and goal with the 7, and it just kind of devolved from there. All right, so Auburn takes over on the 25. They got a minute 15. All timeouts still available, so there's a way that you could get some points out of this. I mean, the ball, that's a deep throw to Singleton that I don't think touched anybody, interestingly. It was in the vicinity of Eric Singleton, but I don't think anybody touched it. Now, by the letter of the law, you might be able to make an argument for DPI on that, but I really didn't think it was harsh contact at all. I do think Singleton got moved away from the ball. Oh, Jeremiah with a nice decision to kind of bend that to the backside and gets about, 18, 19 yards. Great run. Remember in those first 3 or 4 carries, he was hitting a brick wall. Now they found something, man. He's had 3 or 4 of his last 5 runs have been tasty. Another good decision by Ashton to just get the ball out and moving. Just to get the ball out and moving. Was Ashton, does he want a penalty here? He must think this guy's faking. It was kind of an odd time for this to happen. Oh, he looks concussed to me. Never mind, it wasn't an odd time. I guess he was trying to keep himself going, and he's really wobbly right now. That's Miles Gapers. I think he actually is messed up, guys. I mean, I don't blame Ashton or anything because the timing of it seemed suspicious. I think he got his bell wrong. Yabo says Ashton is so much more poised and comfortable at this level and pace. Jackson never quite made the college adjustment. Yeah, I mean, today is such an odd. It's almost like an outlier right now. He seems so comfortable. Ashton does. His movement around the pocket's been impeccable. His throws have been good. He hasn't put any balls into dangerous situations. He's just been really good. Run the football effectively. He's currently 11 of 15 for 152. And rushing, he is still 9 for 49. Jeremiah is 7 for 57, so he's picking up pace here. Because his first 3 or 4 carries were not good. Actually, it was the first 3. I think he was 3 carries for 2, and then he's really picked it up. Ashton, we got a hold, though. He's gone, but it's going to be a hold, I think. Boy, that would be huge if this stands. Oh, he sees it now. Damn, he's like, fart. This better be a legit hold, man. This better be, fuck off. This better be a legit hold. Or else I'm going to call SEC at work here. The problem is that when you see arms around people, that's a hold, man. I hate to say it, dude. And of course, it's Preston Howard, who is really just known for his fuck-ups more than anything else. But you can't hug a guy. Trip, you can't do that. I know that they're getting away with it a little bit, but you can't. That's a hold. 2nd and 10. That sucks. It's a touchdown off the board. Nice, confident throw from Ashton again on an in-breaker to Cam Coleman. His first catch was for 15. I think that one's for 12. He's at 2 for 27. Yes, sir. And Daniel's now up to 12 of 16. This is great. He's having a great day so far. 12 of 16 for 164. And has a touchdown off the freaking board. It's a killer. I will say that Ashton did run right by that gap where the hold occurred, so that probably affected that. I don't have a big problem with that call. We've seen much worse. Much worse. 4R Tiger says 15 is a liability. I know, man. Spicy Pieces, why is 15 playing? Honestly, what is its upside? Okay, so here's the situation, bro. The options are B. Frazier's hurt. Your next guy, I guess, is Ryan G., who's definitely a receiver. And then you've got Tate Johnson, who, I mean, great kid, willing to do whatever it takes for the team, but I'm not sure that's somebody you want out there playing like full-time tight end. The actual truth is that they need another like real tight end. They need a rough and tumble nose bloodier. You know what I mean? And they don't have that right now. It was a bad throw from Ashton, but I guess Cam was able to haul that in. Auburn still has 2 timeouts, so they've got a couple more shots here to at least try to get Alex into better position to kick this field goal. Or alternatively, score a touchdown. That would be wonderful. I'd be a big fan on that. OG Barner says, do we need a tight end? Runner 24 says, play more Ryan G. Simple. I don't know. I don't think his blocking's very good right now. Desperado, my man, says, amazing how much better Auburn is this week. It is kind of eye-opening. I was thinking that 20 would be a really nice number to score for the game, maybe 24, and they're going to probably hit 20 in this first half. I don't want to be jinxing anything here, but let's see. Slava Boyko says, I'd rather go 4 wideouts than play with Preston Howard. Guys, I know you can't play 4 wideouts and play rough and tumble running football very much. That's the problem. And B. Frazier's just not where he needs to be physically right now. Nice. That was a nice catch right there by Perry Thompson on a little curl route on the seam. Good stuff. So that's a modest gain. However, it does get Auburn inside, where are they at? About the 30-ish. And since they spiked the ball, they still got 1 timeout left. So they got at least 1 good shot here. before they have to concede the field goal attempt. It's a first down situation. There's Chad Lunsford talking it over with the interim head coach, excuse me. Our Big Cat says, we look so competent. Not sure about that play right there, but get you an extra, 3 yards, 4 yards? And Auburn's going to call the timeout and attempt the field goal. It's going to be, about a 40-yarder? Jeremiah's going to finish the half. 8 carries for 60 yards, guys. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Cam Coleman has 3 catches now for 33 yards. And third down, 4 of 5 for Auburn and 3 of 5 for them. Soggy Nachos jumps in with a super chat here late in the first half to say somehow it just feels like a good matchup and not like Auburn is unorganized underdogs. Is this what fun football feels like? It's nice to see Auburn competent, right? It's nice to see Auburn playing with confidence and the sequencing to be making sense. And you don't see any weird plays. Alex McPherson, yes, sir. That's going to be a yummy 3 points right there. We'll give him the Pac-Man for that. We'll also do the field goal sound right here. Look at DJ. Look how happy he is. This is 3 points. I'll take it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alex McPherson with a 47-yard field goal. Possibly his longest of the year. I think it is. 10 plays, 46 yards, and 115. That's pretty good. I like the way that they took that final opportunity after giving up that nasty touchdown on 2 nice long throws to get him in the end zone. And then Auburn comes right back and puts a 3 on the board and really kind of steals whatever momentum Vanderbilt was going to have going into halftime. And then Auburn gets the ball to start the second half. And look, guys, they've scored on every possession they've had. So it's reasonable to assume Auburn's going to be able to continue possessing the ball and pushing it down the field. They've done a nice job that way. Yabo says, I'll take the best blocking tight end in the game. They just don't have that right now. They're missing that. It's weird because they had a surplus of guys like that when you had Deal, when you had B. Frazier when he was kind of still healthy. He's banged up right now. You had Tyler Fromm. That was a good physical tight end. You had a lot of guys like that, and all of a sudden you're kind of short on them and you miss them. Let's see. Robert says, hate to complain, but Xavier Chaplin cost us a touchdown and 15, also 8 points. Big mistakes right there. I haven't seen a lot of mistakes, but those few mistakes that we saw were big ones. Not salty. Who knows? I love this phrase. Back up the truck for DJ D. He knows how much I love that idiom. The whole back up the truck thing is just not my thing at all. I hate that concept. There's nobody you should back up a truck for. Except your wife. Not you, anybody's wife, if you really like her. James jumps in with a super chat that says, we have a coach that smiles. Is that allowed? Hey, he liked to smile when he was talking about golf. I'm kidding. I'm just being facetious, guys. I'm an entertainer. Looks like things are going well for Missouri today. Just kidding. Watching some highlights from Texas A&M. 14-0 at the half. Missouri, man. They're going to go down as paper tigers, aren't they? Remember, everybody was getting so hyped about them. It's like, I don't know. Felix Stranger says, them boys having the time of their lives. They are. That's the thing, man. I think this team is not bad. They had a head. Well, it's not even really that. The fact that he's head coach. They had a play caller that sucked, who was just out of his element. And so he was killing the offense he wasn't really trying. He was just so bad at his job that it was killing it. I still think you got a lot of good players. I still think when they've got a play caller that's competent, that can put shit together, that's building off tendencies like you're seeing today, where the kids are actually running on Saturday the plays that they worked on all week, which has not been going on this season. I think, Julia's joking about that they are close line, and it is a phrase, an idiom that we're going to be saying for decades, Auburn fans are, about how something that is not close, we'll just say it's close. But the truth is that I think it is close. Just had to get the play caller out. Cleveland Brown says, you can say dog shit play caller, JG. Okay, dog shit play caller. That is 100% true. It was just bad. It's just bad. Not Salty says, JG, is Nick's calling 100% of the plays, do you think? I do believe that 100%. I mean, DJ is a man of his word like that. So he said, Nick's is going to call every play of this game. I know him. I like him. I trust him. That tells me right there he's doing 100% of it. Now, I mean, he might get some feedback. I don't know exactly what the communication is during the game about what DJ's telling him, but I will say this week at practice or this week preparing for this game, the offensive staff, well, specifically D. Nix, was interacting often with the defensive guys, defensive coaches, about things that, hey, what are some things that we do that bother you, that are harder for you to mess with? And I don't think these are comments that are questions that they were ever facing before. It's not like Rock Bellantoni was ever asked, hey, man, tell me about what run concepts give you trouble, and so they kind of had a special self-scout, if you want to look at it that way. It's shit that to me should have been going on the whole time. It's just basic stuff. But I think that's one of the things that Durkin said when, he has his first meeting on Sunday, and it's like, what do we want to do, coach? And he says, okay, let's think about offensively, who are our best players? What can we do best? And let's do that. I mean, it seems stupid almost how simple it is. But I think that Hugh was so wrapped up in his head about, I've got to replicate the shit that worked at Ole Miss 10 years ago or 12 years ago, and the stuff that was working for me in the Sun Belt with Liberty or whatever. And it just doesn't. It didn't fit his team. It didn't fit the defenses he's facing. And now I think they're running stuff that's just a lot closer to what they can do. All we're asking for, everybody in this chat is asking for competence. That's it. That's it. We're looking for a 5 out of 10 performance. I think this is better. I would give the Auburn offense personally probably an 8 out of 10 for that half. I'm still a little skeptical because you know how it goes. The first half, specifically first quarter, they're usually pretty good, even in the games that they lose. But anyway, 4-hour Tigers makes a point that Bo is taking heat in Denver. I watched that entire game the other night, and they were booing his ass. Now, it wasn't really Bo that they were mad at. I think they're more mad at the offense in general, but Bo's not a fan of getting booed. We know that. Julia says, I like Jay's inside scoop, just kind of telling you guys what's going on a little bit there. Again, working with DJ about what bothers you and, from a defensive perspective, and what do you think we should be doing? Like, what do you think looks good? I mean, you're defending us every day in practice. Like, what do you think looks good? And they probably said, well, Eric Singleton's really fast. Malcolm's really good on screens when we see him in practice. And Jeremiah's a real pain in the ass. And okay, well, let's do that. Let's do that. All right. I have not heard from Coach Hunter, which makes me sad. I know he's busy doing some stuff. And that's cool. So we'll work over to AK and see what he is thinking about this game right here. AK, of course, is Alex Kozan, who played offensive line at Auburn maybe, about 10 years ago, and was a real reliable, good lineman for Auburn for a long time. And he's also a great guest to have on the horn because he's an offensive lineman. Those guys are smart. They know the game, and they see it from a lot of cool angles.
JG.
Hey, what up, man? How you doing?
I'm shocked. I don't know where this came from.
I know.
That's your 18 first downs in the first half. I don't know the last time any Auburn offense did that. Maybe Kentucky game last year. I don't know the last time they did it against a ranked team on the road. I mean, this has been the Ashton show. From my count, I don't have a. You have to forgive me. I don't have a perfect setup with the rewind. This is the second the TV subscription I've had to buy.
Yeah,
but,
I'm familiar.
I counted at least 5 or 6 plays where it would have been a loss in the NFL with Jackson Arnold that he's gotten out of. So that's been really impressive. His decisiveness, his ability to attack the defense. We haven't seen that all year, and it's night and day from last week. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, it is.
Against probably a slightly better defense in Vandy than Kentucky. So you look at all that. I mean, they have 292 yards of offense. In SEC games, they've been averaging 287 a game. So it's a completely different. I mean, this is just it's incredible to see.
Yeah, 18 first downs. I didn't even realize that till you told me. 292 yards, which is a lot. Shit, Auburn, that's like a full game usually.
It's more than they're averaging in SEC games.
How about that?
It's
and third down,
impressive.
They were, I think, 4 of their first 4. They're 4 or 5, which is completely fine. What are you seeing from a play call and an execution perspective? Is it a lot cleaner up front?
You're cutting out just a bit.
I'm sorry.
Things I'm seeing.
Yeah.
They seem to have found something with Singleton settling into the zone and finding space, and that seems to be a pretty good comfort zone throw for Ashton. That's on some of the other passes you've seen with the digs on Coleman, and then because of Ashton's, I guess Vandy played a little bit more cover 2, which seemed to open up some of the run game where before they were kind of all attacking downhill. So, I mean, Ashton's legs, it just doesn't seem like Vandy was well prepared for it in the first half. And to me, that's been the difference, him being able to extend, hit some, competent throws, which we haven't seen in a while. And overall, I mean, I think the offense has played as good as they can do. So
one thing I noticed was I feel like the pulls on the powers have been skip pulls rather than a more traditional pull. Have you noticed that or?
I did not see that specifically. That's interesting.
I mean, that's like a whole new technique. I don't know how you feel about me. That you're somebody who's done a lot of pulls in your life. I mean, does it matter to you which one you would be doing?
I think skip pull is probably a little bit better, especially at the college level, because you're not going to screw it up, and you can kind of keep your eyes on your backer a little bit better. Regular pulling, I think that's it requires a little bit better technique and eyesight on kind of where you're going, and it'd be interesting if they made that change midweek. Interesting.
Yeah, because down to the red zone, they were definitely doing skip pulls at Jeremiah Wright, 100%, which is something I hadn't seen. So they would have had to make that adjustment during the week, which is kind of a big deal, I think. I mean, Jeremiah Wright's 24 years old, so I mean he's a good guy to do it, but it's a change.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting adjustment to make. They weren't making any adjustants before, so it's great. On defense, I think they've got to shut down Pavia's legs. I mean, that it seems like Vanderbilt's whole offense just flows through his ability to kind of make it happen. So if they can just stay disciplined, can contain the edge, to me that's going to spell the recipe for the victory here. So we'll see.
Isn't it crazy to think that they've got a shot to win this game? I mean, I know Vanderbilt's not, you're not going on the road at Ohio State here, but I think a lot of people, this would have been 90% of the people would have thought Vanderbilt would slaughter Auburn today. This is a shocker to me.
I mean, when you look at the talent individually, I'd say Auburn has more team talent, but they haven't been able to put it all together, execute. Position by position, I would say Auburn's got more guys that will play in the NFL. Auburn's got more guys that would start across the SEC than Vanderbilt. But it's really been, the coaching hasn't been able to put the players in a position to win for almost the entire year. So it's shocking, but it's not shocking, right?
Yeah.
But it's crazy that they can. I mean, as dreadful as this offense looked 7 days ago against Kentucky, putting up 3 points to this. I mean, it's interesting what they would have done with Ashton this week during the game planning in meetings and preparing him that they didn't do versus Kentucky. It just kind of makes you wonder.
Just kind of the effect that Freeze was having on him. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, and, if you're starting a new quarterback, you'd think you'd be up, for 6 days straight, getting everything ready for him, getting him comfortable, setting up the packages and the passing, concepts that he, feels best about executing. And you didn't really see any of that. He looked lost out there a week ago. So to be able to not only adjust, but do it in 7 days and have him look like a completely different quarterback, kudos to Nix and Durkin and whatever they were doing behind the scenes.
For sure. One other thing, Xavier Chaplin had the really tough false start on the 1st and goal from the 2 that kind of messed that drive up. Some questions in the chat about, like, what are things you can do as a lineman to stop false starting? I mean, it seems like you just wouldn't do it, but I think it's harder than that. Tell me about it as somebody who's gone through that.
To me, it's mostly coaching. We had where you do, we would just take 5 or 10 minutes at the end of practice and we would do a bunch of different snap counts. And if you jumped, we'd run. And we had to do like a certain number to get to leave the practice field. So I don't know what they do, but there's ways to coach it. Obviously it was a critical mistake. I didn't love that. Things I didn't like that little swing screen on 3rd and goal. I would have liked to see them throw at the sticks, but obviously that false start probably cost them a pretty good shot at a touchdown. Yeah, for sure. Alex, thanks for being on and helping us learn a little bit about football. I appreciate you for doing that, my guy. All right. Thanks, Jay. Have a good one.
Bye. There he is, Alex Kozan, the longtime starter for the Auburn Tigers along the offensive line, a guy who picked Auburn over Iowa and is from the greater Colorado area. I had a question right when he got on the air about what is Alex doing these days. I'll just I don't know that he talks about it a whole lot, but he's in private equity, and so he's involved in finance. We'll say that. I think he's doing real good. He's a smart guy. Kind of spent his whole life getting ready for that, and I know football is a big part of his life when he was younger, but he was always going to be this guy. And he's definitely a Auburn success story, no doubt. Took a full advantage of all the opportunities afforded to him here in the business college, and busted his ass to be a good football player and a good student. And now he's making the most of all those opportunities because he's a badass. Let's see. Still haven't heard from Coach Hunter, so that may be a minus. He's at a cheer competition. You know how those go sometimes. MWD did jump in with a super chat. Also a fine caller for postgame. He said, inspired football and preparation make a difference. I have to agree. Just the way that DJ has that energy, and I think that he, in these, like before practice started on Tuesday when I was over there watching the practice, Freeze always got the team together before practice and kind of got them started or off on the right foot, I guess you'd want to say. But he would just kind of talk in a very plain way. DJ this time did it, he got everybody together and he's doing his DJ stuff, like, like he's just full of energy and ready to go 100 miles an hour. And I don't know, I just think that gives you like a little something. I do think that coaching can be inspirational for you. I know that you, MWD, is someone who played the game and knows a lot about the coaching side of the game. You know what effect a really good coach can have on a player, on a team, on a season. So I think that's pretty shrewd observation by you. Burner 51, my man, says we'll only be here for a while. Going to go to, let's see, a Clay Walker concert, at 7:00, but damn nice to see a functioning offense. Yes, for sure. Warren and Miguel, thank you, Jay, for all your work. And Yank, Kozan. I think he's just messing around. And thank Kozan, I think is what he meant to say. Good stuff, Burner 51. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy that concert, bro. I don't know who Clay Walker is, but I bet he's going to be really good tonight. MW Duncan, who lives in our neighborhood here in Hampstead, Alabama, says, looking good, boys and girls. Fellow Tesla driver also. Saw him last night. Good to see you, my guy. We ended up going to Dino's after that. Went late night. And probably got as close to I as close to getting into a fight as I have been since I was a teenager. Because I had somebody like say, he was telling me that I was talking shit, and I was like, I haven't said a single word to anybody about talking shit. I don't know what was going on. I think my frosted tips just did a number on that guy. I don't know what the hell was going on. Alpha Tiger's here with us. So sup, Swoogans, which is his usual hello to everyone. Glad to have you here, bro. One of our bunker legends from the greater Atlanta area. We've got a lot of them, but he stands out. Schaefer Kia says, energy breeds energy. Shit is contagious. I think there's something to that, man. I really do. But I also think that some of it is just that, don't overthink it kind of stuff. Like, let's just sit down and have a rational conversation about what is good about the Auburn offense, what's bad about the Auburn offense, and let's do more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff. It sounds like some fifth grade shit, but like sometimes you get so wrapped up and we've got to be this team doing this kind of thing and Jackson's got to do this. And you know what I mean? I think a lot of us in this chat kept thinking that Hugh was trying to put a square peg in a round hole and just banging the shit out of it over and over and over again. And it's like, this isn't working. You got to do something else. And I think you just get so wrapped up in your head. It goes back to what A.U. Taxon was talking about, the sunken cost fallacy. I don't know. That all plays into it somehow. Let's see. SR71 Blackbird says, I'll fight you, JG, over a pair of nice steaks and a good bourbon. Well, I can definitely hook you up with a good bourbon, but I can't hook you up with some nice steaks. I'm not a big steak guy myself. Although I say that and I had it for lunch. Let's see. Jackson says, JG absolutely has to add a Go DJ by Lil Wayne to the soundboard. Not optional. Go DJ. I'll have to get the one where he's not cussing. Braxton has a great question that a lot of folks have been asking. How does Preston Howard still play like this? Because he makes mistakes like every single week, but it's because there's not a lot of options. B. Frazier's hurt, okay? So that brings it down to, as far as full-time tight ends, you've got Tate, who is what he is, Preston, and you got Ryan G. And Ryan G is just not, at this point in his career, he's not physical enough to be a useful blocker at all. It's no slight on him. He's more of like a Lutz type tight end, right? He's a route runner who's going to transition into being a route runner and a blocker, the way that Lutz did. Takes a little time. It took Lutz a little time because early in Lutz's career, he was just like Ryan G, basically. I can go out for routes, and that's about it. He'll get there, but he's not ready yet. And so really the only guy you can trust if B. Frazier's out is Preston. So that's just where you are. I'm telling you guys, and you guys laugh at me and make fun of me, but he's great in practice. I know it does not translating it to the game field, but he is good in practice. So it's like, how could they even play this guy? The honest truth is that he's great in practice. Justin says, JG, not sure if you've been publicly recognized for it yet, but your parenthetical statement during your question at Durkin's presser was savage. Absolute savage. Even got a slight smirk from DJ. I think it was the one about the offense. It was something along the lines of, it's like, well, the offense basically didn't score last week, and the one time they almost scored, it was because the defense set them up. Do you think this offense has any untapped potential? I think was my question there. And we got a decent answer out of it. He was like, hell yeah. And I mean, shit, proof's in the pudding, guys. I mean, it's working. It's working for Durkin. Let's see if they could keep this going in the second half. Of course, Auburn's going to take the ball to open the second half, and you'd love to see a nice sustained 15-yard drive here. I can deal with a field goal, honestly. But just continue shortening the game, and I think that works to Auburn's advantage. I mean, defensively, I don't have hardly any fusses from the first half. I mean, they had the two long passes that set up Vanderbilt's touchdown. That was not handled well. Speaking of handled well, Vanderbilt did a nice job of extending that run wide. It's going to be 2nd and 11, I think. Jordan said savage, JG. Sometimes I just try to get in there and mix it up a little bit. I've always been that way. I remember asking Ben a bunch of crazy questions back in 99 just to kind of get good answers, I remember I asked Ben one time, are you glad you don't have a concussion? This is back when he was getting concussions every other day. Well, I'll give Ashton a lot of credit for hanging in the pocket there. He's not he's not just fleeing for shits and gigs, man. He's hanging in there. Did find Jeremiah for a modest gain there. It's going to be about 3rd and 8. Technically 3rd and 9. Braxton says, why is G getting any play compared to that? I guess you're saying, why isn't G? I told you, because they don't trust him as a blocker at all. Now, interestingly, like this play right here, this 3rd and 9, Preston's the number 2 receiver. Like, he's not going to be blocking here. But they like him in this role. They like him as a pass receiver. He's actually going to block, but they're trying that tunnel screen or a version of it there and got it down to it's about 4th and 4 now. My guess is that they're going to have to punt this because of where their field position. So, not a great drive to open the half here. That outside zone run that they opened the second half with was just a kind of a stinker that they extended all the way to the end zone, up to the sideline. And then you're looking at 2nd and 11. And then Ashton didn't get his first or second read, wasn't open. And so that was kind of a flail. And that puts you at 3rd and 9, and you're just behind the chains again. Good punt from Hudson Cock, though. His first punt of the game here to open the second half. And Vanderbilt's got a long way to go. Don't like the 3 and out, though. It was not good. Parker says, not how we needed to start. I completely agree. That's not what you wanted at all. 16-20 is where we're at for Ashton right now. Who is DJ talking to there? Can't see him. 16 of 20 for 183. All right, they're starting off at the 27, minus 27, I should say. I think I see Malik blocked in there. Malik is back, playing 3 technique again. That's good. It's a 5-yard gain on first down, so 2nd and 5 is what we're looking at. Let's see. Small victories. 18 first downs for Auburn in the first half is the most first downs in a first half since the national championship game against Oregon. Whoa, that was a long time. Jordan says that wasn't DJ, LOL. It 100% was. I got to go back to it. Oh, is that Chad? When I look at him from the back, they look very similar. No, they would not look similar from the front. I think that is Chad Lunsford. My bad, bro. Jordan, you're right on the money there. All right, so Vanderbilt got an explosive play through the pass game right there. It looked like the coverage was pretty good. I couldn't tell who that was. Oh, free hitter on Pavia. He got absolutely crushed. Oh, God. Is he going to get up from this? Let's see. Yeah, he is going to get up. He's tough as hell anyway. He got absolutely annihilated. Boom! His receiver should have caught that ball, for being real. It was one of those deals where it was underthrown unintentionally, but it makes it really hard to defend. Hey, Robinson says fire DJ. Already mad. 1st and 10, okay. Oh, tough throw, tough catch. Nice job by Vanderbilt there. Let's see, our Big Cat says we do not turn our heads around in coverage. You know, honestly, I think Auburn's done a good job of that this season, but, you know, it kind of comes and goes. SR71 Blackbird says, I need just one hit where Pavia doesn't get up. Jordan says, better start getting pressure on him. They really haven't done much of that today, have they? I feel like they've been playing it more cautiously. As far as just maintaining, bracketing him, so to speak. Well, that's not the right word. Cuffing him. That's what Coach Hunter would say. Cuffing him. Making sure he can't get moving laterally as a runner. Guess they're reviewing to see if he actually caught this ball. There is some question about it because of the way he didn't quite have possession of it when it came in. My guess is that it's going to be a complete pass, though. Robert says, just thinking we could have gotten Pavia. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, in theory, yeah, but it would, was Hugh going to bring Jerry a kill and the other guy over and give them meaningful positions and not micromanage them? And no, he wasn't going to do that. So it's unlikely. We're still reviewing this. Okay. This shot from the back makes me think that the ball did bounce, but the SEC very rarely rules in Auburn's favor, as you know. Yeah, I think that ball's, I don't on that back angle, I think it was a little bit loose. We shall see, though. Let's see. User says defense needs a turnover. That would be nice. They did create one with a fumble earlier. That was nice. Call confirmed. Again, this was not a really blatant one like we have seen before. But they very rarely go in Auburn's favor. Jordan says the stream from ESPN app is garbage. I'm actually watching, believe it or not. I feel like an old man saying this. I'm watching it on cable. If I could ever figure out a way to tape the games off a stream, I haven't figured that out yet, then I wouldn't have cable at all, I don't think. I literally keep cable just for that, so I can go back and rewatch the games and tape them. That's how I do the camera eye. A rare bet. Oh, they're going to call Ray Sean for holding or PI. DPI. Let's see what we got here. Taking on Stowers is a tough one. Yeah, I held on to him, and it affected the route, too. You could make the case that was holding, but it doesn't really matter. Stoop Up says 9 is killing us, dude. He's a baller, dude. A lot of people talk about Pavia being a stud, and he is. But he's got help with number 9 is going to be like an Evan Ingram in the NFL. He's going to be a problem. He's a real good player. All right, 1st and 15 from the 20. What is that? 23. Auburn showing 2 deep, cover 2 shell here. Let's see if they rotate out of that. Nope, standing cover 2. Pavia out running away. No problem at all on that 1st and 15. Now it's going to be 1st and goal from the 3 or the 4. Let's see. Scotty P says, check this out, JG. It connects using your paid stream account. I'll have to take a look at that, my guy. I got some super chats that I missed, and I'm sorry for this. Renard, who's an absolute legend here, is just for having a positive first half of football. Thank you for that, my guy. Unfortunately, they just scored. God dang it.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
All right, so Vanderbilt made pretty quick work of that drive, honestly. 6 plays, 73 yards, and 141. That's about as efficient as you can get. Some of you guys said you were seeing a lot of holds there. You've been seeing that all day long, really. Of course, not getting called. Scotty P, I missed the link there. If you don't mind, if you could DM me that on the site, maybe. I'd love to see what you got. Don Proper Dickens says, smash the like button. Appreciate it, Don. I know we didn't do a blend on Thursday because I didn't want to compete with an Auburn basketball game. And then this coming week, I think we're going to be in D.C., so I hate that. But the dozens are going to be devastated. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for that. And Renard as well. Thank you, bro. Being part of our fam here. Let's see. JD says, of course, the offense looks good, and now the defense has turned to shit. The problem is the offense looked bad on that first drive. That was yucky. 20-17 now. This is good, though. Because I think that now the offense really feels a genuine, and we go ahead and bump them up to 17. Now they feel some genuine, some stress. Like, okay, we had a shitty drive to open the half. Defense gave up a touchdown. We really got to get going now. Let's see how they handle that. Yabo says, where are the basketball brain drains? Last year was 100% an experimental thing where I did every single game. That really wasn't the goal. And we were doing like that North Alabama game and stuff we were doing early in the season. I really didn't want to do that. My goal was to write more this year. And I think once we get into some of the tougher games, we'll be changing up our coverage a little bit. I think we're going to be doing post-game, like a podcast or something, me and Hoke. And maybe I do some writing for the next morning. I don't know that we're going to be doing brain drains. Conference season is a different deal, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. I just felt like it was kind of hit or miss with those last year, but yeah. Josh says, you think stress is good for them? Yes, dude. You've got to look at the situation and say, I'm going to put my foot down and dig out of this. This is part of the problem that they've had this year, the offense, and there's a lot of problems that they've had, but one of the big things is turn the shit around. Like, take charge of the situation and turn it around. And I don't necessarily think they got to turn it around right now, but they got to get out here and put on a good drive here. They need to get into positive territory past the 50. Toomer says, where has Riddick been? He's been playing. Had one really good play earlier where he tracked down a drag route and defended the pass. It was a terrific play. And then he also had a missed tackle, but he's been playing. I mean, he definitely plays behind Debo and he plays behind Woodyard. And I guess he's playing behind Diaz now, number 16. I think those guys, Debo's a freak athlete, but Woodyard's not, but he's a smart football player and he's determined. Stu Pup says, no basketball brain drains equals more money in my pocket. I like that. Appreciate you, bro. Slava Boyko says, who's the Cole Pinkston of basketball for the site? Great question. I think Hoke would probably fancy himself as that. I don't think that's me. I love talking about basketball. That's probably my passion. As far as if I had to cover one sport, it would probably be basketball. But it's kind of weird for me because at the other site, that's kind of what I did. Me and Henry. Henry's great at it. He's better than me, in fact. It's just tough to say for somebody who's probably half my age. But anyway, maybe we get Henry back to do some of that stuff, huh? But then I come over here and Hoax, he does a lot of basketball too. So I'm kind of figuring out how to make it work with two basketball guys. But I appreciate you guys talking about it and asking about it. A questionable call, says, are we talking about the refs in here yet? Yeah. We didn't like that call upheld against Eli Stowers early. We thought that was terrible. But as Auburn folk, we know that very rarely do calls get adjusted to go against against the other team. Stu Pup says Crocosile is the basketball Pinkston. He's a good one. Feel like a stranger says we need JG Hoops coverage. I appreciate you saying that, G. It's really nice. I mean, I got to find it. Please, God, no. They're going to call that on Xavier. They're going to call that on Xavier Chaplin, aren't they? Here we go. Here comes the chat. Here we go. Good God, here we go. Again. 1st and 10, trying to get something going, and he false starts. 1st and 15. Unbelievable, man. Hit that. Ah, great catch, but he was just out of bounds. I love how number 17 celebrating that. Ooh, I stopped Cam Coleman. No, he still caught the ball in your ass. He just happened to be a little bit out of bounds. Guys, I don't know. That's pretty freaking close. I need to see another angle of this one. I think he's in, man. Are they not going to review this? Okay, they are going to review it. I think that's a catch, dude. Cam thinks it's a catch, too. That's a catch. He caught that. Toomer's Corner, I'm with you. ACC Tiger says the same thing. I am 100% on board. That's a fucking catch. At number 17, she had to do push-ups for celebrating the fact that he just gave up a catch to Cam Coleman and celebrated about it, dumbass. That's a catch. That's a catch. And that's a damn good one, too. That's a catch. Hell yeah. Yeah, 4R Tiger says Cam knew. He sure did, man. Kind of hard to tell from the back angle, but the front angle was very obvious. It's still decent on that angle. This has got to be a catch. And yeah, Toomer's Corner says, what a catch. I don't necessarily know that it has the dramatic effect of that Arkansas catch, but the technical ability involved in that is just 10 out of 10. It's unbelievable. The body control and just the technical ability to shape your body that way, to get your foot down. It's just nuts. Just bananas. See, I think he's actually swinging his foot back because he knows he's got to get it in bounds. He 100% is. That's why he is so sure that he caught that ball in bounds. He's already celebrating, as I would if I had that ability. Small Victory says, we'll get hosed. Guy's been watching a lot of Auburn football. Still not seeing anything on the stats about this. I think it's a catch, too. Stoop Up thinks it's a catch. Robert S. thinks it's a catch. Jack Kirby says, if this thing doesn't get overturned, I'm taking my BYU hat off. Oh, man. I know you said something last week about that. About the BYU thing. Yes, sir. That's a catch. Number 17 should have to pull his pants down and have to walk around the stadium with a little wiener out. That's what he should do as penance for celebrating giving up a catch. Dumbass. God, it's people. The celebration society is just bugging the hell out of me. All right, Cam's at 4 for 65 now. He's getting up there. It's a big-time play. Gets them out of that 1st and 15 hole that Xavier Chaplin put him in. And it also gives Ashton kind of a dose of confidence about throwing the ball deep, you know. Nice tackle right there. Uh-oh, we got the Michael Dyer rollover right there. And that's going to go. That's going to stand. That's a 15-yard run right there. Nice. $1 to Michael Dyer on that bad boy. I mean, it's a great play from that outside backer, but he just kind of rolled over on him. His D never went down. Cobb's at 10 for 74 now. There's another catch for Cameron Coleman. Just like Michael Dyer. Knee never touched. P-Pass says, go after number 17 again. He won't learn. I love the idea. That should have been a face mask right there, I think. Another first down. Ashton's back to being comfortable, isn't he? 19 of 23 for 226. $19 of 23 for 226. How about that? And Cam's got 5 catches now for 70. I like that receiver stack against the boundary right there. That's good gang tackling by Vanderbilt. It's good stuff. 0 yards for Cam, except he does get a catch for it. Jordan says, is this the best passing performance of the year? 100%. For Auburn, it is. Hell yeah. Oh, that was a dangerous throw to Perry. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, that could have been bad. My goodness. Reminds me of that throw right at the end of the Arkansas first half. That went for 6 the other way. Safety wasn't quite as far along on reading that. All right, 3rd and 10 is what we're looking at here. I'm with you, Tripp. Says dinking and diming too much. They weren't doing that in the first half, really. They did throw those seams, but those had a purpose. It was 3rd and 5, running a 6-yard seam route. I can get behind that. Jordan said, I spoke too soon, Jay. You did it, man. He's now 20 of 25. For still the 226. Yeah. 3rd downs, by the way, 4 of 6 and 3 of 5. Same. Scott C says, when is the heartbreak coming? He knows. That guy watches a lot of Auburn football. Yeah, he knows. He knows how that goes. Interesting game so far. This is a best case scenario, in my opinion. I mean, I guess the best case would be 60-0 Auburn, but I just love that you've got a competent offense that's making sense. Quarterback looks comfortable. The running game's been fine. And Small Victories asks for stats on Chaplin. I could get that for you. Let me see if I can do that real quick. It's kind of hard for me to do it when I'm on live TV. But I do have PFF data. Or I should have PFF data. Xavier Chaplin, coming into this game, had 8 penalties, which is by far the most on the offense. The next highest was 4 for Dylan Wade and 3 on Jackson Arnold. You know, quarterback ones are kind of weird. Connor Liu had 3, Singleton had 3, and Jeremiah Wright had 3. And Xavier had 8. And I think he has 2 in this game now. So he's bad. 10 is, I mean, he's far and away. Tackles for loss, by the way, Vanderbilt has 3 now. It's interesting you say that, Toomer's Corner. Auburn's not going to have to wonder about a quarterback next year. We have our guy, sort of. Remember now, he's going to sit out a game to preserve the red shirt to allow him to come back and even play next year. So I guess he's going to sit out the Mercer game, which kind of sucks because you'd like to have your quarterback as in rhythm as possible going into the Iron Bowl. And maybe he can do that in practice. I don't know. Andrew L., last name redacted, says, I'm late to the party, but howdy ho. And a word amigo to you. What's up, buddy? Glad to have you here. Yabo says the quarterback is commanding the offense as opposed to just hopping around and looking like he has to be. That's a pretty good description of how it looked like with Jackson. I don't want to blame Jackson too much, though. I mean, the difference what we've seen week over week here with Ashton, possibly you could have seen that also with Jackson. I don't have any problem with the choice of playing and sticking with Ashton here, but it's probable that Jackson would look even better without having freeze up his ass all the time, you know? Like a little bit of quarterback power there. And Jeremiah had the block, but it just was a little mushy inside. We got a flag down. Probably going to be against Auburn. What's up, Mobile alum? She's in the chat. Word. Glad to see you there. Toomer says, why not pass there? Probably trying to preserve field position for a field goal attempt. We got offsetting personal foul calls. I didn't hate the call, Josh. I hate that it didn't go anywhere, but I like that call usually. A lot of times when you got hyper pursuing second level guys, it's good to run a draw or a power like that. Ooh, Perry's lucky he didn't get it, you know, that went both ways. Kind of threw a punch there. All right, this is going to be a long kick for Alex. Well, that's not true. I keep forgetting he's getting longer now. A month ago, this would have been a long kick for him. 38 yards, he should be able to hit that. Yep. Cash money. doing his thing. There it is. Another 3 points on the board. Usually can't win games kicking field goals in the red zone, but they weren't in the red zone. Well, they were close. They were very close to the red zone, but not quite in, I don't think. So there you go. That drive, by the way, 8 plays, 55 yards, and 209. So kind of a quick strike drive for Auburn on the heels of Vanderbilt's quick strike drive. Of course, they got a tutty, and Auburn got a field goal, but that's the way it goes. Stoop Up says some odd offensive sequencing that half. I haven't noticed too much trouble on that. The third and 10 that we just saw with the quarterback draw was not a popular call in the chat. That's for sure. What's up, Beppo? Good to see you, bud. Trying to see it. Still haven't heard from some folks here. I was expecting to. Alex McPherson, 3 of 3 now. 11 points for Alex is what Ephesians says. Very nice. Diego says the field goals galore has begun. Hard to win games when you're kicking field goals. You're right about that, but you take what you can get. The way this defense has been playing, not necessarily in the second half, but this season, you feel like just offensively just score some points, even if it's field goals. You know what I mean? Luke Duke's in the house. Says, what's going on, JG? Just watching this game. Pretty shocked by some of the things we're seeing on the offensive side of the ball, that's for sure. Actually, a little bit shocked about some things we saw on the defensive side in that last drive by Vanderbilt. A little too easy. And also, right at the end of the first half was a little too easy as well. So, kind of tough. AU88, who was very, very ready to fire Hugh last week. Of course, he was not alone in that. Now says fire Cohen. It's funny you say that. My opinion on Cohen personally has changed a lot in the last month or two. I was a big fan of his probably in the summertime, and now I'm concerned. I'm just concerned about it. I don't like I didn't like the way that the lack of communication on the Baylor decision. I don't necessarily have a problem with the Baylor decision itself, but I don't like the way that he didn't communicate that at all with people. It was weird. And the I am the committee thing is kind of cool. If you want an AD that's kind of, you know what I mean, leading from the front, I like that. But at the same time, like if he screws this up, it's 100% on him. And I don't necessarily trust him to make a great decision, although he may do that. We're just going to have to see. I don't like the idea of, well, we're not going to get a search firm because I'm just going to talk to everybody and I'm going to figure it all out. I'm like, wait, what? So you could hire for relatively low cost a group of people who spend their entire lives vetting coaches and talking about coaches and trying to figure out fits for coaches. And you're just going to ask people. He's made probably 10 hires in his life. You know what I mean? And they've helped with 10 hires each season. But there's also folks in the bunker that thought it would be stupid to have a search firm at all, that it's a waste of money and stuff. So I respect it. I mean, I could be wrong. Beppo says Cohen seems a bit aloof. That's a good word. Aloof is a good word. He's very bright. I will never back away from that. He's really, really smart. And I would never, ever rag him for not putting in enough time in the office. That is not the problem either. But I just think it's like a communication thing. And I feel like he kind of views himself as kind of insulated from the populace in a way. I don't really know how to describe it. But again, it's just my view. I could be wrong about it. All right. 1st and 10 for the Vanderbilt Commodores. They're down 6. Oh, Amaris. Oh, he still made the play, though. 2nd and 12. You know what that means. That's an Auburn tackle for loss. AU88 says he hired Freeze. I mean, did he? I mean, I think he. I honestly don't remember AU88. They were kind of bang things. I don't necessarily think there were a lot of options there. I think there was just a lot of inertia that was leading him to Hugh at the time. I thought the Hugh hire made sense at the time. I look back at it now, and I think it was trouble from the very beginning because I don't think offensively he was ever going to be where he needed to be. I do appreciate the recruiting, though. That's going to make it a lot better for the next guy. We got a third down now, 3rd and 7. This should be a situation where you want to try to get a stop. It's just that it's 3rd and Durkin, right? This is the one area where they tend to have some trouble on longer third downs. And I don't know if you can get to Pavia. That Auburn's pass rush has not gotten there yet tonight too much. They haven't really gotten him in the pocket yet. They have gotten some TFLs wide where he's rushing. Nah, this is going to be another conversion for them. They're now 4 of 6 on 3rd. That's a tough one. Auburn's 4 of 7. That would have been a really... Is this...
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
That just looked like a glitch or something. Like, what the hell? Like, they had a wide receiver 20 yards behind the closest defender, and he just catches it and goes in for a score. Like, what's going on? What is that? Boy, that's oh my gosh. Auburn's defense just yowzers, man. All right, so they get the extra point to go ahead. Now they lead. What in the world happened on that? We need to get a replay on that, guys. Come on. Oh, there we go. More or less all 22 here. Definitely a miscommunication. I'm trying to understand if that's like a cloud. So they're showing cover 2. Yeah, so I think that's a cloud coverage concept or like an inverted cover 3. And it looks to me like Sly is probably the guy who messed that. I mean, he would be by definition. I mean, I don't know specifically if that's the call, but we highlighted a similar play to this a couple weeks ago on the camera eye. And in that situation, the corner kind of covers that flat, and then the safety. Well, let's see what's going on the other end, on the other side of the field. This is probably the same coverage call on the other side. Well, no, if you're going by the other side, that means that Jay Crawford screwed that up. Yeah, guys, I think if that's an inverted cover 3 concept there, I think Jay Crawford's supposed to go deep with that. I think he's supposed to carry that receiver deep. I know we got a few coaches in the chat that might be able to give us some more insight on that one. Let's see. OG Barner thinks that's on Sly. My initial argument would be that it was on Crawford, but I'm not sure. All right. Hey, man, let's just get back to work. Get back to digging. Just got another first down, so that's good right there. Toomer says might not be mirror. That's true. It may not be the same on both sides. They definitely have combo coverages and stuff. I don't see them as often with DJ, but they do exist, and it would be a good way to kind of mess with Pavia or try to. CDF text me to say Java comes in very many forms. All right, Auburn near midfield here at the -49. Not too bad. Updating Ashton here. 22 of 27 for 250. Not sure what was going on with that pass. call that 22 of 28, by the way. Let's see. Our Big Cat says they stopped for nothing. Robert says, Jesus, refs, what are we doing? Intentional grounding. Yikes. It's not great. I mean, 100% he's not out of the tackle box, that's for sure, but there's no receivers over there. Second and 17. Thought that run was going to really blow up there. Ends up being a nice gainer, but not quite an overwhelming success. Third and 10-ish, 9 maybe? Third and 10. The short story on what happened there on the D, Frank, is that you had a miscommunication between the safety and the corner on some kind of a coverage to that side. We're not exactly sure what the call was. Cobb now is at 11 for 81. Wish he could just give his receivers a chance to compete for the ball. But I know he's running for his life. That's a disappointing end to that drive, guys. 5 plays, 24 yards it's just not a good enough retort, man. Could have been a late hit too, but I wouldn't have liked it. Ashton got hit right there in the ribs pretty good after that throw. Here comes Hudson Cock to kick it away again. Not a great punt. They're going to start at the 14. Probably could have been better, honestly. Jordan, what a great question. This might be the greatest question of the season for offensive line. Why can't we block a twist? Kozan and Reese have both been on the air with us this year talking about how the Auburn's trouble with the twists are shocking to them as somebody who's played offensive line a long time. That it's just stuff that you learn in middle school and you perfect in high school. And it's just like, how can, a 24-year-old like Jeremiah who's played a billion snaps not understand how to roll with a twist, right? And Mason Murphy's played a lot of snaps at USC and also at Auburn now. I mean, I don't have a good answer, but I think that it's a big reason why Auburn's passing game sucks. It's been good today. I don't mean to be saying that, but in general is what I mean. Part of it is that the play calling was bad. Part of it's because Jackson's not that guy, and part of it's because the offensive line can't handle twists and gets jacked up all the time on pretty basic concepts. Yeah, Slava Boyko says 6th-year seniors that can't block a twist. I don't know what to tell you about that. You're right. I don't know why. I've never seen it this kind of hard times with that particular problem. Good stop by Woodyard. Going to be 3rd and 5-ish. 3rd and 4 officially. By the way, Pavia is 15 of 17 for 263, 2 touches. He's also rushed for 64. I think Auburn's going to be able to get a stop here, though. He's going deep, and he overthrows the receiver, although Kayan was right there with him. It's going to be 4th and 4. Parker was thinking a stop would be big, and they got it. So that's nice. P-Pass going old school to say, can we call Chubby Checker to help with the twist? You could also call it Fat Boys if you wanted to be a little more modern. But that's pretty clever. I like that. My dad would like that joke. That is a big 3 and out. Oh, it's a bad punt, too. But it's rolling in a way that benefits Vanderbilt. Still going to be a possession at the 36 to start, which isn't too bad. Josh says, does tempo affect our offensive line adjustments play to play? You think it shouldn't. I mean, their tempo in practice is reasonably hot. It's about like what we're seeing tonight. Now, their tempo in games this season in general has been slow, right? Tonight, it's more like practice tempo, which is faster. So it shouldn't do that. But it means Chaplin's always a threat to be offside, and the twists are nothing new. I'm glad that he was able to make that cut because Cam completely whiffed on his block. And Cobb was able to get through the hole quick enough so that pressure from the backside didn't catch him. Nice run by Cobb, by the way. He's getting very close to 100 yards, and he's only got 12 carries right now, 12 for 92. Not going to get very far on that one. On first down, he got nada. Yeah, Slobber really liked that cut by Cobb. I did too. Is really, really good. He's a really good player. All right, 2nd and 10 is what we're looking at here. Oh, he had Malcolm if he had just hung on there for a little bit longer, but we'll still take a first down, +2. Oh, man, Malcolm was gonzo too. I mean, he was absolutely gone. That's a 60-yard touchdown. Frustrating. Everybody's favorite tight ends out there on this one. And I'm not sure what the coverage scheme is on him. They've got 3 over 2 up high. He's not even looking that way. Although I don't blame you throwing to Cam Coleman. I like the little Frankenstein celebration. That was pretty good. Nice. All right, Ashton's 23 of 29 for 271. And Cameron Coleman is now up to 7 catches for 91. Yeah, Spicy P, we're kind of with you, bro. Oh, God, who's this on? I didn't see. I was changing the stats. Cam Coleman did the Undertaker. That was good stuff, man. I said Frankenstein. I'm a dumbass. It's 100% the Undertaker. So who was the bad guy on this false start? I didn't. Oh, I can see this. Miller, too tall. Golly. Nash Tiger says we're going to have 2 100-yard receivers and 1 100-yard runner. There's the 100-yard mark, I think, for Jeremiah. It's going to get him right there, yeah. No, I take it back. Oh, that was Omar. That's why. That will definitely not get Jeremiah any higher. There he is, Cassidy P jumping in from the greater Atlanta area. Says, hey, Drainers, just joining. What have I missed? It's been an interesting game, to say the least. Offense looks much more competent than we expected. Defense has been problematic since the very end of the second quarter. But you keep thinking they're going to get their footing here or get it back. Quarterback power again, or I guess you just call that a draw. You're not really, it's not necessarily a power. 3rd and 5. Ashton is a runner. 14 carries for 66. He's trying to say that Tutal's trying to say that the free safety is clapping to simulate the count, but they're not feeling it. The refs aren't. He had Cam open. He just didn't. Oh, overthrew Jeremiah. If he puts that throw on target where it's not quite as far. Oh, we got a flag, though. Jeremiah feels comfortable it's going to be against his defender. Mr. Golden Hair here. Sister Golden Hair. Got him. You'll never come back from that. Let's see what the infraction looks like here. For some reason, the SEC network has not shown it again. Jeremiah feels pretty confident it's going to be on number 8 here on Goldilocks. Oh, they're pulling the flag up, I guess. Okay. I don't really understand that, but whatever. Bottom line is it's offsetting penalties. Well, he's got Cam, too. I would trust Cam in a heartbeat in that situation where he's in right there. Cam was open twice. Well, he's technically open 3 times on that play. He was open on the first cut in. He was open when he was dragging back out, and then he was open again going to the middle of the end zone. You better get that ball out. It's definitely the right read right there. He's going to go for a fucking touchdown. Yes, he is.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That's a hell of a play. Just picking up yards, man. That was a great read by Ashton. So much pressure coming in, and they were about to blow up the mesh, and he just said, I'm out. I'm dancing in the end zone on a 16-yarder. Hell yeah, he is. Ephesians need an update on points by Alex McPherson. Auburn goes to the 30-point plateau for the first time against a real opponent this entire year. I don't know what Clark Lee's so mad about. Oh, he's calling for a hold. Let's just move on. He tackled him, but let's just move on. I think the chat here would say it's kind of poetic justice that they don't call that, because there's been a bunch of Vanderbilt holds that have not been called tonight. ACC Tiger, I'm with you, bro. He says, Vandy crying because they didn't get one call. 100% true. Ephesians says 12 points for Alex. Good stuff. Hey, listen, Slava, it's not a hold if they don't call it, Big Daddy. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Toomer's Corner, formerly known as our parlay guy. So I heard a friend say Cam or Knight wrote, or Deuce, right behind you, brother, on social media this week. How do they look for next year, Ward Amigal? Gonna have to, he's gonna have to sit for the Mercer game. Ashton is. I'm gonna tell you what, I love the way he looks tonight. God, if Auburn had quarterback play like this all freaking year, who knows what happens? But this is more than just Ashton having a good game, right? This is Derek Nix and his staff putting together a game plan that makes sense and then calling the plays from that sheet, which has not happened this year. Daniels is up to 15 carries for 82. And he's got 2 rushing touchdowns. And like you said, 23 of 29 for 271 passing. Hell of a night for him. And Auburn, a couple of things that I really like here. Auburn's running game has just been very physical tonight. This ain't been that quick screen. They've done a few quick screens, but that has not been their running paradigm. Their running paradigm has been power and counter, going right into the teeth of this Vanderbilt defense, which is pretty good. And Auburn's getting some tonight. Now, defensively, you need to have something go on here. Oh, wow. Running away from Amaris Williams is not easy. It's just what Diego Pavia does to you, man. Stupup says Ashton at least raises the floor for the position next, provided he returns next season. It's probably the first question somebody's got to ask DJ after this game is, what's the plan going to be with Ashton? Because he's only got one game left to preserve the red shirt to then be able to play next season. And they're going to have to do it. Wizard D asks a question we've been asking all god dang year. What does Robinson doing? Talking about Jaquez. What is he doing? I don't know. He's just flying around. aimlessly sometimes. Now, they're going to call personal foul on that one. I'm sorry, DPI on that one. Want to see a little bit more about this. The coverage looked really, really tight. You know, somebody smoking's asking about spies in this game. I don't see one on this play, but we haven't heard a lot on Debo. He was good in the first quarter, and we haven't really heard much since then. What are we thinking on that DPI? Was that legit or no? I think this is way too many stats for Jaquez Robinson, regardless. I like him as a backup. Well, I guess he is technically a backup because Champ's the guy and he's hurt. Missed tackle from Sly right there. All right, that's going to be the end of the third quarter right there. Ryan D says Stowers is a real problem. He is a baller, man. He is a baller. I mean, Diego Pavia is the star, but they don't get what they get without Stowers being such a stud. DJ is really getting pissed off. By the way, just a couple stats. 27 first downs now for Auburn. Let's see, they had 18 in the first half, so they got 9 so far, right? I'm good at math there. 21 first downs for Vandy. Total yards is 451 for Auburn, 420. 420 for Vanderbilt. And I don't see a lot of other numbers worth noting too much, aside from the stuff that we know. Cobb is at 13 for 92 still because Mabson came in for him. I guess they feel like he's been in there enough. And then Cam's 7 for 91. So, yeah, doing pretty good. Wikisaw says, Wikisaw says, what the hell happened to our defense? Kind of really had a fall off there. The last defensive drive, I guess you call it, the last Vanderbilt possession of the second quarter was a disaster, I thought. And it's just been kind of bad ever since then, isn't it? It was really good prior to that. So I'm not sure. I don't have a good answer for what exactly is going wrong. It seems like there's just a lot of Pavia running right now. Like not really designed running, just kind of like pass plays that aren't working quite right, and then he's running, and he's really good at that. Now, that would lend you to think, okay, what about some spy concepts or some cuff concepts? I don't know the answer to that. We have seen DJ go with spy concepts many times this season, so it's not like something that would be out of his wheelhouse. DJ Durkin guy says, be glad you don't have to hear these commentators sucking Pavia off. Yeah, it's nice to not hear that. I mean, I know he's a good player and all, but come on, man, I've had enough. 4R Tigers says Iowa of all teams has just gone ahead of Oregon with less than 2 minutes to go. Keep me updated on that one, buddy. I'm interested to hear about this. I mean, Indiana damn near went down today, got out of it on a 5% chance today of getting back in that game. They did it. We'll see if Oregon can do that too. But Iowa's got a worse offense than Auburn. God bless Hank Brown. He's the backup at Iowa, playing behind a guy who's just terrible. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? He says Pavia ain't bad. No, he's not. He's a good player. You got to give him the whole offense, though, right? You got to just let him do his thing. JD says Iowa is good. I mean, their offense isn't, but they're not a bad team. Their defense is always pretty solid. Yabo says Pavia is so Johnny Manziel. Very similar. They are very similar. Just big talkers and know how to make plays with their feet. Just good players. Guys you hate, but you'd love them if they were on your ball club. Kind of like Cam. I think most people just dislike Cam Newton. But Auburn people don't. You know. There he is, Taylor Zarzer, the legend himself. I knew him back when he was a Mobile radio guy, and a very good one, I thought. Glad to see him moving up. He's definitely one of the good guys. Robert S. says Hank has concrete feet. I think that's fair to say. Remember, was it last year when it was going to bring Hank in? He's going to save us in his Arkansas game, and he threw 3 picks in the first half. It was grand opening, grand closing. Neil Jones says Hank Brown playing behind a quarterback. That's terrible. At least he's already got experience doing that. That's good, man. You're coming along, man. That's good. Pavia getting away from death right there. Good arduous tackle there from Caleb Harris. Don't say that very often. Didn't let him go. Chris Brown says Pavia reminds him of Manziel and also Baker. Yeah, I think he's more Manziel than Baker. Baker has to this day an insane arm. I don't know if Pavia has an insane arm. He's just got a lot of confidence. You know what I mean? He's not like he has a bad arm, though, but the reason he's the star that he is that he just gets away from people. This is definitely a quarterback power, and they're going to go to the house on that. Son of a... Oh, man. Yikes.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Oh, man. I can't believe this. Auburn's offense kind of resuscitated in to some degree. I mean, they've been pretty good tonight, honestly. And the defense this is the worst game they've played. I know Vanderbilt, particularly Pavia, gives you a lot of challenges, so I can't say that I'm shocked, but geez Louise. I know it pisses Durkin off. He's like, God dang it, I got this audition. If we can go up here and steal one in Nashville, that would be huge. And I know I can count on my defense to get this done, and then it's just like, not going to get it done today. Jordan W. says he's just ready for Pavia to move on. I agree, bud. I agree. I think we've seen enough of this guy. I feel like he's been playing college football for 8 years. I bet he has been playing 6, though. That's a good lick from Kayan, but he didn't lock up at all. I don't think his knee came down, so I think that's a tutty. Or as that dude on NBC calls it, a touchy. Not sure I would call it a touchy. Cassidy P says, first time we've given up 24 all year. Yeah, you can definitely say it's the worst performance of the season. No doubt. 434 yards for Vandy right now, 22 first downs. They're 4 of 7 on third. To get that updated. Auburn is 5 of 9. Now, remember, Auburn started off 4 of 4, so definitely tailed off a little bit. But the third down numbers don't necessarily mean everything. They're still scoring the football. And Ashton's having a whale of a day, throwing the ball and running the ball. By the way, Eric Singleton has 10 catches for 102, so you've got a 100-yard receiver there, and then Coleman's probably 1 catch away from getting over 100 as well. It's going to be tough to swallow if Auburn loses this game, to think that you've put together a really competent, good offensive night like this, and then you don't win the game. That's tough. But this game's not over. Long way to go. 14 minutes. Boy, that kick was tailing big time, but he gets it through. 31 for Vanderbilt now. Did not see Vanderbilt scoring 31 points tonight. DJ's out here auditioning for this job, and his daggone defense is falling out. A block was good enough. Not a great block, but enough. Sometimes you just create a minor obstruction. That's enough to get somebody through behind you. Boy, Syracuse head coach Fran Brown, who I like a lot, they're down 38-3. That probably is not real good. They're not very good this year. Syracuse is actually a bad football team right now. Anthony R. says, JG, what's happened to Caleb Harris? Great question. He was probably one of you might even argue, their second best defender last year behind the defensive end from Highland Home, number 15, Keldrick. And this year, probably one of the worst full-time defenders they've got. I know he's hurt. He's got various injuries, and he lives in a yellow non-contact jersey at practice. He's been wearing that pretty much the whole season. So I think he's just brittle. Not all the time, but I think currently he is, and just having to play through it. He's smart and he positions himself well, and so they're willing to take that and deal with some of the missed tackles and just general lack of production, knowing that he's not going to bust. All right, so War Eagle says Oregon now has the ball down 1. And Spicy Pieces, again, Hughes said no to Pavia. I mean, again, Spicy P, he was going to make changes to his staff that I don't think he would have been comfortable with. And we all know that he was going to be the guy calling plays, and that doesn't suggest to me. I mean, I think he would be the kind of guy that would probably get Tom Brady and run him. He would get Lamar Jackson and have him sit in the pocket and throw the ball. I mean, you know what I mean? I think he just does weird shit with quarterbacks. I think he would get the least out of Pavia's talent. Believe me. You probably feel the same way, too. R2M Foley says, JG, bring on Summerall. I would be good with that. I think he's a good coach. Had a big win last night against the hated Memphis Tigers, coached by Ryan Silverfield, who I think will end up at Arkansas. Poppy Clan says, Lego Tigers. My man. ACC Tiger now says Oregon is in field goal range. It's not good. Josh Wu says Hugh wouldn't mix well with Pavia. Dude, Hugh doesn't mix well with anybody, any quarterback. I don't know. There's like some gulf between what he thinks he needs and what he actually needs. War Eagle thinks Oregon's going to win this game. I'm not surprised at all. Fuckers always find a way to win. But when it comes playoff time and it's time to bear down against some of these hard-hitting teams, they're not going to do shit. See, Okra says, I hope we can score again. We kind of got bailed out last time. Let's just see what we can do here. Offense, for the most part, has been real nice tonight. Real nice. 451 yards so far on 60 plays. That's 7.5 yards per play. But the problem is that for Vanderbilt, they've got 434 on 45 plays, 9.6 yards per play. Yikes. So the defense shouldn't be too winded. They've only defended 45 snaps. That's a low number. Jeez, man, that was dangerous. I mean, that blitzer came in so fast that Ashton couldn't even get the ball out. Somebody's got to hit him. I don't know if Jeremiah was supposed to do that or something. 2nd and 10. Oh, shit. Cam just lost the football. Fuck. Oh, man. Well, I think Jeremiah saved the day on that one. Good golly, Miss Molly. Jeremiah, my God, what a save. I don't know how he got that. I'm with you, ACC Tiger. Good golly. All right, 3rd and 7 is what we're looking at there after a big time get by Jeremiah Cobb on that one. Yikes. Ball's out again. Auburn got it again. Looks like Mason Murphy got it. Oh, God, this drive went to absolute poop at the end. My God. 3 plays, 3 yards is not going to get it, guys. Jeez. 3rd downs continue to be a problem. Again, they start 4 of 4. They're now 1 of their last 6. No, I guess Mason didn't get it. I guess Ashton got it back. It's kind of odd to have Bryce Deese in motion for that punt. Great coverage, though. It was a good lick. Man, I just get this feeling like this drive's like this is going to tell the tale right here. Because if Vanderbilt comes right down and scores right here, I don't know, man. It's going to be a tough one. Yeah, A. Robinson thinks this could be a danger zone situation. I kind of tend to feel that way myself. Jordan W. says, our punter is awful. Has he been that bad? Let me look. He's had 3 punts. He's averaging 42. I mean, I'm not saying it's amazing, but it's fine. Your leading tackler is, Woodyard and Caleb and Debo all have 6 each. Jaquez has 5. KN and New Boy have 4 each. That's what we're looking at there. Auburn has -4 yards this period. They had 99 in the first quarter, 193 in the second quarter, 159 in the third quarter, and -4 this quarter. So I'm guessing that's not real good. I love this 2 monitor setup. It's badass. Let's see. Slava Boyko says, JG, does Durkin need to win this game to have a shot at the job? Boy, it would be good. And this isn't over yet. I got to turn this fan down. It's too cold in here. It would sure help. I think he could still conceivably keep the job if he lost this one, but I think he really, really needs this one. I think this is going to be an easier one to win than the Alabama game. I know you're not at home, but it's Vanderbilt. I mean, it's like the home, like the visiting environment is so scary. I mean, the problem with Vanderbilt is this dude right here, number 2. Scott C thinks it's over. User thinks it's going to be Jabba. It's going to be Jabba. Hey, I made a reference on the bunker the other day about how Auburn contacted the wrong guy during the search. I think it was in 2008. It could have been. I'm pretty sure it's 2008. And they literally contacted the wrong school or something. Do you guys remember that story? Because I couldn't remember myself exactly what the situation was. And I talked to Goldberg, Charles Goldberg, the former AL.com legend. And he remembered the story, but he didn't remember exactly what the schools were. For some reason, I thought it was Temple. Like they called Adazio at Temple, thinking that he was somebody else or something like that. I don't know. Pavia going deep right here. He sort of had a receiver. Rayon Strader was right there with him, though. Go to 2nd and 10. But, yeah, that definitely happened. Auburn 100% called the wrong school. But I couldn't. And it was a pneumatic thing, meaning or mnemonic. It was like the name sounded similar or the school sounded similar or something like that. I put that on my Mount Rushmore of Java. I'll get to the bottom of this. One of the old guys like Andy Gribble or Colin Mickle or somebody like that will remember. Luke Britsky, Ross Dellinger, somebody like that. Pressure. They finally got to him. Down. Debo. Get him. Nice. They finally got pressure on him. I'm surprised Debo didn't celebrate more after that. Oh, they got a flag down. Must be something on the defense, I guess. Oh, that's why. God, the one time they actually get on him and they get a face mask for it. Oh, is it on Rashawn? Penalties haven't been a big problem for Auburn today. Just in mass. Well, I didn't realize it was that high. It's 9 for 66 now, so it kind of is a problem. But some of the penalties have just come at just the exact wrong time. And this is a good example. I mean, yeah, it's a face mask. I know, ambitious engineer just can't believe the timing on that. It's crazy. Malik Blockton's a free. Oh, that could have been a pick right there. Nice job by Malik getting free and pressuring Pavia into a bad throw right there. 2nd and 10. It was a face mask, awesome sauce. I don't understand why he'd be doing that. He just kind of was trying to jam him and got his hand up too high, I guess. Been kind of a quiet night for Malik. He got injured in the first quarter, came back, so that's tough right there. But probably like to see a little more production from him. You don't say that very often for him. He's generally a real problem. That's a really creative play from Pavia. And a nice tackle by Debo. He's like, you're not getting any further, bud. No. Small Victory says, where's the intensity? I'm surprised, too. It's not like they shouldn't be super tired out there. 48 plays defended right now. That's not a lot. You think anything under 60, you feel like you should be pretty much ready to go all the time. Smoking Rail says our QB contained his cheeks. It was good in the first half, or well, really the first quarter. Well, you don't like to see Xavier down. Looks like he's going to be okay, though. It's Malik. I'm sorry. I thought that was Xavier. Boy, Malik's this is not like him at all. This is not his personality. Just to be like grumping his way off the field, talking to himself. It's not him. I'm guessing that's that stinger kind of zipping him again. So I guess we go Jay Hardy now at the 3 technique with Dallas Walker playing nose. And you got Keldrick and Amaris out there, looks like to me. No, you got Chris Murray and Amaris. 1st and 10. Oh, that's almost a great play by Elijah. Elijah stepped forward to try to take on that block, and it would have clogged up that hole, but he just kind of sidestepped it to try to make a play on Pavia, and Pavia used the block to slide under him. It was a nice play. But I like the recognition by Elijah. Oh, ooh, Jay Crawford with a last-second intervention there. Otherwise, that one was going to the house. Auburn's defense looked a little confused right there when they were aligning. All right, 3rd and 5. I feel like this is a pretty important play right here. I just felt like this drive is really a kind of a money drive for Vanderbilt. Let's see what Auburn's showing. Auburn is showing 1 deep. Oh, my goodness. That whole half of the field is – I just don't understand how that happens. The whole half of the field was just wide open. These Vanderbilt people. Come on, man. Y'all are posers. Period. Toomers thinks that's a pick play. They called the Raiders for a pick play on Thursday for a touchdown. Took a touchdown back. Oh, that's a nice throw from Pavia. So gentle with that toss. All right, 1st and goal for the Commodores here at the 6. You get the feeling like a touchdown here would really put Auburn in a bad place. Auburn's defense not ready to give up yet, though. That's a no-gain play. What's up, Pipe? How you doing? Says JG. Don't take any shit. I saw that, I don't know, Purdue played a kind of a credible game today. Definitely better than they would have played last year. It was like 31-10 or something like that. It's not bad. Ohio State's really good. Wish you got to see some more wins, though. Reynolds says this is agony. I know. You just feel like it's so winnable, right? And it would be such a cool story. Well, they're loaded up on the right side, aren't they? Oh, nice play by Jay Hardy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Just gobbling them up. Great play right there. Stepping in for Malik, too. It's a nice benefit or a nice boost. He just came in so quickly and that puller couldn't get to him. Nice job. Interesting story on Jay Hardy where he really wasn't playing here very much the first time he signed with Auburn. Then he goes to Liberty and plays a good amount. And he gets in the portal and goes back to Auburn now where he was a backup. But playing now. We got Darion Smith playing 3 technique right now. Number 44. Oh, nice call. Fuck. That's not good.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
It's a good call. It's a good call. I respect good calling, good play calls, and I am going to play the danger zone.
Danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Yeah, this is danger zone right here because if they go get this PAT, which they'll probably get, right, they go up 8. I mean, I guess it's still in play. And Auburn's offense has been pretty good today, but don't got much margin for error at this point. Not much at all. 38-30. 38 points. Auburn hadn't given up more than 24 all year, and they give up 38. 38. Did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. I could have seen Auburn lose this game 24-10 or something like that, but did not see 38. Did not see it. Wizard D thinks he saw a delay of game on that one. And Mike says that's it for the DJD sycophants. Hey, man, like, yeah. Theus says Auburn is soft AF. It's been like this. Well, defensively it hadn't been, but yeah, I don't like this. They look tired, and they've only defended 55 snaps, which is actually getting up there now. But I mean, 55 plays still isn't that much. I mean, once you get above, I don't know, once you get above 70, that is quite a bit. But and they'll probably hit 70. But at this point, this shouldn't be so messed up. Frank G says 65. Xavier Chaplin's false start at the first and goal from the 2 changed this game drastically. Going up 21-3 would be so different than 17-3. Fuck that guy. Okay, very good. Wiki says, I mean, if this prevents our idiot admin from hiring Durkin, then I guess it's all worth it. Okay. Spicy Piece is 38 points and someone's complaining about a delay of game. Get off my lawn. Sports fan says my wife just left me. That's tough, man. That's tough. D Lucky says not faster about Vanderbilt. I think somebody said something about they're surprised that Vanderbilt's been beating Auburn so fast, using their speed to beat Auburn. D Lucky says they're not faster. We're just getting beat by alignment. Interesting. Oh, very rude. Eric says your wife just showed up at my house. Wow. That's tough. That's tough right there. Things I wouldn't say to a kid's face for 200, Alex. Like that. We're having some fun in the chat deciding if we hate DJ or like DJ still. I don't know. Some people are confused. A little confusing. You're so confused. Oh, no. Wrong one, dummy. Did I not send that? I thought I did. I did. Huh. Wow. Hoke was just tweeting that that's 5 touchdowns and 6 drives for Vanderbilt. Is that right? Jeez. I didn't realize it was quite that bad. I mean, I'm watching every play. I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. And Hoke was talking about how the face mask to negate Debo's sack of Pavia was a really huge play, which I don't think I've respected that enough. We've talked about the false start on Chaplin ruining that 1st and goal from the 2, but I think that face mask, that was a big one. That would have put them in a huge hole, and instead they get a 1st down out of it. So that's a tough one. I'm not sure why they're highlighting Keldrick there. I think Keldrick was playing his responsibility. Someone's got to scrape outside of him and have that tailback. JB says, we scored 30 points and we're still getting beat. Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, bro. Been doing a lot of those quarterback runs like that. I mean, I understand it. It's kind of a running play that hits hard and you don't got to worry about pullers and run-throughs and all that kind of stuff. It keeps it pretty simple. You can get a lot of down blocks on it. But it puts Ashton in harm's way all the time, and you really don't want to lose Ashton at this point. So I don't know. Nice throw to Cam Coleman, who's out in the open field a little bit. Oh, man, he was so close to breaking that one for a long gain. All right, he's going to be going over 100 now. Eric's at 102. Cam's now at 9 for 120. He's hurting on that ankle, though. There goes Jeremiah. Jeremiah's over 100 now, too. They're still a little bit behind on the stats here. I don't know what his actual numbers are going to be. I got Daniels at 25 of 32 for 300 exactly. Wow, there you go. 300-yard passer. Never thought we'd see it. But there it is. And Jeremiah is now officially at 14 for 102. So you have consummated the Holy Trinity, honestly, where you've got a 100-yard rusher, you have a 300-yard passer, and 2 100-yard receivers. Eric, I don't have room to put him on there, but he's got 10 catches for 102, so that's pretty good. Looks like number 1 kind of ran into his teammate right there. Might have gotten concussed. I like that awesome sauce. Small Victory says, respect for Cam. He's giving it his all. He really is, man. I think he's hurting out there. Mabson in there now. A tailback. Poppy says, so many nerds in the stadium. How are we getting beat by a team of nerds? There's some truth to that, my man. There is some truth to that. Oh. Not doing that. Princess Kate is getting the smack on that one. Good golly. That was a very interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Now I understand. Oh, see, I wouldn't get up from that. I'd be in bed for a week. He just gets right up. No problem. Did you see the split between Preston Howard and the left tackle on that? I mean, he was like actually had his shoulder pads on the guy's butt cheek. That's how close it was. I guess it was like, there shall be no one get in between you and me on this. Yeah, somebody asking about who let the Nazis in the chat. Yeah, I banned that handle immediately. So once that thing rolls off the page, which looks like it already has, it's over. Sorry about that. Not cool. Ashton Daniels looks like he's hobbling a little bit now. Took a hit on that last throw. Looks like the guy kind of stepped on his foot or something. It wasn't really a dirty play. He's trying to go to Cam. Cam. No. Did he catch that? Did he catch that? Fucking shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Holy shit. Oh my God. He's had 2 plays tonight that are just not human. Right in front of Jason Caldwell, too. I hope Jason got that. Cam is now, says 10 catches for 143. That doesn't sound right. I think he has 11. Wow. That was an amazing play. They're going to go for 2 now. We've talked about how they needed to go for 2 previously, and now they're going to make that right. Let's hope they can get this bad boy. Holy shit, he just did it again. This guy is a machine, man. Oh, my God. And he's doing this on a bum ankle, too. Insane. Got a super chat coming through from J-Dub. Says, Bridget and Johnny love you. Of course, this is Bridget typing. Love you guys. I actually was texting J-Dub earlier about if he could come over for the show today. And he's like, I'm in Destin. Oh, my bad. Hope y'all are having a good time down there. Hanging out with some cool people that I know. I.e. your mom and your dad. 3rd down, by the way. 5 of 10 and 6 of 9. I just can't believe some of the stuff we're seeing tonight. This is insane. He's made, I guess the 2-point conversion was a really good catch. But the other 2 are just not human. They're like cyborg plays. I don't even know how to describe that. Those are 2 of the most amazing catches I've ever seen from an Auburn Tiger in the same game. How about that? Unbelievable, man. And Stu Pup making a great point that I know you've been making all night. How, knowing what we already knew about number 8, why is he not getting these opportunities every single game, right? I mean, it's just, God, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Whew. Yeah, Reynolds says Cam Coleman is not of this planet. He's something else. Wow. Hey, man, the good news is that this is a really fun game to watch, and Auburn's actually competitive against a good ball club, so that's great. That's part of it's great. The bad part is, and the offense is surprisingly great. 527 yards now, 31 first downs. I mean, that's pretty good. But the defense is having some problems. Great coverage from Woodyard. And it's going to be incomplete. Nice job. Scott C. puts it very, very plainly. Defense needs to nut up. I like that. Nut up. Nut up. 2nd and 10. Let me get some updated numbers for some of these players. Ashton's now 27 of 34 for 330. My goodness. Oh, and he got the 2nd touchdown, too. Of course, got to give him credit for that. Oh, God, what a lick. Jaquez Robinson knocked that boy down, man. He's not getting up, at least not quickly. He's thinking about his life choices for a moment. I think he's concussed, dude. He don't look like he's ready to get up yet. Boy, that was an absolute lick right there. Junior Rosegreen would give him a fist bump for that one. Sheesh. That was a lick. DCFG blah, blah, blah says this is one of the best games I've watched all year. Win or lose, I won't complain. This is a terrific game. I agree with you. We finally get treated to a good one, because Auburn's been so frustrating. And just kind of like limp dick a lot, but not tonight. Just wish the defense could get a few more stops, Scotty Pieces, don't let little baby Jesus, don't let Cam Coleman leave us. I mean, I think that people on the bunker are like, he's gone. Don't assume that. Don't assume that. Chris M thinks that's going to be broken ribs for Stowers. It's good that he's not playing because he's their best receiver, certainly. I'm a big fan of these, I guess what you call like jumbo packages that Vanderbilt uses. I would do that if I was a coach. 3rd and 1, by the way. Oh, nice lick by Eric Winters, but I think he still is going to get. We'll see where the mark is. No, they're marking him short. Great play by Eric Winters, the freshman from Enterprise, Alabama. He's kind of a backup safety, but he made a starting play right there. Looks like Vanderbilt's going to go for this 4th and half a yard, and if they don't get it, Auburn's going to have some tasty possession right there around the 30. Now with Pavia, I would not. I wouldn't be too scared about that. For Vanderbilt, I would do this. He got it. It's a cool play. It's a play they hadn't run tonight. Kind of like faked a toss, and then he had an option to go in. So it's a variation of a QB power read, but just looks different, He's still got the pullers, and instead of just faking the handoff, he fakes the pitch. Wow. 6 of 10 for them on 3rd down now. They did get the 4th down conversion there, though. That's a pretty gutsy call there, honestly. I think a lot of people would have a hard time with that one, making that call. Wow, he had another gear there, didn't he, Alexander? Like his first couple steps weren't that fast, but man, steps 3, 4, 5, 6 were he gone. Got Auburn for a 1st down right there. No, not a 1st down. Oh, Jarquez is grabbing his knee there. They're already kind of short at safety. That's why Jarquez is playing so damn much. So if he's down, that means you're going to have to go to Eric Winters and New Boy probably full-time at this point. You have to really trust those guys. Champ is out, of course, for this whole game and has been infirmed really for a while now. First with the thumb and now with the other stuff. And Jarquez might be okay, though. Ooh, that's of dubious concern there. Looked like he might have just kind of fallen down on purpose. He's talking to Champ over there about it. B. May says he hates that Vandy's booing the injury. It did look pretty fakey to me, I'm going to be honest with you. He was kind of running off the field and just kind of went down. All right, so we've got a 2nd and 1 here. They're about 15 yards, 13 or 15 yards from their field goal range or their career field goal range. I feel like Auburn's probably just trying to play for holding, make the field goal take a long one. Oh, Debo with an absolute lick. Oh, that was yummy. That was nice. Also, Darion Smith's playing again. I'm interested to know like what the story is on that. I mean, I like Darion Smith, but this is an interesting choice for him to be playing nose guard right now. I don't know if Dallas Walker's hurt. Jordan Crawford would be a guy I'd be considering playing there. Although we haven't seen a lot of Jordan Crawford lately. Yeah, Prison Mike's kind of wondering about that a little bit. The staffing there is a little curious to me. They're at 61 snaps defended, so I mean, Dallas Walker's, he is not a Montravius Adams where he plays every snap. He's a guy that plays, he gives you like 30 good snaps. But Darion, I think of him more as like a 3 technique. So I'm surprised he's there. Yabo says, need a stop here so bad right now. I completely agree. So this is big. I'm going to go ahead and take a really quick break just because we got this big moment coming up. Be right back. All right, back to it. Shovel blast loading is what D. Lucky says. Just to take advantage of Auburn's very aggressive pass rush would be an interesting idea. So we've been live for almost 4 hours. It's my first break. Not too bad. Made it quick. Awesome Sauce says he's shooting the gaps, Darion's really good at that. Very, very quick. But he's not the kind of guy that I would expect could hold a double team, there at the point of attack. But doesn't look like Vanderbilt's doing a whole lot of that. I haven't seen a ton. I think I hear an animal. Guess my cat wanted to come in. All right, here we go. 3rd and 3. This is a big, big time moment right here. Big time moment. Yeah, SR71 says, is it a problem that our front's getting so much penetration that they're overrunning the ball carrier? Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, it's kind of an unusual problem, but it is a problem. All right, Stowers back on the field. I'm guessing that's who they're circling down there. Looks like they're going to put New Boy on him. I don't like that matchup. That's going to be a race to see if they can get to Pavia before he can get that ball out. That's not. Yeah, it is him. Auburn's got that covered. Oh, but not that one. It's going to be a face mask. It's going to be a face mask on Auburn. I can almost guarantee that's what that flag's for. They did a great job of covering Stowers, but the other guy that was inside of him, he was able to slip that into that little window. I don't know that regular quarterbacks would have the balls to make that throw. But as we know, Diego Pavia, number 28, Kensley. It's a tough one, man. Hey, buddy, come here. Yep. It's unfortunate, but that is an incredibly ballsy throw, dude. He's got defenders coming in on that receiver from both directions. Every coach on earth would be like, don't throw it, don't throw it, don't throw it. Oh, damn. I will take it. You guys, the chat is seeing a lot of holds that are not being called. This has been kind of a recurring theme for Vanderbilt tonight. Some people saw Key Crawford getting pulled down on that last play. Oh, Key Crawford ain't getting pulled down right there. That kid made the bad decision of running into Key Crawford and getting his ass handed to him. DJ looks like he's still having fun, though. That's good. I mean, hey, his defense has not been perfect tonight, but I still feel like they're competing and they're still laying a hit. I mean, big-time lick on Stowers early to knock him out of the game. That was a nice lick right there. Debo had a lick on the quarterback just a little while ago. That was a nice hit. So, I mean, they're still hitting. They still look like they're chomping at the bit to get physical. 63 snaps defended now. Let's see. Thea says the DBs are ass. I don't know, man. Haven't played great tonight. I don't know if they're ass, though. I feel like Auburn has a lot of, like, nickels, but not a lot of safeties that can change the game for you. You know what I mean? And hopefully Braylon Womack is the kind of player that can do that and be that guy. What's up, bro? How you doing? You nervous? I think my cat's nervous. He wanted to come up here and talk about the game. Let's see. 11 penalties for the Auburn Tigers. Only 2 for Vanderbilt. I guess they're very they follow the rules. They're rule followers. 2nd and 10. That's really nice run defense again. I respect Key trying to get that ball out. He and Debo were both trying to strip that ball. 3rd and 8. Looks like Auburn's going to call another timeout, trying to preserve that last, at least an opportunity for that last possession to respond to whatever Vanderbilt's able to put together here on 3rd down. They're still in field goal range. It's close to that kicker's career long. I think they're like 4 or 5 yards inside of that, but this dude wears girl pants, like hot pants that girls used to wear in the 80s, so I'm not sure I would trust him. Jordan says 2 penalties and no holding calls on Vanderbilt is a crime. Yeah, 2 penalties for 10 yards, and Auburn's got 11 for 86. How about that? Auburn still has 31 firsts. They have 29, so 527 total yards to 515. I think my cat wants out again. Hey, bro. I don't know about the hot pants, man. Just not feeling it. Damn, Slava Voyko says, if Durkin doesn't get a stop here, I'm out. Like, the whole thing just comes down to this. I got you. His whole candidacy comes down to this. Let's see. Yabo's looking for a full blitz here, playing bandit. It looks like they're going bandit here. There's a lot of dudes on the line of scrimmage, man. This is very much a gamble. Let's see if they back out of it. They did not back out of it. They did not back out of it, and he's still going to. No, they're going to call him short. He's going to be a yard short. Shut your ass. But this is definitely makeable field goal range here. Look, Frank G's got he's got the receipts. He's got all the penalties that Vanderbilt's committed and haven't been called for. I like it, though. That's why we have the best chat. I love it. I love that Pavia is like making up yardage here. Yeah, it's 1st down. No, it's not. It's not. You can't just roll your way to a 1st down, Poppy. Man, this is a tough one here. Auburn's done so much on offense. This is the first time we said this in conference play. It's kind of like the defense has been the limiting factor here. You got a 100-yard rusher, 200-yard receivers, a 300-yard passer. You've got 31 first downs, 527 yards. Done a lot of work, and it's mind-blowing. If Auburn's offense had played like this the whole year, it would have never happened. I mean, it just wasn't going to happen. Are they going to go for this? Like, I respect and appreciate Vanderbilt being so swashbucklery, but this is just stupid. Put the points on the board and get over it, man. Like, I can't believe they're doing this. I just couldn't do. I couldn't sign on for this. What an absolute fuck up right there. That I'm happy about it. I mean, I'm thrilled with it, but that is stupid. That is coaching malpractice right there. And if I was a Vanderbilt fan, I'd be so pissed. Now I hope Auburn gets down here and kicks a field goal, wins this fucking game because, oh my God, what are they doing? Why wouldn't you just kick the ball and get ahead? I don't understand. That's not a long field goal attempt. Why would you not go? Why would you not kick that? I'm sorry. Am I missing something? What am I missing here, guys? Oh, my God. I wish there was a Vanderbilt message board that was big enough. You know what I mean? Like, for us to see what it was really like. It would be great. Perry Thompson catches a ball right there on first down. It's going to be 2nd and 3. We go under a minute now on a counting clock. No timeouts for the Auburn Tigers. Probably got about 30 yards to get into the field goal range. You'd feel comfortable. And guess fucking what? Too tall with a legal procedure. Oh, my God. And do they do runoffs? Oh, man. $12 penalties. 12 for Auburn and 2 for Vanderbilt. Ryan D says, I just can't with this OL, man. Oh, my goodness. 2nd and 8. No timeouts for Auburn here. No timeouts for the Auburn Tigers. But they do got a quarterback that I feel comfortable with right now. Nice catch there by Perry again. It's going to be 3rd and 2. I don't understand this dinking and dunking just yet. I guess they're making sure that they don't give Vanderbilt the ball back. In regulation, I should say. Now they're going to lay on him and not let him get up. Now, they're really only one good pass play here from being in Alex's range. You know, you need like a 15-yarder and then just get out of bounds. Okay, they're going to spike it. So they're at the minus 46. I'm guessing to get to Alex's range, you'd have to get – oh, they got Connor. Connor's got a much longer leg. He can kick it longer. You want to get this ball to the 35 to 30-ish. So you're going to need a 20-yard pass play right here. I mean, that's still asking a lot. I would just throw it up to Cam, I think, and just say, hey, man, make a play for me. Oh, there's a late pass interference call. That's going to help. Oh, did Singleton get hurt on that? Fuck. Slava Boyko says I need to get to 35 to give McPherson a chance. I don't think McPherson can hit from there. I think you would have to go to Connor Gibbs and just hope for the best. Connor definitely has more distance on his kicks. I don't trust him as much as I do Alex, but I know he can get it that far. I don't know that Alex can get it that far. Yeah, that's definitely pass interference there all day long. Okay, so this gets them to the plus 40-ish, maybe plus 39. I'm sorry, plus 44 is what I was thinking. My bad. They're at the 43 regardless. Oh, mother flipper, man. That should have been – that's a bad throw, though. I mean, you can't really expect Preston to get that one. Here's what I would do. I'd run one more out route and try to get out of bounds, and then you just give Connor a chance to kick a 55-yarder or something. I mean, there's really not a lot. He'll get the ball. He'll get the ball there. I'm not saying it'll go through the wickets, but he'll get it where it needs to go. Alex can't hit this. I think Connor might be able to. Not from here. They need to get another 5 yards, but I would give him a shot. Why not? Ryan D, I don't know, man. I think that's too high. I think that pass is too high. I mean, yeah, Gronkowski probably catches that, but and Brock Bowers, but not just regular people. And that's just not my feeling about it. Ephesians, I don't think that's on Preston, bro. I think B Mace is right. I think it's better off that he drops that anyway, because if he catches it, he's going to land on his ass for like a 6-yard gain, and the clock's running. So we got a problem there too. JD says he thinks they're going to go for a Hail Mary, which when you've got Cam Coleman on your team, it's not a terrible idea. It looks like DJ was going over to talk to or said something in the direction of Cam Coleman. I don't know if it was right to him or it was to the guys there in general. All right, let's see. We got Malcolm and Cam high. You've got Perry and I'm guessing Singleton low. No, you've got Preston and Perry low. Plus you got a very interesting alignment here defensively. They don't have a single defensive lineman in the game, and they've got 3 guys stacked here at the left tackle. That's a pretty liberal interpretation of 1 second left, but whatever, it's fine. I think that ball hit the ground with the 2 seconds left, in my opinion. I mean, why don't you just run Connor out there and let him give it a shot? I mean, I've seen him hit kicks like this. I've also seen him miss kicks like this, but well, shit, they are like you'd be kicking from a midfield, huh? He's probably not going to hit that. No, it's too far. My bad. If they were like 5 yards further, I would probably give Connor a chance, but not from there. All right, so they're just going to go deep. Might as well. I mean, you got Cam. That's going to go right into the sweet spot. Oh, it's going to get knocked down, though. All right, we go to overtime, boys and girls. We go to overtime. Yeah, Ryan Deese is not even... Why did I screw up my Vanderbilt logo, dumbass? What am I doing? Jay, what are you doing? Let's see. Slava says 60-yard field goal. Ryan Deese is not even trying it. And Slava says they aren't making a 60-yard field goal. You're right. You're probably just as good throwing up a Hail Mary and hoping that Cam Coleman can do some of this superhuman shit. I mean, that's like a 5% chance probably. And Connor Gibbs hitting a 60-yarder is probably a 2% chance, so it's a better idea. DCS says, what a game. What a game. And Stupups is not a bad throw. Not at all. On that last throw, like the Hail Mary was really nicely done, put in a perfect spot. SR71 says, no way we win in overtime. I don't understand what that means. Come on now, SR71. What are you doing, bro? All right, so going into overtime, let's get some of these numbers updated. He is now 30 of 40. Good golly. For 353. Man, this is crazy. Jeremiah's at 14 still carries. Daniels is at 18 carries for 89. God bless if he could just get you know what I mean? If he could just get 11 more yards, you'd have another 100-yard rusher. 200-yard rushers and 200-yard receivers in the same game. I bet that hadn't happened in Auburn in a minute. And Cam is now, 10 for 143 still. Okay. Eric thinks it should have been PI on the Hail Mary. Feels like Cam was very obviously messed with. Yeah, B. Mays is right. He says they don't call PIs on Hail Marys. I mean, you just kind of don't, right? It's just too much. Now, had they called that, I think he would have been in Connor Gibbs' range. Jesse would like to see a turnover on Pavia here, like to force him into one. That would be pretty clutch. And also, War Eagle thinks that Perry was pancaked. Again, they don't usually call it on that. It had to be super, super egregious. Stephen C. says, this is the most stressful game I've seen in years. Gunner says this one's not on the offense. They have definitely done their job. 550 yards in regulation, 33 first downs, 6 of 12 on third down, which is fine. I mean, shit for them, that's really good. Because we had a game not too long ago where they didn't convert one for the whole goddamn day. 6 of 12 for Auburn and 7 of 12 for them on third down, getting those updated. Everything else is fully updated now. Let's see. D. Lucky says, play for the win, whatever happens. And then Cassidy P is on board, says no time for conservatism. I like that. I just don't. I just cannot believe that. I can't believe they didn't kick the field goal. I'm just absolutely baffled. I mean, it's just not even possible. What am I missing, guys? Are you guys just shocked like I am that they didn't try it there? I just can't believe it. I got to be missing something. Yes, 550 yards, Jordan. They have, to be fair, they have 519, but you know, I kind of expect Vandy to have a good day offensively, but you don't expect Auburn to do that. This game hasn't been stressful to me. It's just been interesting. I don't know. Cam Coleman's just been superhuman, and Auburn's defense is not been great today, but it's been resilient. I feel like they continue to fight. They've defended 66 snaps right now to Auburn offense has run 76, so that's, you know, it's decent difference there, different delta, some would say. Obviously, the big story is, you know, DJ kind of playing for his job, if you want to call it that. I don't necessarily know that a loss here like rules him out, because we have seen that the ball club's playing better overall. I mean, for sure. Offense is way better. Defense not as good, but they're playing hard. All right, here we go. Overtime starting right now. 25-yard line for Vanderbilt. Pavia with a throw to nobody on first down. Xavier Atkins was concerned that he might have been called for something there, but once he saw he wasn't, he was good. Yabo says he doesn't think this game's been super stressful either. I haven't been stressed, really. I mean, it's just been kind of enjoyable in a way. Mike says DJ has a job somewhere else next fall. I don't know about that. Well, he's going to get plenty of job offers one way or another, either at Auburn or somewhere else. So he's done some great work this year. Spicy P thinks 17 is so good. Yeah, I think he's the most important player on defense, even more so than Keldrick, who I think is a terrific player and a great leader. I don't know that Xavier's a great leader necessarily, but he's a damn good player. Let's see. JD says, if Durkin is a serious candidate for the job, then we have bigger problems as a program. I'm confused about that statement. I think he's great. I don't know. I don't know that he's my number one guy, but he's good. Rich Anvil says, I want to go to a bowl. I'm stressed. Now I get it. Okay. Now I get it. I wasn't even looking at it that way. I mean, I don't know. I just, in my mind, I've just kind of given up on a bowl. But no, he's certainly still in play, particularly a win here. So I get it. Yeah, good point. Chipper says, entertaining. He's already given up. Entertaining losing football is better than dog shit losing football. That's true. Yeah, entertaining's good. DCF says, I genuinely think if we fired Freeze early and started Daniels, we would be a top 15 team. I just don't know that. I mean, because I thought he was cooked. What was it? Maybe the Georgia game. But see, they were never going to fire him after the Georgia game. They'd be like, well, it's Georgia. Like, well, I know. But the problems that we had were still a major issue then, just as they are now. They've had some success throwing that little, if it's a stop or it's a little bit of a cross, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but they kind of slow down right in front of Auburn's zone defenders, and they're not playing forward quickly enough. And so that throw, I think Pavia's hit that throw 10 times today, some version of it, where it's a stop route right in front of the zones. And to me, it seems like Auburn's zones are a little deeper than they've been in the past. Bryce Diaz back in the game again, playing de facto end here. He's just the EMOL. He's not actually a lineman, but he's responsible for outside leverage. Oh, that's a nice play by Vanderbilt. Give him credit. A little pop pass. DJ Durkin guy with a super chat says, I'm stressed as Falk.
Is pimping easy?
Big Daddy Kane would say it ain't easy.
Got to play this.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
All right, there we go. Vanderbilt scores a touchdown on their first drive on a little pop pass. I thought it was looking good there. I thought Auburn was about to crowd Pavia so much that he couldn't throw the ball. But at the end of the day, that was part of the plan, and he kind of popped up and put it right on the money to a wide open player there standing in the middle of the end zone. And the extra point's good. So 45 on the board now, although the numbers change a little bit. When you get in overtime, it's kind of like, whatever. Auburn did give up 38 in regulation, which defensively is just not good enough. Boy, Dallas Walker thought he really had that tailback, didn't he? He gobbled him up. Ben says he wants to see Auburn score and go for 2. Now, I think that would be in keeping with what D. Lucky was saying earlier, and also Cassidy P. Also, TND says he would do the same thing. Just try to eliminate and end this bitch right here. It's an interesting idea. I don't think anyone on the Auburn side of this battle would begrudge DJ doing that. I think it would be in keeping with his promises for upgraded aggression and just kind of going after it. You know what I mean? I like it. I'd also like to see Preston Howard make a big play in overtime. That'd be pretty sweet. Okay. Ash did a nice job of scrambling and opening up some time. I feel like if his receivers have 6 or 7 seconds, somebody's got to get open. And it just didn't look like anybody got open. So we go to 2nd and 10 now. Wisconsin gets the win today. I think just this week they said they're not going to fire their coach, even though they're sucking. But they're happy to beat Washington. Jeremiah with a nice run there, bumping his numbers up. 15 for 112 now. Ashton now 30 for 41 after that throwaway ball. Not his fault, really. 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. They can still get a first down here. without getting in the end zone. Actually got some decent push on the offensive line there. Now, that was only a 2-yard gain, maybe 3, but he had some run to room there. Like he was able to, he didn't have to make a move until he was 2 yards deep. That's pretty cool. Like Jeremiah wants to get out of there. 16 carries now for 115. Going to Omar. Omar looks like he's playing like a de facto slot position here. Boy, number 2 really did a nice job of closing in on Singleton there. Took advantage of his angle. It's going to be 3rd down now. Third and 7 still. Got 3 yards on the first down carry. And then 0 yards on the quick screen to Eric Singleton. They're in a doubles formation now. That I think that route was open on the little slant there, and I think Ashton just missed the throw. I think that route was open, though. All right, 4th and 7. It comes down to this, man. Going 3-by-2. Nobody in the backfield. All right, here we go. They've got 6. Now they got 5 in the box. And DJ's going to call a timeout there. Make sure they got the play they want to do here. I'd like to see a replay of that throw on 3rd down to see if that throw was actually open, because I think it was. Looks like D. Nixon. He's like coaching in the dark up there. How'd they give the guy some light? Jeez. Coming down to this, I'm actually getting kind of nervous now. I wasn't at any point previous. That's just tough, man, when you got everything riding on this one player. There's Jesse Stone talking to Ashton. Love to see a win right here for DJ. That would be amazing. It's a great reclamation story, but I know some other people maybe don't feel that way about it. Cats DP says, wait, why do I have numbers after my name? I think that YouTube changed something like maybe a month ago or 3 weeks ago. Interestingly though, Cassidy P, I don't think this happens on the blend, does it? I don't think we have this problem on the blend, so maybe it's some kind of a setting I need to change here, but I didn't change anything on purpose. I feel like on the blend, your name shows up like normal. I don't know why. I think folks had to go in and change it. Here we go. 2 tight ends. Interesting. With Preston and Tate in there. You've got Singleton as your de facto X here, and then you've got Cam as your de facto Z here. Cam's got one-on-one bandit coverage. I would definitely try that. No, they backed into it. They backed into having a safety on him. Oh. These little dudes trying to shit talk Cam Coleman, they need to get the fuck out. Like, you got to be kidding me. That's the best player in the stadium without a doubt. I don't care who Pavia is. Cam Coleman's the Terminator. Anyway, Auburn falls short in overtime. Frustrating situation there. He thought he saw, because he thought he had Cam one-on-one, and then at the snap, that safety just bailed and kind of capped the route, and then he couldn't go there, and then he just kind of ran out of time and said, fuck it, I'll throw it up to number 8 because he's superhuman. It's rational thinking. Yeah, he's just going to bail out. We're watching the replay right now. The Goldilocks is going to back out. And so all of a sudden, it's kind of acting like a cover 2 back there. And at that point, Cam's just either got to make a superhuman play or draw an OPI, a DPI, excuse me. And I personally don't think, I mean, he did have his hands around him, but it looks kind of light. I don't know. And they don't really want to call that like in such a key moment, you know, like a DPI like that. 4R Tigers thought that was a bad throw. Yeah, I just didn't think he had a chance on that one. It's thrown a little too far. Let's see. Steve says, JG, who was the last quarterback who won 3 games against Auburn during his career? Wow, that's unusual, right? I don't know if that's happening. I don't know if that's happened before. I'm sorry. I was reading the comments while I was answering. Dang. That sucks, dude. Sucks. I'm with Daniel on this. He says stock's still up for Durkin IMO. Some people are going to say, the people who are the ones and zeros people are going to say, okay, yeah, he lost. Let me turn this light on real quick. They're going to say, well, you know, he lost, and that's on the bad side of the ledger for him as a candidate for this job. But man, I don't know, dude. I really like the fight I saw from this ball club. I mean, they've been dead from the neck up in a lot of games this year, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, and I didn't feel like they were that way at all today. I feel like Auburn was balling all the way through. Now, defensively, some stuff went on today that I was just not winning football, without a doubt. And offensively, I would give them as a letter grade probably a B or a B plus. I mean, you finish with 353 yards receiving. You end up rushing for 210, 563 yards, 34 first downs. I mean, there's a lot of good things that went on. Vanderbilt finished with 5 tackles for loss, which is kind of a lot in some ways, but considering that Auburn routinely gives up 8 to 12, that's really not bad. Let's see. Slava Boyko says the defensive performance was the concerning part. Defense shit themselves tonight. I didn't like the way that I feel like there were too many moments in the second half where you needed a stop and they just weren't there, and they have been. They have been, and they just weren't today. So Chipper says Durkin's unit wilted in the biggest moment. Not a good look. Freeze leaving allowed the offense to function normally. I think that's probably the number one thing we take from this game, right? And a lot of us have had this hypothesis for a while now that Hugh was the bottleneck on the whole offensive operation, as Alec McPherson likes to say. Oh, I did that again. My bad. And that I think that's proven to be true. I think we can all kind of agree that that's what's going on here. You remove the play caller who was not calling plays in concert with what the game plan was, and now you remove that and they make sense. The offense made sense. The offense moved the ball, scored points, 38 points and lost. You would have never, ever, ever thought that coming into this game. You say 38, W all the way. W all the way. Curious to see what people in the chat think about how this affects DJ as a candidate for this job. Thumbs up, thumbs down. I mean, to me, I think it's a thumbs up. I think he's had a good effect on the operation. I know they lost, but it just looked a lot more competitive and a lot more alive to me. There was a mention in EPW mentioned the penalties, and that was a big part of this game. 12 penalties for 91 yards for Auburn, 3 penalties for 21 for them, so that's a big difference. And it felt like Auburn had penalties at just absolutely crucial moments. You had the face mask against Rayshawn Pleasant, like 20 yards away from the ball on Debo's sack of Pavi that would have wrecked their drive, their last touchdown drive in regulation. You had the false start on Xavier to kind of ruin that 1st and goal from the 2. By the way, getting a lot of thumbs up here about DJ. And Fozzie says completely different team today. I love the passion. Excuse me, the passion, the fight, the consistency. I thought there was an emotional investment, particularly on offense. We have not seen this year. I haven't seen this year anyway. A. Robinson says thumbs down. Defense was terrible. I mean, yeah, you're right. I can't argue with that. 544 yards conceded. Let's see, 7 of 12 on third, 1 of 2 on fourth, 69 plays defended, average 7.9 yards per play, which is not good enough. I mean, that's just not. They rush for 167. 112 of that is Pavia. So their traditional tailback game really is, I mean, it's not really part of their thing anyway. They're kind of running with, it's kind of like, you know, saying that you held Auburn's tailbacks to 75 yards in a game against Auburn in 2010. Well, yeah, with Cam had 175, so it doesn't really matter. Spot up triples, thumbs down. Runner 24 says thumbs up. So there's some disparity of opinions on how this is affecting DJ Durkin's candidacy for the job. Let me see here. Stu Pup sent a super chat here while I was rambling during overtime. It says DJ earned a legit interview, but not the job. I assume that means that Stu Pup would like to see a little bit more before coming up with a yay or a nay on that, which I respect. Sometimes you got to take some time. And Guy Forks, who's been with us wire to wire today, says a lot of young guys on this defense, Jay. Yeah, that is 100% true. You just hope that they can keep it together, right? Because a lot of good up-and-coming guys. I mean, you got Keldrick's obviously a trendsetter and a really good player, but you got, you know, Xavier. I like what we've seen from New Boy. I like what we've seen from Eric Winters. Of course, I love Malik. I don't know if he's young anymore, sophomore, but he's a tremendous grinder. He just gives you plays that you don't necessarily notice till you watch tape. See what Darion. I love that he gets some important snaps in important situations tonight. Elijah Melendez, I think, has been really good. Had a key interception in the Kentucky game. Didn't play as well today, but he's a good player, too. A lot of good young players, for sure. Let's see. Hortnatius jumps in with a super chat. Appreciate that, bro. Our number one pastry maker and a baker in general. DJ barely had 1 week to change the identity of this team. Imagine what he could have done with the whole offseason. That is such an interesting idea. If they had canned Hugh when I suggested that they should have canned Hugh, which I think was after the Georgia game, I said I really wanted DJ to have a proper opportunity to kind of interview for the job, so to speak, or just show his value, I guess. Not really an interview, but you know what I mean. Because I didn't want it to be like Brother Oliver, where, you know, you get 3 trash games at the end and you don't really get a chance to show anything. But the problem is that I take DJ as a very serious candidate for the job, and I think a lot of you guys don't. Maybe I shouldn't say a lot. I think there's a significant minority that aren't even considering DJ for this job. They think that would be a very Jabba hire, considering that Auburn's, you know, in my opinion, obviously Auburn's not a great football team right now, but I think the program, to me, is a top 15 program in the country. I mean, it's tons of interest, tons of money, lots of heritage and tradition of winning. I know it's not much going on right now, but in general it is. And I think the infrastructure is there for Auburn to be a major player in the college football world, which they're not right now. But look, man, you want a guy as your head coach that just gets the team up and they play hard. And I thought they did that today. When you're looking at an Auburn situation that DJ inherited on Sunday or Monday, he's taking over a team with a great defense and a completely dog shit offense. And today he had a good offense and some defensive lapses. I would never call them dog shit, but they folded in some key moments. But so did the offense too, truthfully. Don Proper Dickens says we're so close. We had to have one of those. I'm glad you did that, Don. That's good stuff, man. Whale Driver jumps in to say, as far as Durkin, we fired Hugh for, quote, being close. We need to win the game, not blow another fourth quarter lead and have 91 yards and penalties. Guys, that's a fair take, man. There's a lot of right answers to this. There's a lot of right answers to this, and that's the problem when you get into such a subjective situation like this. That we can all agree, though, that Brian Harsin can kiss ass for getting Auburn into this situation, and also to Hugh for taking a huge upgrade in the roster and accomplishing so very little with it. So very little. Vegas Dad says, JG, do you think the defense dropped off this week due to DJ being more involved in the overall game plan? I doubt it. I mean, it's really hard to say for sure, but my feeling about that is no, that's not what it is. I think they were just kind of due for an off game, I guess. And I mean, even the guys on the team, the players, they know what the storyline of this ball club is. They know that Hugh got fired because the offense sucks. They know that. They watch it. And they knew that the key to this game was getting the offense off their ass, right? Metaphorically speaking. And that happened. And I think it was almost kind of assumed that the defense would be good, and then they weren't. And I think sometimes, but you can't expect the defense to be balls out every single day of your life. You can expect great effort, and you can expect tackling, but sometimes the other team just kind of fucks you up, and that's what happened today. And you're playing against a very crafty quarterback, and he's got play callers and game planners on his side that understand him and understand how to make the most of him. Auburn just now started. And Poseidon says, props to D. Nix for calling a good game. He would get my game ball. I know you don't get game balls when you lose, but Derek Nix, to me, is the biggest winner in this situation tonight. He finally gets a chance to call plays, to design plays and call them. First time, I bet you, in a long time that he's been able to do that. And I think he acquitted himself really nicely. I thought Auburn's offense made sense. It's hard to argue with the numbers. It's hard to argue with the way that Ashton Daniels looked, the way he played. 31 of 44 is what he finished with. I just thought he was just terrific. Played with confidence, threw the ball. Slava Boyko with an interesting idea. Let Derek Nix take over as the interim next week so Durkin can focus on defense. That's my guy right there. I love it. Chipper says, didn't need balls out today. Needed to hold them to 30 for once the offense did its part. I know it's crazy, too. Guy Fork's crafty coordinator, too. Great point. Yeah. I mean, the quarterback's crafty, but they understand him. And that's a big part of why the Vanderbilt thing works, is because they've got a great quarterback and they know how to use him. And we've learned, well, I think we might argue about whether Jackson's a great quarterback. I don't think he is, but what we saw from Ashton today, that is a great line. That is a great line. And a lot of people deserve credit for Ashton Daniels having a line like that. First and foremost, Ashton Daniels, but you finally have a coaching staff, well, I guess you call play caller at this point. You've just got people in charge who are making the most of the guys they have, and that's all you can ask for. And that's something that Auburn didn't get. Marbrand jumps in with a super chat. Say 6-6, beat Bama, Birmingham, Bowell, or bust. Fire Howard. Not a big fan of Preston Howard. Don't have a lot of fans out there, does he? Why does Chaplin not have a miracle ear yet?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
We found out during the off week that Xavier Chaplin, he's got a hearing problem, and you're like, what? You've ruined that kid for life. All right, let's. I think it's going to be about that time for some J-Head, huh? That's who we like to talk to after games. He's usually the voice of reason. Some people get mad about it. I don't think anyone's going to be mad about that tonight. So we'll go ahead and get J-Head, a.k.a. Alan Head, on the horn and see what's going on. Also, Parker with a super chat.
JGT, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Alan Head? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was hoping to get a win tonight, but energized with what I saw all the same.
Yeah, man. Kind of an odd script, right? I mean, offense good, defense not so good tonight. We haven't seen that in a long time.
Haven't seen it in a long time, but I thought that you said it kind of perfectly. Sometimes you just have an off night, and the other side of the ball schemes you up really, really well, and it's why it's a team game, Jay. And the offense, for the most part, they came to play today. And I think you have to give D. Nix credit for that. You got to give DJ credit for that. I felt like they brought some organizational structure to the offense, made things make sense. They were able to go out there and execute plays and get their playmakers the ball. I mean, when your star tailback goes for over 100, your quarterback throws for over 3, your two best wide receivers both catch for over one and have a touch. I mean, there's not much else you can say about the offense defensively. I mean, Diego Pavia is a menace, and I wish things had gone differently because if you get one or two more stops, you win that ball game, and that's a huge momentum swing for Auburn and for DJ Durkin.
Do you think this helps DJ Durkin's candidacy here? I mean, do you feel stronger about him as a possible head coach here?
I don't know that I feel stronger. I certainly don't think that it hurt his candidacy. Let me put it like that. And realistically, Jay, I spoke to somebody that's a friend of mine that's in the industry, and they kind of explained it to me like this, that if you are looking at one game as the reason as to why you would hire somebody, win or loss, the reason you'd hire somebody, you're probably looking at their candidacy all wrong, because that's kind of how you got stuck with Hugh Freeze, right? Because he beat Alabama twice, and you overanalyzed that one game. It needs to be about a process approach of who can instill a championship culture into the program, build upon what you already have there, and accentuate the best parts of it. And that they need to be somebody that blends within the Auburn culture, and they have relatability, and not just relatability to the players, but also to the people that are around the program, the boosters, the administrators, the fans. I think Cole Kublik has said that, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I think relatability is probably the biggest facet of what a next head coach needs to have because of all the different hats that they have to wear. So, no, I don't think it hurt. Probably didn't help, but at the same time, I felt like it was an audition and an opportunity for him to lead this team, and they looked significantly better, in my opinion, specifically offensively.
Yeah, what did you think about Ashton? I mean, he just looked like an absolute stud tonight. Is it a factor of just them understanding who he is and letting him do those things?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you, Jay. I want to see him do it again, just to make sure that it wasn't one of those unconscious moments that quarterbacks have sometimes. I mean, I think we all remember that Stanford quarterback several years ago lighting up Ed Orgeron's defense down there in LSU, where he just went unconscious and threw for 400 yards, and then the kid got himself benched like 6 weeks later. So players will have those kind of moments at times. What I'd like to find out is can he replicate what he showed tonight? You're going to get a taste of that against Mercer, and if he continues to look consistent, I think you may have found something. Now, I guess the interesting question is, and you tell me what you think, are you going to play him against Mercer?
I'm not.
Are you going to try to sit? Are you sitting him so that you have him for next year?
Yeah, I would sit his ass so we can have him for next year, assuming he's good with that, right? Because he's got to commit to staying here a whole nother year.
Right. And if he doesn't know who the next head coach is going to be, is he willing to do that? And I guess that's what you don't. I mean, I guess if he gets a redshirt year, maybe it doesn't matter at all to him. Maybe it's another opportunity to play football next year. But I guess it really depends on what his plan is. But I would really like to see him get another opportunity again to see if he can replicate this, because it certainly looked like he found something tonight. I mean, we haven't had quarterback play like that all season. Even when Jackson won the Baylor game, predominantly it was as a second tailback in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there really wasn't much there by way of quarterback play other than some of his reads in the RPO game, specifically on pulls. So really impressed with Ashton. And I thought the kid played with a lot of toughness. I mean, he got hit in this game, got hit a lot, and got up, didn't bitch, didn't complain, didn't curse out his offensive line. Just said, you know what, hand me the ball back and let's go do it again. And when
Love it.
When you're somebody that's looking to your quarterback for leadership, that's what you got to have, man. So I was impressed with what I saw tonight for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I love the competitive fire in him, and I like like you say, you don't blame people, you don't bitch about it, you just get up and keep playing the game. I love that about him. That's what a great quarterback does, in my opinion.
I agree wholeheartedly. That's what a leader does. You know what I mean? They're great quarterbacks, but a great leader has the ability to inspire their team and just be able to go out there and ball. Don't bitch, just play.
That's right. I think they're going to sit him against Mercer. I think a 353-yard passing performance tells him, hey, man, I need more opportunities in college to show what I can do, so I need to preserve that red shirt. So my thought is it'll be Jackson or Deuce not next week, but the next game.
I think you're right.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's probably Jackson, don't you think? I mean, it looked like he was the number 2 tonight.
Yeah.
And it probably, if Deuce is not getting second-team reps at this point, and my guess is he's not, my guess is he's still running third on the depth chart, it would be really hard to elevate him to first-team reps, even though you're going against a lower-tier opponent, and then kind of throw him into the mix. I mean, it really wasn't a fair showing what he got against Ball State, but he was a little bit all over the place in that game. And so I wonder what he would be like, and do you want to jeopardize, if you're DJ Durkin, do you jeopardize losing that game? And then that would hurt your candidacy. Like losing to Baylor, even though you played a different quarterback, that would hurt you, because that's just one of those kind of games you can't lose.
Yeah. There was a great question in the chat earlier that if they're asking me, but I'd love to ask you, do you think the defensive lapses tonight are a function of DJ spending more time, as a head coach rather than just working with the defense, basically him not being in every meeting? Do you think that weakened the defense to some degree, or do you think it was just one of those nights?
I think it was just one of those nights, honestly, Jay. And I know people look for causation, and they're trying to examine things to make things make sense, because you haven't had a performance like this all season. I mean, realistically, DJ Durkin has had one of the better years as an Auburn defensive coordinator in my lifetime. When you're able to, in this era of football, hold people to less than 24 points in every game played up until this point, occasionally, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're going to have an off night. But again, this is the ultimate team sport, right? That's why you have two sides of the ball, and the other side's got to pick you up. I felt like the offense did that for the most part. Just came up a little bit short in the end.
Yeah. I can't believe how much better they looked. I just they went past my wildest expectations on that side of the ball.
No, I mean, I think your expectation and mine were about the same. Can you score more than 21 points? Because that's what you haven't been able to do this year, right?
Mm-hmm. And they went way past that.
Way past that.
563 yards.
Yeah, we're able to unlock guys in a way that you haven't seen all year. I mean, even when Cam's had good nights, he hasn't looked this way, right?
Yeah.
Eric is somebody who, and you talking about feeling bad for a kid. I mean, he left a fantastic situation at Georgia Tech with a quarterback that could absolutely get him the ball. He was primed to be a day 2 pick next year, probably. And who knows where his stock's at right now if he decided to turn pro. But to watch him have success tonight, you know what I mean? You just feel good for kids like that have really came here to win, came here to play, came here to get, to develop and go to the NFL, and it's been anything but this year. But watching that performance tonight, it certainly was encouraging. And you feel better for the kids that are in this program to be able to have some success. Now, I know they wanted to close it out. They're not happy with the loss at all. But you are happy to see them be able to perform better and play up to expectation.
And Cam was just otherworldly tonight. I mean, the touchdown catch was not human. The dancing catch on the sideline where he got his toe down, that's not human. He's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, you just don't see guys with balance and body control like that. I mean, that's what's going to make him a first-round pick one day. And that is the trait. When I'm looking at guys on tape and you're trying to differentiate in between who's this player and who's that and where would you put them, balance and body control for wide receivers and really athletes in general is kind of that one trait that to me can separate you from everybody else. And he's elite. He's elite in that category. And I don't know outside of Jeremiah Smith that there's a better wide receiver when he's got it going in those kind of situations. Like, I mean, he's in rarefied air for sure.
Well, unfortunately, we got to wait a week or 2 now, actually, before we even see him play again. But
you do, and in between that, you'll have a lot of coaching search talk, a lot of angst from the fan base, I'm sure. The realistic part of it is John Cohen's going to be so deep and immersed in it, you're not going to get much news because there'll just be a lot of guys interviewing him, sifting through and kind of figuring out who he's prepared to go all in on.
That's exactly right. There's going to be a lot of talking. If he is truly the committee, then there's not going to be much leaking.
No.
Sure.
Unfortunately, not for people in our business. That's the downside, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And I believe John is going to handle it by himself. I think if you look at how the search went last time, and not that there were a lot of leaks, I just think that he walked into it and it was maybe more of a collaborative process than what he wanted. And I think this time he's got the buy-in and the autonomy to really make some decisions as far as what he thinks is in the best interest of Auburn football moving forward. And I feel like he's got the support from the president's office to do that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this search goes and where it leads. I'm encouraged by it. And realistically tonight to me was just kind of ushering in a new era of Auburn football And regardless of who the next coach is, I just hope it continues to kind of move in this direction and we can sift away from what really just felt like a loser culture.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like to bash you and that these kids were bad kids or anything. I don't mean that. I just mean I'm so sick of not walking away with a win, man. Like it's been too long.
Yeah. When you talk about the things, you hope that it continues with a new era here. You're talking about just having the spirit all the way through the game, running the football aggressively, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And look, I'll be honest with you, even from, I try to come at this from a neutral standpoint, but from the fan part of me, like I was actually excited to watch a game for the first time in 6 weeks, Jay.
Same.
Like I was actually excited to watch a game because I just didn't know what was going to happen. Like I had that feeling again of excitement where it's like, you know what? It's on the table today for us to actually get a win. And I'm not walking into this thinking like I got this sad sack calling plays over here who's not going to get it done. When you got to have it. And again, that's a low shot. That's a low blow for me. And I don't want to do that to Hugh. It's just, that's the way it felt, man, towards the end. It just felt like there was zero confidence to get it done when you needed to.
And he got it done today. That's for sure. Hey, who got a question in the chat about who are your top 3 candidates right now?
I honestly don't have a top 3. I'm encouraged by the field right now, Jay, and I know that sounds like a cop-out answer. I kind of like to attack it from what I think Cohen's going to do, and I think he's targeting offensive-minded head coaches as much as maybe people don't want to hear that. That feels my gut feel on the early reaction to this is he's targeting an offensive-minded head coach, not necessarily somebody who calls plays, but that has a history in developing quarterbacks and with an edge. I'm really interested in Jeff Brom. I really am. I think he's got that kind of toughness that would play at Auburn well. I think he develops quarterbacks, runs the Bobby Petrino offense, minus, probably a better motorcycle driving record and not a neck brace, right? So he's got that working for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me say this part too. I thought about this the other day, and I was going to mention this to you, but I might as well say it on the show. There are a lot of candidates in this pool that are at their alma mater right now, and they're doing really, really well. And for the most part, you would think that would play to a disadvantage for Auburn to try to lure them away. But if you look at John Cohen's career, John Cohen came to Auburn from his alma mater in a situation where he was perfectly fine, but he came because he thought he was able to win championships. And I think when he's engaging with some of these guys that are the upper tier candidates, your Brent Keys, your Kenny Dillinghams, your Jeff Broms, maybe even a Clark Lee, when you're engaging with them, you can speak to them about the decision process that you made to walk away from your alma mater. And while that may not necessarily be the defining point of the conversation, I think it never hurts to have a relational trait there that you can lean back on and kind of explain to them your thought process. But Brom and Dillingham are interesting to me. DJ is very interesting to me. I was encouraged by what he showed tonight, and then the ability for him to be able to retain this roster. I think that's something you got to take into account. It can't be everything, but I think it's certainly a data point for you. John Summerall is a candidate that is interesting to me. I know he doesn't do it for everybody, but for me, I think he's certainly a quality candidate that you need to pay attention to. But those are probably the group of 4 right now that get the most of my attention. I mean, you've got Drink and you've got James Franklin that I think are also quality coaches that you would want to kick around in that mix. And those are just the ones we know of right now. Who knows where this search is going to go? I will tell you the one I don't have a good feeling about is Brent Key. I feel like he's going to stay at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, same.
And that they're going to get that done sooner rather than later. It's just, I don't want to mislead somebody and say he's in my top group and the chances of getting him are slim to none.
Yeah. My favorite dark horse is Charles Huff, dude. I don't know that Auburn can take a risk that big, but that dude can fucking coach, man.
He can coach his balls off. Bro.
Guarantee that guy's going to win somewhere.
He is. And where I'm really shocked with the ties he's got to the DMV, I am shocked he's not more in the mix at Virginia Tech than what it seems to be right now. Granted, they went all in on James Franklin, and so they're kind of shuffling through some other candidates, which I can't believe they're interviewing PJ Fleck. That's just gross. But
it's gross.
It's gross, man. But, hey, whatever floats your boat, I guess.
Yeah, and he probably will get in the mix at LSU. But I still think that's a big gamble for them.
It's a huge gamble, man.
But he can coach, though, man. He can coach and he can recruit. I love him.
Yep.
Wherever he goes, I'm going to be a fan of them unless he goes to Georgia somehow. Then fuck him.
Yeah, hopefully Charles Huff never goes to Georgia.
Charles Huff, Alan knows exactly what I'm talking about, but Charles Huff is the coach at Southern Miss. They were 1-11 or 1-10 last year, and now they're I think 8-2.
That's correct.
One year.
He just came off a Sun Belt Conference championship the year before at Marshall, and really did that. The word in the coaching community is he got fired at mid-year. Like, they basically let him know they weren't going to renew him, and he still coached his ass off for the rest of the year and won a conference championship. Like, to me, that's the ultimate coach, when you can give the middle finger to the administration for telling you that you're not coming back, win a championship, and to take half your team to Southern Miss and look like you're on the way to another conference championship.
It's beautiful.
I agree.
That's what happens when you try to be chintzy with these folks. That's what Marshall was doing, trying to cut corners on salary and NIL and all that. He said, fuck it, I'll go somewhere that won't do that. And
that's exactly
and beat your ass.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's pretty much what's going on. Alan Head, you're an absolute legend. You're a treasure. We're so glad to have you at Auburn Sports. And I'm glad to have you here on the Brain Drain.
Well, I'm just glad to be talking to you tonight, brother. There's no place I'd rather be on a Saturday night, win, lose, or draw.
I can think of places I'd rather be.
Oh, well, yeah.
In the arms
I hear
of a
you on
hot
that one, man. I hear you on that one, but I hope you and the administrative assistant and everybody else in the chat can have as good a night as possible, my man.
All right, bro. Thank you for spending time with us.
No, thank you, buddy.
See you, man. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Alan Head, the legend himself. I'm so blessed and lucky to be working at Auburn Sports with such great teammates, and Alan is one of the truly great guys in this business. He's just such a nice person. Turtle is in the chat, and he's saying that he thinks Charles Huff's going to be at LSU. So that would be interesting. To me, it's a risk, man. First of all, I love Charles Huff. I've been following him since he started at Marshall because I had a feeling he was going to be really good. I had a friend of mine that works at Alabama that was like, this guy's a stud. And so I've been kind of keeping up with him. But I still think he's got to go one more step before he gets to an Auburn or an LSU level. That's just my opinion. Now, LSU may feel differently. I feel like he'd be better at Virginia Tech or I'm not saying these jobs are going to be open, but like a NC State or a Rutgers or a Oklahoma State, something like that, Because I feel there may be people on this show that are like, JG, you're in dreamland. Auburn ain't that great of a job. I still believe Auburn's an amazing job. It's just low tide right now, I mean, it's a great job. Sorry, I think I'm screwing up this thing anyway. It's a great job. It's a great place to coach. It's just low tide right now, and somebody's got to come in and make sense of this roster because they have talent, they have players. It's just got to be motivation. It's got to be passion. It's got to be family. It's got to be togetherness, and it's got to be toughness. And someone's got to stay with this offense. But tonight, I'm just kind of like looking at this offense going, maybe it's not as bad. I mean, I've been kind of saying they've got talent. I don't know. They can unlock potential from this offense. But RR Big Cat says we kind of aren't right now. I still think it is. Rich says Auburn doesn't have tides, JG. I don't know. This is not normal. To be down this long is not normal. Frank G says, Jay, is it almost 100% DJ doesn't coach here if he doesn't get the HC gig? That's my view of it, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I think at that point it would just be like an ego thing, like, and not an unreasonable ego thing, like just kind of like, wait a minute, if you guys didn't want me as head coach, I'm going to go somewhere else. And by God, there will not be a shortage of opportunities for him to coordinate a defense and maybe to be the head coach somewhere. I mean, I don't think he's going to like LSU or Florida, but there could be other jobs that would, maybe match with him better. I don't know. I mean, I know he's not going back to Maryland, but something of that level, Oklahoma State or something like that. It might be really good for him to prove himself again, as a head coach. But I still think it's a good job. Is it the best job in the country? No, it's not. But I think it could be a top 5 job. Could be. It's not right now. But you could turn it into that. Because I think Auburn's got incredibly passionate fans. Auburn has money. Auburn has great facilities. Well, I'm talking about the Woltos Center, but Jordan Hare's maybe not that great, but they've got a lot of good things at Auburn University to entice folks and kids. Not that they really care about that anymore. It's really pretty much all about money. You could argue it's always been about money. Who am I kidding? Okay, let's. I communicated with Cole. MWD was, hold on, I got to get through a couple of these coworkers of mine first because I like getting them on. Let's see. Where are you, Cole? Where are you, Cole? Here he is. Let's get him.
JG.
What's up, Cole?
What's going on? How are you doing?
I am great. I'm glad to have you on the phone.
I'm glad to be on the phone.
Thank you for spending some time with me tonight, sir.
Absolutely.
What's your first takeaway from this, man? What affected you tonight?
Strangely, feel pretty good about what I just watched. I don't feel great about the defense but listen, man, Diego Pavia is a baller. Vandy's so well coached. They spread it out. They attacked. They just never stopped. And, a little bit of secondary confusion going on. Just some weird, uncharacteristic things going on from Auburn's defense that you really couldn't predict. And I promise you weren't going to predict the offensive explosion that happened, which is just crazy to me. But, we've always talked about the talent and the potential of the offense. So what's crazy is everybody keeps telling me how bad the quarterbacks are at Auburn. And I looked like a clown tonight because I said Jackson Arnold when asked, who would you go with at quarterback? Ashton Daniels shut me up.
Mm-hmm.
He played awesome, man. And I think it's a testament, number one, of, look, these quarterbacks aren't as bad as this offense has made them look. And you have enough weapons around them to make them look pretty good if you do the right things. I think I learned that about this team tonight.
Yeah, Ashton had an amazing night. 353 passing, 89 yards rushing, accounted for 4 touchdowns. I didn't think he had it in him either.
I didn't. No, I mean, it took 1 week, guys, 1 week to get it in his head. You've got to let the football go on your first read when you see it. And maybe it was more of a, hey, look, here's the thing. We want to run it through you, but at the same time, we got dudes out there that can absolutely turn a game on top of his head. Let's force it to him. Let's find a way to get it to him. Let go of that football. We're going to make that happen. I feel like that had to be part of the discussion this week, whether it be from Durkin or Nix. But credit goes to those guys, all three, Ashton Daniels, DJ Durkin, and Derek Nix. They figured something out. And I don't think they really changed a whole lot as far as the scheme goes. I still saw a lot of the same things. It's just tempo. They dressed it differently. They spread things out. They got it less congested in there. They went at the playmakers. It's just a really good game plan, looked like a different team out there.
We know that D-Nix sat down with the defensive guys this last week and just kind of had some heart-to-hearts about what do you think we're good at, what do you think we're not good at. And I think it's stuff that should be done all the time, but
sure,
it was DJ that said you need to do this, and Nix is like, I'd love to, And I think they just come out and makes more sense.
You're talking about asking the staff who had a top 10 defense going into this week,
yeah,
that maybe they would do to your offense. That's a great idea.
Tell me what we do that bothers you in practice. You know what I mean? Like, you should know that. I mean, that's just basic shit.
And I guarantee you some of the answers were, well, number 8 bothers us a lot. Number 1 bothers us a lot. Find a way to get it to them however you can at any cost.
Okay, let's do it. And then Cam makes 2 of the best catches you'll ever see in a football game,
Back to back. Unreal.
Really 3 amazing catches, but 2 are just like off the charts.
And you know what? This is going to be controversial all week. I think this will be a big discussion during the week, Jay, but I think it was the right, maybe you could have formatted it differently, maybe have another route out there, a backup plan, whatever. But the last play going to Cam Coleman, I don't care if he's double covered. I support it.
Because he can make plays, right?
Yeah. I don't care if he's double covered. You always got a chance at pass interference. You're playing with that percentage as well. So just put the ball. I thought the ball was a little high. That didn't help. You get a little closer to his area code, and they might throw you a flag. You never know. But bottom line, it's the same thing Vandy did. They put it in Pavia's hands, and they continued to face very tough situations all night long, and they got it done. And except for that one time, they didn't. Auburn did stop them on 4th and 1, by the way.
Yes, I could not believe. Were you blown away they didn't try that kick there?
Yes, I was, but I got to watch this game tonight with my dad and sort of discuss it with him. And he's a coach. He's got that mind, and he was going, no way they don't kick it. And I was going, I mean, would you be surprised? They got Pavia over there. They have so much confidence in him. I believe they might actually try this. And they rolled the dice with him all night. And it's I mean, you really can't blame them.
Just because
1 yard for that guy.
Because he's their Cam Coleman, right? I mean, I know he doesn't play the same position, but he just makes miracles happen, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's even more important than Cam Coleman because he gets the ball every play.
Yeah. He's a stud, man.
He is.
And most important, he's got
absolutely.
coaches that understand him and know how to feature him, how to make him sing, you know what I mean?
Listen, their offensive brain trust over there is elite. I can't. There's so many plays that I go back to. The pitch underneath on 3rd down, the speed option they ran to score. I mean, I have to go back and look, but some of those plays were just masterful. The little tight end delay in the end zone, almost like a little pop pass. That was incredible.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It really is. What do we think about Xavier Chaplin getting busted for offsides at least twice? He now leads the team in penalties by like 50 or 75%.
That's really bad. It's really bad.
Killed him on 1st and goal at the 2. Absolutely killed him.
It did. I don't know I couldn't tell from watching on TV, but what the noise level was. But I mean, come on, man. At this point, you got to have that right.
Yeah.
And it's him. It's just him. Everybody else seemed to be pretty good. I think Murphy had maybe a bad snap one time that was late that they called, but it's the recurring thing there that even this staff couldn't fix in a week. They fixed almost everything else in a week, just not that.
They sure did. I felt like there was a lot of progress made. Hey, there was kind of a question asked of me in the chat, and I think it was a good one. It said, with DJ doing head coach stuff this week, do you think that's a reason why the defense lost a little bit of their edge?
It could be. I think part of it is you just faced a really, really phenomenal offense. Part of it is that, and a leader in Pavia and what he is. And he sort of had Auburn's number, even though he didn't have a great game last year. He found ways to finish it when Durkin had it all fixed. I think Durkin, said in the press conference, they kind of went uncharacteristic and started throwing it around on us, and you checking coverages, got confused a few times. They had the busted play. I mean, they just called a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
But I am a believer, though, Jay, that there are so many hours in the day. And on week 1 of the job, you've never been a head coach in this era, right? And how things are now. You've been a head coach, but not in this era. And it's been a while. And that whole, project ended weirdly.
Yeah.
So you get 1 week. Yeah, I think you spread yourself thin a little bit. And then you look at how the week went and you go, all right, maybe I can do this a little differently. He's had 1 week.
Made a lot of progress in 1 week, I'll tell you that. Does this affect your feelings about him as a candidate? I mean, do you feel stronger about him or not as strong depending on the loss?
No, because I'm a part of the message boards at Auburn Sports.
Yeah.
The bunker in the corner, I try not to be like those guys, and I do not want to hang on one game, whether good or bad. And today was good. There's a lot of things you could get fired up about with Durkin, but I think I said on our show last week that Alan Head and I did that my top 3 guys, and Durkin was included. I liked Drinkwitz and I like Brom. So I think I still hold true with those 3.
Yeah.
Summerall's kind of in there too.
Yeah.
For me.
Jay Head was saying he likes Brom a lot too. I think that was the first guy he mentioned. It's interesting.
I really like Brom. I really like him. I've heard, I mentioned this too. This is not the first time I've heard his name with Auburn coaching search. I've heard it before. I've had a couple family members that worked in Auburn and sort of heard rumblings that his name was being thrown around, but he wasn't a big candidate at the time because it was a while back and not these recent coaching searches. It kind of makes sense to me now that his name would be a much bigger deal in this Auburn coaching search.
Because he's more fully featured as a coach now. He's proven himself at Purdue, at Louisville.
He has, yeah. I totally forgot that they won that game at Purdue against Ohio State. I remember that game very vividly. I believe it was Wandale Robinson had an unbelievable play in that game for Purdue. His record against top 25 opponents while at Purdue and Louisville is almost 500. I did the math on that the other day. It's incredible.
It's better than James Franklin.
Better than James Franklin. Better than every candidate on the list, I believe, at this point.
Well, then that's certainly something to look forward to. He's also got that attitude where he's just not into fame and money. He's just into ball, Yeah,
and I wrote the day of the firing what I was looking for in Auburn's next head coach, and I mentioned Young, and he doesn't really fit the description of that. I mean, he's 53, I think, how old he is. But, he's just kind of got that mentality you're looking for that I think DJ Durkin employed into the team tonight. That same mentality. I think that's a huge deal with this, especially if you're able to retain most of this roster.
That's interesting.
Which that to me is, obviously getting the head coach is priority number one, but after what I watched tonight, man, you got a chance with these guys.
Yeah. They're good. He's got a lot of talent. It's just a matter of getting it going. I think the head coach was the bottleneck on offense. He was a bottleneck.
He was, and we know it now. You know what? We knew it going into year 3. We knew if things looked the same, we knew where to place the blame, and that's where it's been. I don't think anybody's been shy about that up to this point, but this only makes it worse for him.
I know. I think that's a wrap. He can just play golf now, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, he has plenty of time for that.
Cole, I'm gonna bounce now, but you sure have been cool to hang out with us and chill with us.
Of course, man. I appreciate it.
Are you over in Houston?
No, I'm in Montgomery.
Oh,
tonight.
Well, we're glad to have you. Welcome.
Yeah, we're in the same neighborhood.
I know. I keep trying to get you to come by my house and hang, but you won't do it.
It's not true. For everyone listening, I would absolutely do that.
Well, then why don't you come on over then?
I'm gonna come over on Bourbon night.
Every night's Bourbon night, G. You know that.
All right. Well, you say the word.
All right. I'll get with you on the text then. All right.
Sounds good.
How long are you going to be here? Like another couple of days?
No, I'm actually going home tonight. I mean, it's not that far to go home.
I know you come through here pretty often. So.
Yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate you, and you're an amazing teammate, Cole. I love having you. I love working with you, bro.
I appreciate it as well. I would call you a mentor at this point. Absolutely.
Shoot,
a mentor.
That means a lot to me, bro.
Yes, sir.
You're doing great. All right, we'll see you, man.
All right. Appreciate it.
Bye. There he is, Cole Pinkston, who is an amazing teammate. I just told him that, but I'm telling you guys that too. Love Cole. He's got the attitude that you just really, really want in a teammate. He just gets shit done, and he loves it. Let's see. Slug said Pink going to be on the blend. I like that. We'll give him a laugh on that one. I don't know if Pink could be able to add a lot to our bourbon show, but I mean, we yeah. That was true. I've not invited him to the house, but I mean, we've talked about, getting him like hanging out in Montgomery because I know he comes through Montgomery a lot, but I was kind of fucking with him on that. Let's see. Lou Herring says Auburn should refuse to pay a buyout to Freeze. I think he purposefully called bad plays to get fired so he could get his buyout. Well, if that were true, that would be bad. By the way, we did have some super chats that came through that I have not been able to call out, but we are going to call them out now 100%. Parker did this right before I took the call from Alan. He says, just here to say I hate being an Auburn fan. Looking forward to being out of here for good very shortly. # New Zealand. He's not talking about being out of the Auburn family. He's talking about he's working in New Zealand right now. And I think he's ready to get back home to the great United States of America. So hoping for safe travels there, my guy. Let me know when you get here. Poppy Clan says Star Wars is on AMC right now, Jay. Empire is on next. Poppy Clan, a big fan of the Star Wars early trilogy, as am I. Of course, episodes 4, 5, and 6. Princess Leia in her best moments. Although you could argue her best moments are in the beginning of Jedi, but either way, if you like baller Leia, it's probably Hoth because she's the HBIC there for sure. Let's see. Jack K says, you people, I don't know who he's talking to, are insane. He had everything stacked against him. This team played with so much effort and enthusiasm. Can't convince me he's not the guy. Interesting. That's not a take that I would make fun of or lampoon at all. I'm impressed too. And there's people that are going to say, the defense fell behind, and I thought he was a defensive guy. And I'm like, dude, he had 1 week, just like you said, Jack. And he found a way to get over to the offensive side and unfuck that mess in a week. In my wildest dreams, and I was telling people at the bar last night that I thought Auburn was going to be a lot better today. They were going to actually score points, actually pick Auburn to win, and people were looking at me thinking I was crazy and I was a homer. They lost. I look like an idiot, I guess. But I was right. I said they're going to score. They're going to be okay on offense, and it's going to floor you how good they are. I was expecting 24 to 28 points, and they did better than that. But sometimes you just need somebody new to come in and say, just get out of your own way, you know? And the head coach is gone. The play caller's gone. So that's really the big bottleneck. But for D-Nix, it's just saying, hey, man, I love you. I've worked with you. I trust you. I know you're good. Get out there and do what you do. You know what I mean? And I think that's all it took. And Ashton having a game plan that matches what he's been working on in practice. It does wonders. Anyway, I appreciate that, Jack, and I think you're onto something, dude. He comes up back with another one. Says DJ's post game was so good. I've heard that a few times in the chat. Have not been able to listen to it, but I will. Also, Brahm's neck makes him unhireable. Brahm's got like a, I don't know the specifics of it. I know he's got like a, I don't know, something's going on with his neck. I don't know if it's like a birthmark or like a rash of birthmarks or like he got hurt or something or he got like burned. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, it doesn't affect me, but some people might be really turned off by it. I don't know. I guess his wife thinks it's pretty cool. She don't have a problem with it. Lewis says, Pavia raped our defense with pre-snap audibles. Dude read us and killed us. How about that? Frank G says, how long do we know he wasn't a hard worker? I just, I don't want to call, it's been really easy for people to call Hugh lazy, and I don't think that's fair. To me, lazy is somebody who's not on the job, and he was on the job. I mean, if he just disappears, you know, for like a week at a time, just doing whatever the hell he feels like it, then that's lazy to me. But he didn't do that. I think at the end of the day, he's not a good offensive coach anymore. I think he's out of touch with what works now. And I think he's got some kind of like, if you could even have like a, and this doesn't make sense, just work with me here. These people have body dysmorphia where they can look at their own body and they can be very fit and they think they're fat. I think he has like dysmorphia for quarterbacks. He looks at Jackson Arnold and he sees like the golden goose, you know, and everybody else is going, really? Like this guy? And then he doesn't use him the way that I think Jackson needs to be used. And then it's just like, whatever. So I don't think that's a function of being lazy. I think that's a function of being out of your element and not understanding that you're out of your element, not being able to look around and read the room and say, I think I may be the problem. I may need to get somebody who has a better idea of current offense rather than 2015 offense. So if you're asking me, and nobody actually did that, but if you're asking me, I don't think laziness is the problem with you. Now, the golf stuff kind of annoyed me, but to me, that's still not lazy. I don't know. Oh, there was something good. Oh, somebody asked bars worth noting in the Gump. Obviously, the Tipping Point, which is my home bar here in Hampstead, would be number one. Great place to go and hang out. I also like the Gin over by East Chase, kind of on the backside of East Chase. That's a fine bar. I've been over there a bunch of times. For whatever reason, I go over there during the cold months, but not the warm months. I don't know why, but they're good folks over there, and I like the crew that they have over there. I personally, my favorite place to go for drinks anywhere is at City Grill. Just kind of sitting at the bar. Their bartender, his name's Blake, and he's an absolute legend, and I like it there. The bar at La Jolla is great. David is an absolute stud. Ben's a stud too. And William's a stud too. So I like all of them. I don't think you can go wrong with any of those places. It's just my opinion. There's probably other ones that are really good too. I don't necessarily go out a lot to drink. I just go to the same places. Turtle says, JG, any chance we're going to hire Hugh Freeze? I hear he changes programs pretty quickly. Parker jumping in again. Says, False, been back and forth a few times now. How about that? But my stuff will be permanently shipped to New Zealand next week. See, I'm getting it backward. I'll be watching college football starting at 6 on Sunday mornings. Won't have to deal with UGA or Bammers anymore. See, I got it backwards. Thanks for keeping me straight on that, Parker. And I hope that you have a great time there. I know New Zealand is really kind of a cool place. I like that. There's a reason a lot of these billionaires and multimillionaires are building spots in New Zealand. It's pretty sweet down there. You could probably tell me a whole lot more about it than I would know. MW Duncan says, let's be real, man. The average fan's dumb as fuck. I don't think that. But I know where you're going. There's some takes on the bunker sometimes that just blow my mind. And I know it happens to MW Duncan and everybody else too. Like, it's just sometimes you see him and you go, my God. Solo Tigre says he thinks Donnie hangs out at La Jolla. You think he does, really? I was there yesterday. Michael, David, studs, obviously. Damien, good people. Good folks over there, man. Lindsay, unbelievable. Best maitre d' in the whole city, my opinion. I feel like a stranger says quarterback dysmorphia is A+ JG. Let's get it added to the DSM-6. I knew you dig it the most, feel like a stranger. Yeah, quarterback dysmorphia. That might be exactly what it is. You see something and it's not there. Like, Jackson's not a pocket quarterback, and he's never going to be a pocket quarterback. So why would you make him be a pocket quarterback? I don't understand. Gunner says, yes, there are actual real... Thank you for Feel Like a Stranger for the super chat. Gunner says, yes, there are actual people who want Jimbo. It's baffling to me that somebody would want to do that. Now we've got MW Devers from the bunker on the phone. What's up, bro?
What's up, JG?
It is great to have you on these, I guess, these airlines, these cell lines. How are you?
Yeah, don't call it an airline. It might be
easy
canceled right now.
Damn right. Be careful now. What's up with you, bro?
Good. I kind of agree with J-Head. That's kind of the most emotionally invested I've been in a game for me since the win in Baton Rouge in 2021.
Really, you were super into this game, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and it frankly it went just like I thought it would. I hope we would, find a way to win it at the end, but I will say we scored more offensively than I thought we would. Did think we'd be, remarkably improved.
Yeah, I was thinking 28 points at best. I mean, absolutely
that's
best.
about what I had. Yeah.
And they get 38 and lose.
I look back and I think I was talking to a friend and kind of said the same thing before the game. He asked me how I thought the game was going to go, and I look back and it was at 12:30 last night, right after midnight. I posted that all the talk about DJ being involved in the offense, that I felt like we were going to be much improved on the offense, but this was arguably the toughest offense the defense has had to face all year, and it might make just enough of a difference to that our defense would sort of fall apart, and that could, I thought he was doing what he had to do to win the game. That gave the team the best chance to win the game, but it did. Our defense definitely took a step back in the game. Now you're going against basically a Heisman Trophy caliber quarterback who's at the college level going to be one of the better ones of all time. So that's not, it's not shocking, but I'm proud of how they played. I'm proud of the coaching job. It just hurts,
Yeah, for sure. Do you think of DJ as a proper candidate for this job?
I thought well of him before the game, and I think I've kind of tried to think about it the last hour or so. I would say that my assessment of him is as strong or maybe slightly stronger than it was before the game. There's a few guys I had before ahead of him that I probably still would, but he's at least in the mix that you give him an open, an honest interview, and you get a deeper dive, you talk to people, and I mean, he's right up there to me with everybody else that's on on the top of the list as far as considering.
Who are your favorites?
I mean, if he's available, Lane is obviously high on the list. But more realistically, I've thought Braum for the last week or two.
Interesting.
I don't know if Braum and DJ would have a relationship we'd be interested in keeping him, but the possibility of a Braum offense and a DJ defense, that would be, pretty damn good. And they both are of the same mindset as far as how to coach a team. Brent Key would be, but we'll see if he signs that extension. But I think, to me, we'll see how it plays out over 3 games, but I think DJ might have a leg up on some of the people in that next tier that we thought, would have been the favorites right now.
Yeah.
He does for me, at least.
I like the passion they showed tonight in the fight. They were definitely different.
Yeah. I go back to what I said on your colleague Sunday night's show, though. Anybody on the hot board right now, I don't really think Auburn could go wrong. I think it's all good coaches.
Yeah, maybe not Fran Brown right now.
Well, yeah, he is on your hot board.
Yeah,
but,
I know. I like him.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good coach in a lot of ways, but he may not be ready for this level yet.
Yeah.
I think that last coach at Syracuse, when we were going through the searches a couple of years ago, he was a guy I wanted to keep an eye on. And, you saw Syracuse may not be the place you want to be if you want to advance, because it's going to make you look bad sometimes.
Yeah, was it Dino Babers?
Yeah, Dino, yeah.
And he's kind of slid off a little bit, yeah. Charles Huff is my dark horse, not at Auburn necessarily, but I think he's the most badass. And then
I haven't watched him play, but he's got a good background.
I watched him today against Arkansas State, and they were grinding him, just ground him down.
Yeah.
But, he's a badass. I like that guy. I don't think he's right for Auburn.
I think right now in my head, the ideal scenario would be if you had Braum and DJ working together, but, that may be a dream world.
Yeah, I don't know if DJ would do that.
I don't know. I mean, I do think that Braum's at least high enough of a caliber of a coach, it wouldn't make him feel like a slap in the face that he didn't get the job. But I don't know that he really thinks that way anyway. I know he wants the job, but, you just have to see.
Yeah. All right, brother. I guess we'll tune in and watch some football tonight and try to drown our sorrows away, huh?
Yeah, gotta turn the page and move on. But it at least felt we fought, and it was a different mindset and a different level of mental and physical discipline play.
Sure.
It doesn't happen overnight, but for 4 days it looked pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm excited to see him get some more time and see what he can do against Mercer in Alabama.
We'll see where we go. War Eagle.
All right, brother. See War Eagle. See you, man. There he is, NWD from the bunker. Good people. And a great poster and a great caller. I think a voice of a lot of our callers are voices of reason, honestly. But enjoyed that. Let's see. Stargazer says keep DJ as head coach. He just had 4 days and he did this. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think for me, this has improved his stock in my mind. I've already got him on the top of our hot board. But yeah. Slava Boyko says freeze with quarterbacks is like shallow how with fat girls. Now that is actually kind of true. It was that specific girl though, right? It wasn't just everybody. DJ Durkin guy says Braum getting throated by the potato famine. Oh boy, the Cal Louisville game is underway, and I thought Louisville would be able to get by that one, but it sounds like DJ Durkin guy thinks that maybe Cal's playing a little bit better in that game. I don't know. I just haven't been able to watch the scores. Let's see. Slugged Up Durkin says, I wouldn't have ever thought, you're going to love this one, stranger, I would see someone reference the DSM in an Auburn football chat, but here we are. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a master's in psychology. I don't know what Feel Like a Stranger's educational background is, but I know that he knows a hell of a lot about counseling psychology. And we're DSM. Well, I'm a DSM-4 fan, and he's a DSM-5 fan. Now we got Chip on the line. What's up, Chipper?
What's up, man?
Word.
Great show as always.
Where are you at, G?
I am rolling back to the house from watching with Chip Senior.
Hey, I like that guy.
Hey, you wouldn't have liked him tonight. He was mad.
Really? About them almost beating Vanderbilt?
Yeah, just the way that the defense kicked itself in the dick repeatedly.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah. It's like they didn't know Pavia and the wide receiver were on the other team. at times. It's like, hey, those are the two guys that are going to beat you. You might want to do something about it.
I know. It's weird how it flipped, right? The offense has been shitty for so long, and then it kind of flipped tonight, didn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. But, I thought when we started scoring some points, I was like, oh, hell yeah, here we go. This is looking good. But then Pavia did his thing, as usual. So,
yeah, he's a beast.
Whatever. Yeah, he's a good player. I enjoy watching him play, but,
So I'm guessing
Auburn.
Chip Sr. would not be a fan of DJ getting this job full time, I guess, right?
Probably. He's okay with him. He was pissed off about tonight, but I put on the board. I think Durkin is the most sensible hire right now. That's the way I like to put it. I think he's the most sensible thing out there. I don't think he's probably the best candidate we could get our hands on, maybe, but he just makes a lot of sense when it comes to, retaining all the defensive roster and the new recruits that you might bring in by retaining him. That sets you up on one side of the ball, and basically all he's got to do is hire the offensive side of the ball and turn them loose.
Yeah.
So, that makes sense, but how expensive is he? That kind of stuff has to play into it as well. Other than that, I'm pretty much open to anybody that's been on the top of the hot board, the Brahms, Sumralls, the Keys. I like Key. I'm with you. I kind of like him, but I don't think he might not be attainable. So, of the people attainable, some of those other names, hey, there's pluses and minuses with everybody out there.
That's the thing. It's such a gamble, I think, even with the guys you think are slam dunks,
Yeah. Now, the only guy that out there with the record is Franklin.
Or Lane Kiffin.
And, attainable wise, probably not. But hey, go throw a bunch of money at him and see what you get. At least make him say no. That's
Here we go.
You
gonna say back up the truck, Chip?
Yeah. Here you go. What do you want? Is that not good enough? All right. See ya.
I think that's cuck behavior myself. Not from you, but from Auburn. If they say back the truck up, what's it going to take? I don't like that.
Yeah.
It devalues you.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming there. Well, paying Harsin $25 million to go away devalues you. Paying Hugh $15 million to go away devalues you.
That's true.
Paying Charles Kelly $50 million to go away devalues you. I mean, all that bullshit. I mean, that whole industry to me is just going to have to change. I don't know how it changes or what it does, but I don't see how it's sustainable. You can't be popping your boosters for 20 or 30 mil every 3 or 4 years because you hired some doofus that plays golf all the time or doesn't want to recruit or whatever the hell he's doing. So, I mean, it's just basically hitting the lottery. Once you hit the lottery, why the hell should you do anything else when you get down to it?
That's how it goes.
I mean, it takes the motivation away. But that's the only way that I would even be interested in a Franklin hire. And I went back and forth with some folks on the bunker about it. But, if you could get Franklin for like $4 million a year and pay him incentive-based stuff, if he would agree to that, which he won't, because he's going to ask a premium price, and he hasn't ever delivered premium results with the price he's going to ask. So I don't see how he would be in the mix. But if you could get him and pay him, I think what I threw out there was like, $10 million if you win the SEC championship, $20 million if you win the Natty with a $4 million base. All right, that's for $34 million a year. Now go do it again. Earn some more money.
Wow.
Just ridiculous shit. But hey, you got to sweeten the pot to make them take that incentive-based stuff. And that's the only way I can see this whole industry moving forward, because these places cannot keep paying these guys $40, $50 million to bounce after a couple of years and pay the players on top of that. It's just, I don't see it as a sustainable model.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some kind of a streamlining over time, but
yeah, I think there's going to be some collective bargaining and stuff going.
Has to be, yeah,
going that way. Something with the players to get all of it under control. So anyway, well, they had a deep offense. I liked what I saw. We got a chance in a couple of weeks versus Alabama, I think, if they play like that, if the defense decides to show up again. But I was impressed with 4 days worth of work
for sure
to turn that around. I mean, hell, Who do we think was the problem in that operation? Was it Hugh Freeze? Pretty sure now.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty solid in that. So.
Hey, Kentucky's up 24-7 tonight. How about that?
Hey, yeah, they were. I looked at the score when I left my dad's place, but I didn't know what it was. Hell yeah.
How about that?
Get going, Kentucky. But anyway, well, hey, if anybody on the stream wants to, I think we're having a little watch party up at University Station in Auburn for the Mercer game. We got a covered place at the RV. If anybody wants to come, hit me up on the bunker. DM me.
All right, Mercer watch party. Hit Chip.
Yep. All right, guys. War Eagle. And let's go get them in 2 weeks. We ought to look like a well-oiled machine in 2 weeks for Mercer.
Damn right. See you, bro.
All right, guys. War Eagle.
Bye. There he goes, Chip, the legend himself, coming in from the greater Mobile area. Got a lot of good bunks and corners down that way. We got great bunks and great corners from all over the place, including this gentleman right here, who's from the northern part of the state.
What's good, JG?
What up, D-Lucky?
Nothing much, brother.
Where you at?
Some BAM friends of mine invited me over to watch that game with LSU. So
how's that game going?
Alabama just went up with another touchdown, so probably about to get out of hand.
Oh, how bad is it?
I think they're up 14.
Oh, shit.
Right before half, I think.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to watch the Auburn game?
I did.
Did you make the BAMs watch it?
No. I just got over here with them. I was elsewhere watching the Auburn game.
Oh, word.
Just made it in here.
What stuck out there?
It was kind of like what Jay had said. It was nice to start a game with a little bit of unknown and belief and expectation instead of doom, that we were just going to be competitive, and we were. And there were a couple of plays here or there that we could have made them happen. The game would have swung. It sucks that our penalties were just soul-crushing penalties. They didn't have any. How much of that is home cooking versus good coaching? I don't know.
3 penalties. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, it's something. It's hard for me to believe that they managed to block us as well as they did without holding all game. But if so, then maybe we just need to hire their offensive line coach. So, yeah. So it was good. Like I said, it sucks because you want the guys to get some fruit for their labor, and they can't quite get over the hump. It just seems like there's something leaking in the dam one way or another. All the great defensive efforts we've had all season long, and then they just couldn't stop Vandy when we needed it, and that hasn't been the case all season long. And the offense has been an anchor on success, and the offense finally shows up, and we can't get the defense to get us, that one play down the stretch, tip ball, fumble, something in overtime where we hold them to a field goal and give ourselves a chance to win it with a touchdown.
38 points, 563 yards. Ashton accounts for 4 touchdowns. That's progress.
It is. It is an indictment on all that is Hugh Freeze, because to have this exact same set of kids a week ago and the putrid performance that we had against Kentucky. I mean, if this team on offense plays against Kentucky last week, that's an easy W.
Easy.
So and like I said, that's just the frustrating part of it is you have a little bit here, a little bit there in some different situations, and the whole season can turn out differently. But I don't know how much it builds for next year. Durkin, I don't know that it changed my opinion a ton. As far as him as a candidate, I think he's a legitimate candidate. Nothing in this game told me absolutely he's the one. I didn't get that, but he's legitimate for sure. He saw some stuff on the offensive side that he could move over and correct. And as much as you don't want to believe it, but I got to think that it hurt the defense a little bit this week for him not to be as involved with them as he would have been. It's just impossible for him to have the same level of detail with them as he would have under a normal defensive coordinator setup.
Yeah.
So, and that in and of itself is another part of it. Is I don't know who he would get as his defensive coordinator, but is there someone that he trusts enough to call the plays and coordinate and do all the other kind of stuff and get to the same level of defense with him as a head coach doing all the head coach components? Or do we just, exchange one thing for the other? We get a better offensive performance with him as a head coach, but our defense suffers and we're still behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
So
it's always something.
It is.
Who are you liking the most here among these candidates?
My candidate, as I've told you before, my candidate has not been mentioned realistically. He probably won't ever make it. But I just like Brian Hartline. I just what he has done talent-wise at Ohio State is beyond ridiculous. He's got 5 or 6 of the best wide receivers in the NFL, all recruited and played for him. It's going to be just the same when the 2 at Ohio State, go to the league. One's going this year, I guess, and the other one will be there next year. So he has an ability to identify and recruit and develop at a really high level at that position. He's done a good job so far as an offensive coordinator this year. So to me, I want someone that's been part of a championship program, that's seen what it looks like at a high level, Big 4, and understands, all the components of that. And I get people saying, we can't take that chance and so on and so forth. But it's like, if you're going to make the commitment to really put the program at the next level, I think it's going to come from someone in a position like that.
Make the commitment. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not the worst idea I've heard. I just don't think it's likely. I think it's too big of a jump.
100%.
I think.
100%.
But then there's people that think he's going to get the Penn State job, and that's a big job too. So
it is, and that's why I'm like, it would be just our luck to not even consider him, and he goes to Penn State and does a great job, and who on us, we'll get somebody else, and hopefully whoever we get can fill in the gaps that we're looking for. But that's it. If I was looking at some of the other candidates, I've only seen a little bit from someone like I kind of talked about last year. I thought he did a great job with Mensa as his quarterback. So kind of finding him and developing him is a proof positive to me of his ability to do that skill set, which I think is going to be critical for us going forward, is being able to get a quarterback. Because as we've kind of seen in almost every game we've played, whoever had the best quarterback play is basically pulled it out in every one of the games we played.
Someone in the chat says the Heartline does call the plays for Ohio State, so that's pretty big.
Yeah. Like I said, I know he hasn't done. It's his first year doing it, so I get it. He doesn't have tons of experience with it, but I don't necessarily need a retread. I don't need someone that's done it and wasn't overly successful with it. That's the thing with DJ, is like, if he'd have done a really good job at Maryland, I would feel differently about it. But he wasn't he wasn't knocking it out the park when he was at Maryland. And, folks will say, well, he had Maryland's talent and blah, 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 blah. Well, that's the thing about the really good ones, is it doesn't matter whose talent they have. They're still really good.
Yeah. Just like Charles Huff.
Yeah.
Who I love.
Yeah. And so I don't envy Cohen at all, because like I said, with the market that we've got, tons of people, are going to be looking for very similar candidates. And you might just end up in a situation where the bidding war might not lend to your favor to get the person that you absolutely want. You just might not be able to afford them when the time comes if you're going head to head with other schools.
He's got to work out quickly. He's got to get ahead of it, because there's going to be more teams that fire their coach. It's not just going to be Florida and LSU.
Yeah. So hopefully letting Hugh go and kind of getting that started with all the behind the scenes stuff will pay off for him. He can make it work. Because even the other stuff is, if you go up to someone that's in the playoffs, you have to deal with all the stuff that comes with waiting and all of that. Just opens up another avenue for lane type situation where you think you got your guy, and then he backs out at the last minute, and now you got to scrounge.
You don't want to do that.
No.
All right, D Lucky, you need to go back to your party, bro.
It ain't a party yet. It'll be a party after the game goes off.
Oh, for real?
Well, it's a bunch of a bunch of LSU fans sitting there watching football, so it ain't a party for me.
Oh,
I'm a little behind on the cocktails and others, so it'll get more party-ish.
that's what I'm talking
throughout.
about. I wish I could
Yeah.
get up there. Too far away from me, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's 3 hours. I mean, we'll still be going by the time you get here.
No big deal.
Nice young brother.
Hey, thanks for jumping on with us.
Always, anytime, brother. You know that.
Appreciate you, D Lucky. See you, man.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy in the chat.
See
See
ya.
y'all. Peace.
There he is, D Lucky, the legend himself. We do have some super chats I need to get to that I have neglected just because I was on the horn. Let's see. Guy Forks asked me, JG, as of today, who gets the Auburn job? I think the most likely person to get this job is John Summerall. To me, I think that I've been told that Dillingham that I need to keep a really close eye on him, but I don't buy it, man. I just don't buy it. I like him and I know him, but I just don't like the fit here. I think he's kind of out where he belongs. I think he's a West Coast guy personally. So I would say Summerall. To me, Eli Drinkwitz is not really a factor. I don't even want to go down the road with Lane Kiffin. My feelings about him are very well known. I said in the hot board that I think he's the best play caller in all of football, including the NFL. I mean, he's really good, but I think Florida's just going to do anything to get him. They're going to actually back the truck up if Not Salty's here. And I think they'll pay him, literally like $15 or $18 million a year or something. So I don't think that's going to happen. So to me, it's like Summerall, DJ. But the thing that I always got to think about is Cohen is a smart cookie, and he knows his back is against the wall here. His popularity at Auburn is not good. He kind of, I don't personally see him as having full responsibility for the Freeze hire. I know he hired him, but he had just gotten on the job, and I think he got pushed in a certain direction. He's his own man now, and I think he's got to make this. He got to make the right hire here. I think he may pull an end around here, and I don't mean an unfulfilling one like the way that Alan Green did it. I think that he might have his eyes set a little higher than I think that he does. You look at guys like Summerall, Golesh, Brian Hartline, like D Lucky was advocating for. Those are guys that it's a pretty big step. I mean, if Auburn, a program of Auburn's ilk, takes one of those guys, it's a jump up, Those guys are not proven at the highest level. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cohen try to pull somebody that's from a higher level. Now, that would include Braum, and I am definitely keeping a closer eye on Braum than I had been. And we can talk about the Cal game tonight. I mean, one game doesn't mean shit to me. We know that Jeff Braum stands on business, and we know his teams are good. My gut tells me he ain't leaving Louisville, but if he were open to it, I think that would be a big-time addition. I think he fits. I think the way that he runs a program matches the way that Auburn should run a program, but that's my view. And I some people say I'm trying to live in the past and try to run stuff the way that Pat Dye tried to. I just feel like, to me, Pat Dye's obviously not a modern coach. He was at his best in the 80s, and that was a long time ago, and maybe that doesn't work anymore. But, I look around at the college football world right now, and to me, Kirby Smart is basically what I would call the modern version of Pat Dye. He's tough, and he runs his mouth, and he stands on business, and he wins a lot, and he recruits a lot, and he's a good marketer, but he's not fakey, and he's not going to be mistaken for a pop culture figure. He's a football coach, and he's tough, and he creates teams that are tough. I'm obviously not advocating for Kirby Smart to come here because that ain't happening, but I'm saying I like guys like that. Okay, so that's how I feel about it, Guy Forks. To me, it's Summerall is the most likely, and I would probably say Jeff Braum would be the second most likely. It just makes sense to me. Frank G said maybe somebody like Lincoln Riley. I think that Lincoln Riley's where he belongs. Somebody was mentioning that to me earlier today, and I was like, I think he's where he needs to be. MW Duncan says, nobody knows, bro. That was he was responding to what Guy Forks was saying, who would get the Auburn job. MWD says the folks who think DJ eliminated himself tonight have no idea Pat Dye's defining moments were his 1981 and 82 road losses to Georgia and Tennessee. Back in the days when that stuff was impressive, you know. You had to really step up back in those days. I mean, Georgia was just coming off the national title, and Tennessee was still doing some really good stuff. MW Duncan sent me one, says, can me when you're free. I think it means call me when you're free. Work on that, G. I'll talk to you in a minute. Trent said, is DJ the answer? It depends on the question. I don't know. I don't know yet. To me, like the game tonight probably in my mind helped his candidacy. And I have him atop the hot board, although I don't necessarily rank them that way. But I feel like he's going to have to be the first guy you think about. But, you know, I like him. I mean, you talk about good recruiter, very good recruiter. You talk about a guy with a lot of passion. You talk about a guy who can get players motivated. And I think he has collected some outstanding talent, and he coaches good talent on defense. I like him a lot, and he's here. I just don't know, you know, what Cohen thinks about him or what his plans would be on the offensive side of the football. I don't know. But he's in the mix for me, 100%. Let's see. DJ Durkin guy says, can you call Jay Lee so he can chastise pedestrians on the air? He says, chest. What do you say? Knees to chest, motherfucker? He said, also Durkin is our coach. But you're hashtag DJ Durkin guy. So, I mean, obviously that's how you feel about it. 9-time champion, my man. I love that handle. Says, what's the difference in Summerall and Napier? I mean, that's a silly question. I don't know. To me, it's a silly question. Like, these guys tend to look similar, right? Now, Napier was different in the sense that he came from the, you know, Saban stable, and those guys generally do very well. Napier did not. But there's a lot of other guys, Kurt Signetti, my guy Charles Huff, obviously Kirby Smart. There's a lot of guys who have come from that Saban stable and been very, very good. Napier, not so much. And maybe he's not meant to be a head coach. But see, Summerall didn't come from that. He came from a whole different way. Summerall's kind of more self-made in a way. I mean, he goes to Troy, and he's a great coach there. And then he goes to Tulane, and I mean, he had a nice turnaround there. They were outstanding last year, and they're good this year. He's had to replace a lot of players this year, and he's still easily. I mean, he's. I was going to say stay afloat. He's better than that. He's not going to get into the playoff, but he's still got a very, very good team. I don't know. Those are two different guys, and I don't think you can just compare human beings. I feel like a stranger is someone who understands the psychology side of life, and you know, you just can't compare two humans like that. It's just two totally different ways of operations and beliefs and things you want to do, and I don't know. I love Will Muschamp, by the way. Nobody in the media likes him more than I do. I promise you that. I've covered him 3 times. Covered him as a GA. I covered him as the defensive coordinator twice. So here at Auburn. So I love me some Will Muschamp. I think he has a place in college football, obviously, if he ever wants it. Idrak says, dropping the super just because you deserve it. Appreciate you. That Wardam coaching search. This is the best time of the year. For you, it may be. For us, it's a little unnerving. Just always kind of having to worry about what Jason and Nate and Cristiano and P. Marsh have over there. Very formidable opponents, but also guys that I respect and really like. So, Real Deal says, I'm tired of these gimmicky offensive guys. I tell you what, when I think it was J-Head during his call was like, you know, kind of what the feeling he's getting is that they're leaning toward an offensive guy, and I was like, I'm kind of over it too, man. I'd just rather have a really good defensive guy, but it's the same problem. I mean, Gene was a defensive guy, and he had lost control, if you want to call it. You know, he was a 4-3 guy at a time when defense was changing to like a kind of like the new paradigm where you've got 5 defensive backs and 2 backers, and it's a whole different way of defending. you can make the adjustment, and people have. Kirby Smart certainly has. But, Gene lost control of, he had a perfect understanding of a 4-3, and he did a great job at UCF with it. He did a good job here as a defensive coordinator with it. But as the game changed and his expertise didn't, that disjointedness there made him kind of worthless, I thought, as a coach. And he got Cam Newton, and nobody else did, and he won a national title off that, but he fell off quickly. A lot of coaches do. I mean, look at Chip Kelly, how quickly he fell off. I know he's kind of working his way back now. It's not helping that he's with the Raiders, but it's hard to stay relevant for a long time, and it can happen on both sides of the ball. So I just feel like I'm kind of done with the offensive shit, but that doesn't mean that John Cohen is. Appreciate that. Let's see. Interesting question here. I'm trying to understand if there's. Frank G says, how was Tuberville's exit handled? Did he quit or was he fired? My recollection of that, now this is 2008, it's a long time ago. My recollection was that he was just running out of gas. I think that he saw the Saban writing on the wall and knew he was cooked, that everybody was cooked, honestly, and was ready to go somewhere else and just kind of take on different challenges away from Saban. So I think that was kind of a mutual parting of ways. They really weren't very good in 2008. And I think he knew the writing was on the wall. He's a very pragmatic individual. He knows he's very situationally aware. And I know that sometimes you guys see things he says in the media now that he's a legislator and you think, God, that's crazy. But remember, being a legislator is just pandering to people all the time. Like, I don't really know what these people actually think about shit, Like, they're just kind of doing what they got to say. Turtle does note that it's going to be cold AF Monday through Wednesday. So tomorrow here in Montgomery, it's going to be relatively warm. And then Monday, it's like a high of like 45 or something. It's going to be crazy. Then we're going to get back to like 60s or 70s by the weekend. So it's that time of year. I feel like November is about the time. Mid-November is when it starts getting cold around here. And then it pops back out at like the end of February. So we get our couple months of cold weather. We had ice last year. I don't think I've seen ice down here in a minute. EU Taxman thinks that Auburn should go hard for Dan Lanning. I don't know why you think he would want to go from Oregon to Auburn when he's winning huge at Oregon. Got a great NIL situation there. I just don't understand why he would want to leave. Auburn Detroit Tiger says, I am not angry today. It is good to see the office improved. He means the offense. I wish they could have pulled it out. Glad the team has not quit. No, that is one thing I was kind of worrying about. I think a lot of us were. That this team might start kind of throttling down just because, geez, look at the schedule. You're just so many times they're in a game. Over and over again. Look, Oklahoma game, they're in it, lose it. Texas A&M, they played them as good as anybody, lost it. Georgia, they were going to lose that game. They just weren't as good. And they got screwed on a touchdown. Missouri game, I don't even know what to say about that. Kentucky game, that was the moment we realized Hugh had to go immediately. So they're in every one of these games, and they just keep losing. And you wonder, are they going to spit the bit? But what I saw today answers that emphatically that they do not spit the bit. They have not spit the bit. And somebody's doing a hell of a job keeping these kids motivated. It's probably more than one person, honestly. It's the whole staff. And you've got really good coaches that I think are really up-tempo. Rock Bellantoni and Trell and Crime and obviously DJ, Marcus Davis. These are the kind of guys that get you pumped up, and having those guys, rah-rah coaches like that, I think really helps. 9-time champion, great name again, Craptastic Mount Rushmore, Hugh Freeze, Brian Harsin, Jeff Lebo, and Tony Barbie. Three of those guys have something in common, and the other guy's an outlier. You know who I think it is? Jeff Lebo's the outlier to me. Jeff Lebo cared. Jeff Lebo worked. Jeff Lebo was very emotionally invested in Auburn being a good basketball team, but he just didn't have it. He just couldn't recruit here. Hugh Freeze, I would never call him lazy, but I think he was just not there. He just didn't have a grasp of what had needed to happen on offense. Brian Harsin is what he is, and Tony Barbie is just not it. So Tony was trying to live on reputation, and he didn't have one. That was the weirdest thing. Lebo had a bigger reputation than Barbie, and I felt like he leaned on it way less and was really trying to make Auburn better. He just didn't, he didn't have it. And he knew that he couldn't recruit the big players. And so him and his dad, who's actually a phenomenal, in my opinion, surveyor of talent, Dave Lebo, and end up trying to, make the most out of like C-level recruits, and it just didn't work. Slava says, is Jake Thornton a rah-rah coach? I mean, he's loud, but he doesn't fit in that category with Rock and Trell and Marcus Davis. To me, he doesn't. I even like I like D. Nix too as a position coach. Watching him coach, I watch him coach a lot, and I like him too. He's not the lovable character maybe that Trell and Rock are, but I think his players got a lot of love for him. Frank G says Jeff Lebo actually cared. He put everything into his 08-09 season. Jeff Lebo he was a failure. You got to say that, but his was absolutely not a function of listlessness or laziness. He really gave a shit, and I respect him a lot. I like Hugh Freeze. I don't necessarily respect him a lot as a coach, but as a human being, he's top quality. Brian Harson's fine with me. The conversations I had with him were fun. And Barbie he seemed like he was just trying to skate on a reputation that really didn't exist. I knew Feel Like a Stranger was going to say something cool here that I was going to love right here. One of the more difficult things to project out of the matrix of personalities is how different people mesh together, the sociology of a bunch of psychologies mixed together. God, I'm so fascinated with this kind of stuff. And I think the regular person doesn't realize like how this stuff works, man. I think that people look at college football players as just like robots, kind of like, well, Cam's this amazing player, and why is Perry Thompson not as good as Cam, and why is Sam Turner, what's the difference between Sam Turner and Cam Coleman? What's the difference between Sam Turner and somebody like Bryce Kane or Duke? They just don't understand that those people, they're human beings, and different things motivate them. Some people like Sam Turner are incredible self-starters who just have this intense desire to be a better player tomorrow than they are today. And then you've got guys like Pat Sims, who I love Pat Sims. You guys remember him, defensive tackle, maybe, I don't even want to say how many years ago, a while ago. He didn't have that. And they look the same. Like they're both football players. You know what I mean? They look like SEC football players, but they're completely different kinds of people. And that's why I get so skittish when people say, well, why don't they play XXX more? Well, because he's not mentally ready to play more. And Hugh was really cool about that with Perry when people were like, why didn't Perry Thompson play more? And Hugh said he doesn't play more because he doesn't know how to practice, and he doesn't attack practice the way that we need him to attack it. And he also doesn't know how to get open. Well, guess what? Instead of being a puss about it, Perry said, you know what? I'm going to get better. So he improved his practice play, and he's a hell of a practice player now. He got with the program. He knows how to get open because he worked with Marcus about how to get open because he gave a shit. And look at Perry now. Perry's a good player. I'm really proud of him. AU Taxman says Pat Sims played in 04 to 07. Oh, my God. The years get away. I was going to say 20 years, and I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it because I was a grown-ass man when I covered Pat Sims. I'm going to be a grandfather soon, I imagine. Good golly, Miss Molly. The years really do get away. Poseidon said, are we sure Hugh knew how to practice? I didn't say anything about Hugh, but D. Nix knows how to practice. Marcus knows how to practice for sure. Absolutely. I would trust the defensive guys more because it's more of an intense thing with them. But defense is more intense than offense. It always has been. I can remember back when I first started covering Auburn in 98, and they had a defensive coordinator named John Lovett who was all about ball. And he was just pounding some bitches all the time. And then you see Noel Mazzoni, and he was the offensive coordinator at the time. Very successful coach for a long time now. And Noel was just chilling, and that's just kind of how it is. It's unusual to come across an offensive operation that's like really tight and tough and beating ass all the time. Like it's just that's not how offense works anymore. I thought that Bob Petrino was kind of like that when he was Auburn's coordinator in 2002. He had kind of that defensive mentality about how to coach offense, but I haven't seen it since then that I can think of. Unless there's something I'm missing. You think about Tony Franklin, who I really like, and he's a great coach too. Didn't really work out at Auburn. A lot of extenuating factors on that. But I mean, it was just like legs crossed, let's chat. You know what I mean? Like it's just that way. And those of you who have played a lot more than I have, because I was not a very good football player, but no coaching, you know how it is. It's just how it is. Cleveland Brown, thank you for that super chat, stranger, for an opportunity to talk about the psychology of kids, because it's people just do not grasp it. I don't know why. There's so many people in the bunker that are parents. You know how it is. Like, you've got a kid that is motivated and a kid that's not, and a kid that gets in trouble and a kid that puts boundaries and kids that stay on the right side of the line and kids that are always trying to bug you. Doesn't mean one's better or worse than the other. And sometimes the kids that are rule followers at 12 end up being hell raisers at 18, and sometimes your hell raisers at 12 are the sweet people at 18, and it's just person to person. Cleveland Brown jumps in with a super chat. A super chat. Says Auburn is stuck in a Murphy's Law universe because anything that could go wrong did go wrong so far. Yikes. Yeah. It is. It does feel like that right now. It's obviously the longest downturn of my professional career covering Auburn since 1998, and I bet you have to go back to the 50s. Well, yeah, you probably have to go back that far. Pre-Shug Jordan for Auburn to be this bad this long. I know that, I mean, Coach Barfield wasn't great, but that wasn't that long of a period. Excuse me. Real Deal says, JG, does this coach search feel different than the others? To me, no. No, but we're just getting started. I do think that we talked about this earlier. I think D. Lucky and I were talking about this earlier. I can't remember who it was, but you got to get out in front of this. I think there's got to be a pace, a tempo to this search, because obviously you're fighting against LSU, Florida right now, Penn State, probably not Virginia Tech, but those other ones. Yeah, Pocket Watch notes that Barfield had a top 20 team. Barfield was not just flatline for the whole time, and he wasn't the coach that long. You'd have to go pre-Shug Jordan, and that's a long time ago. And I'm not sure a lot of us in this chat, I certainly wasn't, was alive and caring about Auburn football pre-Shug Jordan. It's a long time ago. Long time ago. Long time ago. 99 Champion says, Eddie Gran was another amiable offensive coach. Yeah, I love Eddie Gran. He's a really, really good dude. A little more intense than average for an offensive coach, to be honest. He wouldn't be a great example of the chillin' attitude, because that's more like Tony Franklin. But Eddie, I have so much respect for Eddie Gran. When back in the days, I think I've told this story before. I apologize if I'm going back over ground that but I can't remember how long ago it was. Actually, I do know how long ago it was. It was when Al Bohr just got hired. Or it was the search when Tubb was looking for an offensive coordinator for Al Borges. So I think this would have been 2004, right? And this was when we were tracking planes and people couldn't really figure out how we were doing this. This is old news now. And I went to the airport one night and I knew that somebody was coming in here. The flight looked odd to me. And so I went to the airport to just literally, I would go in those days and wait out. Like not hide out, but I'd be sitting at the FBO waiting for fucking whoever was going to show up to show up. And there was this assistant coach who I'm not going to name. He's like a staffer. He wasn't an actual coach. And he was there and he was pissed that I was there. And he motherfucked me and all that kind of stuff. That the media, this, and you're fucking it up and blah, 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 whatever. Bitching at me because I was there at the airport to see who they were flying in, And Eddie Gran listened to this. He was there when this was going down and he didn't say anything. And he just let this guy say his piece. And the guy left to go out to the plane and meet this coach who came in. So it leaves me and Eddie. And it's raining. It's pouring ass rain at night. And Eddie goes, hey, man, JG, come with me and sit in my car. I said, all right. So I go out there. It's actually a truck. We get into the truck, and he says, hey, man, I listen to every word that guy said to you, and I think every word he said to you is bullshit. You got a job to do. You're the only motherfucker out here. You know what's going on because you're paying attention, and that's to your credit. So I don't understand why anybody would have a problem with that. And personally, I think you're doing a hell of a job. I was like, appreciate you saying that, man. That's the kind of guy Eddie Grant is. Again, that's 20-something years ago. Nobody gives a shit anymore, but I'm just telling you. That's what I think about Eddie Grant. What a badass. Patrick says Barfield had a winning record at Auburn. You guys know more about it than I do, honestly. I mean, I wasn't here for that. But, again, I'm staying with what I said. You got to go pre-Shug Jordan to get into an era like you're having right now at Auburn. I mean, it's just, it was 100 years ago. Well, you know what I mean. It was more like 70 years ago, but it's too long ago for us. Let's see. Patrick says the only period of 5 straight losing seasons was 46-50. How about that? Patrick says, I don't think our fans realize how bad we've been since firing Gustav. I mean, I think Gus is having a hard go of it, too. They're probably going to get run at Florida State as well, and that's going to be another team to have to worry about. Florida State's a good program. It's kind of similar to Auburn. I think Auburn's fan support is better, but Florida State has a lot of money. They have a lot of heritage, and it's a great place to recruit. The state of Florida is amazing. So let's see. Chipper says, dude bitching didn't like running into someone smarter than the operation. Grand knew what was up. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. This guy, the guy whose name I'm not going to tell you because I don't really want to defame him or whatever. It was a long time ago. I'm glad people don't hold me responsible for things I did in the 80s and 90s. You know what I mean? But his name came up recently when I was talking to another reporter about one of the candidates that Auburn's going to look at. And he said, well, if you ever want to get some good information on this coach, you need to call his right-hand man, blank, blank, blank. And I go, you got to be shitting me. That guy's still coaching or that guy's still in this business? He's like, oh, yeah, he's a great guy. I go, okay. So that guy's still around. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to talk to him. No, this is also the dumbass. This is a true story. He's also the one. I used to weigh 315 pounds. Okay. When I made it my number one goal in life to lose weight in 2004, and I went from 315 to 260, 250. I got all the way down to like 230. Kevin Yoxall, who's Auburn's strength and conditioning coach, he was not like advising me, but I talked to him about what I was doing, and he was really supportive and gave me some ideas about how to lift and all that kind of shit, you know? Yoxall is amazing. He's a fucking angel of a human being, and I love him. This same staffer that was bitching at me about going to intercept Al Borges at the airport is the same one that called me. He made fun of me when I first started losing weight and going, this fat fuck isn't going to lose anything. And Kevin Yoxall got up in his face and goes, he lost 50 fucking pounds. Don't tell him what he can and can't do. And I was like, yeah, you tell him. Some people are stupid like that. I don't know. They're just haters, man. I don't know. Let's see. Blue Eagle says Auburn fan support is definitely better than Florida State. We've had that place 70-30 in Pasadena after going 3 years prior. I know. I like Auburn better than Florida State, too, by a long margin, but they do have some tradition and shit. Listen, B-Matt just got back with me, and he said he's good to go now. B-Matt is on the ground in Cash Vegas, so I really would like to get up with him and see what the situation was post-game. So I'm going to look for his number on here and not find it right off. There he is. Let's get him on a... Oh, don't want to message him. I'd rather call him. Glad to see the phone working nicely tonight.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Matt.
What you doing?
We're just doing the show, and everybody was clamoring to hear from you, bro.
Yeah, sorry. I was working on an article. I didn't see your text.
No. I know. You're working, bro.
Yeah.
What did you think about postgame? What was the feeling?
DJ Durkin, very emotional, had to stop twice during his opening remark and another time, I think it was, just to compose himself. Because I think he was really proud of the way his team fought and played. And, I just think it was an emotional moment for him taking over this team. Really tough time for them. I think he really appreciates how hard they play and how much work they put in, during practice over the past week to get ready for this game. and how they've sort of overcome all the bad stuff that's happened to them this year. They're still out there fighting their asses off and cannot get a win despite that.
Emotional DJ. Interesting.
Yes, very.
Just because you felt like you had a huge amount of emotional investment in this bad boy?
Yes, there is no question he does. No question. He talked about him coming here to win championships. And he said, no excuses, no more victories, no nothing. We're not happy about it. We're here to win these games. So, really, really, fierce, but very emotional too. I felt like, and I think he's very proud of the offense, what Derek Nix did, and those guys. I mean, it was completely different. I mean, it just looked like somebody had poured tar over the team the first 9 weeks or 10 weeks of the season, whatever it is. And, and they're out there, making passes down the field and over the middle and, making conversions on third down and just doing all kinds of stuff they didn't do all season. And he said, that his plan was to get the ball. He told Derek and those guys to get the ball in the hands of the playmakers, Cam Coleman, Eric Singleton, Jeremiah Cobb, and that's exactly what they did. Those guys all had career-type games. Cam Coleman, career high in catches and yards. Eric Singleton, I think it was a career high. A season high. I guess a season high in yards. And then Jeremiah Cobb, career high in catches in yards receiving, and also had another 100-yard game. So, and then Ashton Daniels was incredible. Career high, I think it was 400 and something yards of total offense. I don't remember exactly what it was. 442. So, I mean, they did exactly what they were asked to do and then fought their tails off.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I mean, he only had, 6 days, and I felt like it was a whole different deal on offense.
I didn't think they could do that in 6 days. I guess getting rid of Freeze was a big part of that. I mean, it's just obvious that guy was holding this team back tremendously.
Yeah.
More so than I even thought.
I know.
I mean, it's embarrassing how bad his offense was and how good it looked out here. And I don't know if you've talked about it much yet, but Durkin, the other thing he talked a lot about was how Vanderbilt changed things up. And his defense just did not react well to it enough. They didn't adjust well enough. Had 2 busts. He said they haven't really had busts like that. Hadn't had one really since the first game against Baylor. So he's disappointed in that. Said what Vanderbilt did was basically what they did at the end of in the fourth quarter of the Texas game. Spread it out, start going tempo. And his team just could not slow down that offense of Diego Pavia there, really from the end of the first half throughout the second half.
How about players? How are they feeling about that?
A very similar, I would say. Emotional, but also proud of the work they put in. And we talked to Ashton Daniels, we talked to Caleb Falk. One thing I saw in the tunnel going to the locker room afterwards, and I asked Celtic about it, was he was standing outside and everybody that was coming in, he would, put his hand on them and say something positive about them and tell them to keep fighting. So that's a young man that's still very much invested in this team and wants his team to go out there and win some games and finish the season with a couple of wins. Trying to think. So his interview was really good, obviously. Just talked about, how this team has continued to fight, and he's proud to be part of it. And, Ashton, I think, very similar. Proud of the way this offense got out there and played and got after it, and really excited for the job that Derek Nix and his staff did this week, and said they just worked their tails off getting ready for this.
Pretty sweet. I mean, he did a hell of a job, honestly. Do you think it helps his candidacy?
Yes, it does. It absolutely does.
I mean, was Cohen there?
Oh, yeah, Cohen was here. Saw him. I guess I saw him early on. He was down on the field, I think, at least late in the game. And I saw him back around the locker room and stuff afterwards. So, yes, he was here. Saw some other administrative guys here. So I think they had a pretty full crew here. Of at least, Cohen and his top 2 or 3 guys. I think we're all here. I don't know where it's going to go. I'd still be a little surprised if it goes in that direction with Durkin. I know he has some support from some important people, or at least one important person, but we'll see. I also wouldn't rule out him being, Auburn paying, making him one of the highest paid defensive coordinators in the country if it works out that way too.
Interesting. To just keep him here and stay with the new head coach, you mean?
Yep. I think that's an option.
Interesting. I still can't believe they scored 38, bro. Never saw that coming.
I know. It sucks, because the defense has been so good all year. And this was the game where they just got, taken to the woodshed a little bit. It happens, I don't think it was because Durkin spent too much time with the offense or anything like that. I just think Diego Pavia is really fucking good. They caught him off guard with that change, going spread and tempo, and they just weren't quite ready for it.
Yeah. I know. It's kind of a guy got hit by a buzzsaw a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Vanderbilt's good. There's a reason they're number 16 in the country and playing for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah. So now Durkin's gets 2 weeks now ahead of this Mercer game. And did anybody talk about the Ashton situation where he can't play that game, right?
It didn't come up, but I know that's going to be a talking point over the next 2 weeks, right? Because if they sit him out that game, then he can still redshirt, preserve a year of eligibility, and come back next year and play at Auburn. And if he keeps performing like this, I think that's something Auburn would want to happen.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't you want 440 yards of total offense? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, the way he played tonight, it makes me think he might be a full-time option next year. Like, for real.
The only problem with that plan is Mercer is a really good team. And I think they won again today. I think they got almost 50 points again today. So they are a high-powered, really good team. And I don't know how that's going to look against Auburn at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We'll see. But, I wouldn't say that's a 100% Auburn's going to win no matter who they throw at quarterback.
Yeah. But it's going to be a challenge. That ain't some easy team right there.
Yep.
All right. Choices to be made.
Yep.
Choices to be made.
That's right.
You reckon it would be Jackson in that situation, right?
I guess. I mean, they haven't given Deuce a shot at all. So that just tells me that says something to me. So,
yeah.
And I mean, Ashton was terrific. So you can't argue with it.
All right, B. Matt. Appreciate you checking in live from Nashville, my guy.
Of course. Appreciate you having me. And I will see y'all soon.
All right. See you, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye. There he goes, Brian Matthew, the legend himself, live from Nashville, saying that Durkin was getting a little broken up. I know some of you guys had talked in the chat here who've been kind of multitasking, who watched Durkin's press conference and said it was pretty amazing. And you can just kind of see in a really tangible way that he's got a huge amount of emotional investment in what was going on there. Riley B., last name redacted, says as B-Matt said who his favorite targets are. I did not ask him. I'm sorry. And I don't know. I just don't remember off the top of my head what he had been saying about that. So maybe on the Rundown Monday, which debuts on Tuesday, we'll talk to him about that a little bit and see what Caleb thinks. Caleb's also a smart guy, too, and has some good ideas about things like that. Also, Felix the Cat, who had a super chat earlier, it's sitting up here at the top. I haven't called it out personally. He says, Ward Amigo Commodore for his first game equals AA++. He's very happy with the way Durkin affected the team, but it really pisses me off is what we could have been 7-2. Thanks you. Yeah, well, it happens sometimes. Yeah, I kind of wish they had made that decision on Hugh a little earlier and given DJ a little more runway to properly, get things in order, at least the way that he sees it. And I think based on what we've seen again in this Vanderbilt game, he could have done a whole lot more, but that's all right. AU Taxman says, not to be Chicken Little, but y'all realize Mercer is legitimately good, right? One of the best teams at that level in the country. And that's what B-Matt was saying, that they'd scored another 50 tonight. So, I mean, I just don't see how you can say, well, we got to have Ashton for the Mercer game and then burn his red shirt. I don't know, man. I think you have to sit him and just do your best. I mean, the season's kind of wrecked anyway. I know they're going to try to go to a bowl game, and that could be the turning point, be able to beat Mercer and then at least have a chance in the Alabama game to qualify for a bowl game. But I think if Ashton wants to come back and play more college football, and I think he may be their answer at quarterback, at least for now. I mean, the performance tonight was terrific, and if he had been playing like this all year long, this whole situation would look a lot different. But then if he's playing better, then Hugh doesn't get fired, and then we still have the bottleneck. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of a half 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I don't know. Solo Tigres is going to be the best 5-win team in the country again. There's some truth to that, bro. All right, I'm going to probably wrap it up there, guys. I know we got a lot of folks on the chat, but we've been going 6 hours and 13 minutes now. Wow, guys, we've gone from sun up to sundown. Not actually, it was sunny, though, when we started. And I think we'll wrap it up there. We'll be doing a show tomorrow with Hoke. Probably be me and B-Matt, or maybe just B-Matt, or maybe just me and Hoke. I don't know. I can't remember what the schedule calls for, but we'll be doing that. And lots of coverage at Auburn Sports this week. I know it's going to be an off week, but that doesn't mean we're going to slow down on coverage. We're going to continue with coaching search updates, hot board updates, coaching hot board updates, basketball, etc., etc. So we're going to do that. Appreciate you guys hanging with me today. I do want to give shout out to my callers. J-Head, of course, legend. Cole Pinkston, I thought his best quote was, feel pretty good about what I just watched. I feel the same way. MW Devers called in. He said, give him an honest interview. Is his feeling about DJ. I didn't get the feeling that MW Devers thought DJ was like the number one candidate, but he thinks he deserves to be treated like a real candidate, and I agree with that as well. Chip says DJ is the most sensible hire. I think part of that's because he's been bringing it, and he's here, and he's done good work here. I'm behind that 100%. D. Lucky said today's game was expectation instead of doom, which is a great way to put how I felt about the game, and I think a lot of you guys felt the same way. We have been going into these games thinking they're going to get what's going to fuck up today, right? And then today I was like, I'd like to see what DJ does. And there, of course, was a fuck up again, but that was the same. They cared. I'm going to bounce now, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging with me today. We'll obviously be doing a show 2 weeks from today for the Mercer game. And in the interim, you definitely want to check out Auburn Sports. It's a great website. We've got 2 fully formed, awesome message boards, the bunker and the corner. They definitely have different feelings, different. They just kind of feel like different places, but they're both awesome. And I personally just kind of bounce between them, and yeah, it's really entertaining, and also I learn a lot on the board myself. So anyway, guys, wrap it up there. Have a great rest of your Saturday. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks. Until then, keep your feet on the ground, keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. See you guys.